Someone make it make sense.
Probably a couple.
What is up, party squirrels of the world? Shout out to James. Shout out to Franks. Shout out to Bunny Murphy. Shout out to Carla. Oh, and Twiz. I was just about to say, oh, I forgot to send Twiz his special text message, but you made it here on your own. So shout out to Twiz for making it here on his own. That is awesome. So welcome on in, everybody. Got our custom commands going on here. So excellent. All right, we got lots to go through here. I'm really excited. What should we start with? I know what we'll start with. Let's start with this. What we're going to start with, let me pull this up. So, so when I was getting ready to wrap things up, well, maybe like an hour left or whatever at the law firm, I was trying to sync one of my Google accounts with the work computer. And you know how you have to always like do the authentication. And for whatever reason, I don't know if it does this with you guys, but like Google always like sends you a thing on YouTube, right? And you put the code in and confirm it. So I was there in the office and I was trying to sync this stuff up. And so when I went to open up YouTube to get the code, Andrea Burkhart was still streaming, and it like automatically, like, because she was still live, it automatically opened up that stream. And literally where it was at in the stream, I was like, holy crap. Because you guys remember, not on the last live stream, but the live stream before that, you guys remember when we talked about the defense opening statements, right? And this is because we went over that, we went over the motion to the missing witness, motion from the defense. And we went through that, and, who they named in that motion was Proctor, Higgins, and Albert, right? And we went through that, and then we talked about what is still left, what at that point was still left hanging in terms of things that were said in opening that actually hadn't come into evidence yet. And at that time, this was before they had Homeboy come in and do the text message authentication thing for the Proctor texts. So this was the night before that. And we made a list. And the list that we made was of the thing, we went back and listened to the defense opening, like I said, and we made a list of like the top 5 things that were like promises made in opening statements from the defense that hadn't actually come into evidence yet. One was the text message, he's a Boston Cop too. The second thing was he's not going to catch any shit. Again, another text message. 3 was Trooper Proctor being fired, because they only had heard about that in opening up until what's-his-face took the stand, Proctor's friend. Again, this was the night before that. And then the last 2 things I think were less important, but there was number 4 was Proctor's report that 34 Fairview wasn't plowed. Because that is in his report. The only way that can come in is through him, literally. And then number 5 was Proctor's relationship with the Albert family, such as like the gifts and going to the wedding and all that type of thing, right? And so, in order of like when we were trying to assess, because this has been the whole thing, right? What is the cost risk analysis? What is the benefit of calling him? And one of the things that I was talking about, we were talking about was, well, there were things said in opening statements that hadn't come in yet. And again, a big one was Trooper Proctor being fired. Another big one was those text messages. And so then, of course, come the next morning, we had the friend on the stand. And then the first 2 things, actually the first 3 things, those text messages about Boston Cop 2 and not catching any shit. And then also those came in, of course. And then also Trooper Proctor being fired also came in. Last 2 things still have not come in yet. But all that to say, to set the scene for literally when I accidentally opened up YouTube and I heard literally Andrea saying this during her stream.
I just...
Welcome, Meg.
I don't know.
I don't know. There's so many pieces, hard to make sense out of all of them. But I can definitely see this perspective too. CLK, I feel defense broke promise of Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, and Proctor from opens. Maybe we have to go back and look at the opening and what did they commit to? Because we've heard a lot about these people, but you're definitely right that we have not heard from them. And I suspect even just hearing about them in opening, there were things that we anticipated hearing in the evidence that we have not heard. So maybe we'll go through that one of these days coming up.
So she ends up like making a note to do this on another live stream. But I was like, oh my God, we did that. We did that 3 nights ago, right? So I just thought that was hilarious. And it's something that with all this talk about will they, won't they call them? Why would they? That's something that I hadn't actually heard anyone else talk about, which is delivering on their promises from opening. And so anyway, I just thought it was really funny. I was like, hey, we did that. So yeah, just funny. So welcome to anyone else who's just now getting here. What else did I have on my list here? Oh, another thing I had written down, I meant to mention this on the, last night when we were watching Kelly Dever. I always want to say Deaver, like a beaver, but it's like Denver without the end. Anyway, one thing I had forgotten to mention last night was that there's another irony of this whole false memory thing. We talked a lot about the different implications of that, but in addition, the other thing I found really ironic that I forgot to mention last night, but I have it in my notes, is that think about the whole thing with Karen and Jen and did I hit him, right? Because, and I don't remember how much of this has come in this trial. I feel like we heard more about it last trial. Y'all let me know what you remember. But the whole thing about how that statement was never made from Karen, or that question was never made from Karen until Jen McCabe said, oh, well, you guys came to the house, because it was something like Karen thought she left him at the waterfall. And then remember, Jen is the one who's like, oh, don't go looking for him. Come here, right? Like to her house. And then Jen McCabe was the one who was like, oh, no, you dropped him off at 34 Fairview. And then I can't remember exactly, but like it was, in other words, Jen kind of brought that up at that moment when Karen was panicking. And I thought, how ironic, right? Because with Kelly Dever talking about these quote unquote false memories, right, and whatnot, it's like the whole thing of this whole did I hit him and the controversy surrounding that in a lot of ways it's entirely likely that, I mean, not only a grief response and all that, right? But even more so, it's entirely possible that it was a false memory basically planted by Jen McCabe. So I just wanted to note that as well. Jen is the worst. Yeah, I agree. Although having said that, I think she might still be tied with Wendy Adelson. Speaking of which, there's no court tomorrow. So I think what we're going to do tomorrow night is Adelsons, because there's been some stuff happening with Donna, and most probably exciting of all of it is there's a recent filing, and it's all the tea, and it has to do, you guys remember we heard whiffs about Wendy's old like friend, like her friend from a long time ago, her college friend or whatever, best friend, not friends anymore. Her college best friend was going to testify at Donna's trial. And it was like, oh my gosh, we're, here's a brand new witness. We have no idea what she's going to say, but this is somebody who's especially close to Wendy, because in these other trials, right, Wendy's friends haven't been a part of it because it would be too far removed, right? But with Donna, and then eventually when we get to Wendy's trial, we're going to get a bunch of new witnesses. And so there's a motion in limine regarding this friend's testimony and what this friend will testify to. And you guys, it is really, 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 really good stuff. Really good stuff. All the tea. So we might do Adelsons tomorrow. I keep checking on Idaho, and I feel like the filings, a lot of the filings that have come out there recently, they're like just orders granting things being sealed, right? I think I've got like 2 documents where you can actually read them, and there's nothing really that substantial. But whenever we do the next Idaho live stream, we will also watch Twizz's big debut on his interview. We're going to watch that whenever we do. I'm just waiting for more stuff to kind of, more documents and stuff. So we can go through those, and we will also watch Twizz's big interview. And I'm thinking maybe on the next members only live stream, we had already talked about going through my my appellate brief that I wrote for at the end of getting my paralegal certificate. But also it might be fun to do like a live stream devoted to just like chatting about my new job. And like, I've got so many stories, you guys. I have so many stories. And I just feel like if I started telling these stories, we wouldn't even get to trial testimony. But it's all stories that I think you guys will absolutely love. It's like everything you could, when you think about all the things that are great about like defense attorneys and like what is quintessential defense attorneys and like what is also like what is quintessential like government red tape and bureaucracy and things that are just really like all the it's all of the things. It's just all of the things. And we can also do if you guys want, I thought we could also do like a little tour of the law firm. Obviously, there wouldn't be anything regarding clients or anything like that, right? It would just be like what it looks like, showing you guys around, just talking about some stories. So maybe something like that too. And that we could maybe do that this weekend. And I think Lori Vallow is finally going to be starting her second. How many trials has she had now? 1 million. Her Brandon Boudreaux trial, I believe, starts tomorrow. It was postponed for anyone who missed it because Lori was faking being sick. She rolled up literally. Actually, that was an accidental pun. I was going to say she rolled up to court and then I was like, oh my God, literally in a wheelchair yesterday. They're supposed to start. She comes in a wheelchair, y'all. Only her, right? In a wheelchair. I'm sick, dude. And then apparently Judge Boreski today was like, she's only complaining of a headache and like, we're going forward with trial. The audacity for her to come in a freaking wheelchair though, man. I'm telling you guys, it is crazy. I did not hear about the prison chaos. Feel free to let us know. Welcome, Mary. Welcome, welcome. And the other thing I was going to say, oh yeah, Meg had recommended Meg recommended this. This is right before I learned that I had a new job starting, so I haven't had a chance to follow back up on it. Meg recommended there's a special, I forget which one it is, if it's 48 hours or one of them people, a special on the Rose Petal trial. You guys that were there for South Carolina versus Zachary Hughes, crazy, insane case. For anyone who is like, what's that? You know, I have a playlist for every case and every trial I cover. And so there is a playlist on my channel devoted just to that. You'll see the thumbnail. It's got rose petals everywhere. That trial came in and out like a tornado. It was like a week and a half. It was crazy. That was insane. But anyway, here's the thing though. I haven't had, you guys, I have like no time. I've watched some of it, but here's the thing. I was like, oh my God, we have to watch this. And here's why. A lot of it, at least from what I saw, is interviews with John Mello. And Twiz, I know you especially are going to be really interested in that. And boy, oh boy, it is so interesting because we have not heard from him. I know Fitz News had said that they had done interviews with him, but they hadn't released those yet. So this is our first time like hearing him speak like a lot, like he's talking a lot. So it is like, I was like, oh my God, this is amazing. Now, I don't know. It's going to be one of those things where I don't know if it's going to get me in trouble and they're going to take the stream down or whatever. The way that it's done for whoever had it on YouTube is like a video. And so I don't know if that's different, if it's like you're live streaming versus a video, but like that video is still up. So like they haven't had issues, but I don't know if that's different if it's a live stream. But anyway, it's so good though. So that's something else we might be able to do this weekend. And there's other things too, I'm sure. So Charlie's free from the prison chaos, right? Then, but you're saying that there's people that were stabbed. Oh, wait, you're saying it is where he is. Oh, interesting. Huh. Oh, it's amazing. It's really, really good. And here's what I like about, at least what I've seen so far, what I really liked about it and appreciated, because you guys know how it is. When you watch trials, it makes it really hard to watch documentaries, or docuseries, because it's like they're just getting everything wrong and the narrative and the music. What I liked about this one that I saw, at least whatever I saw, like the first, 30 minutes or so of it, was that it was not really a narrative. The voice, it was really John Mello talking a lot. Like it was really just like interviews. Like that was my impression of it, was like you're just getting straight up interviews instead of like someone just like trying to tell you about shit. So I actually found it to be really good, and I'm really picky about that stuff, as you guys know. So, and for anyone who hasn't heard this, apparently they're also making, who is it, Hulu? One of these channels is making a Murdoch show, but it's gonna, they've got people cast like in it, like they've got actors playing all the, dude. I don't know why anyone would watch that when you can just watch the trial, but anywho. So, oh, her fiance, you mean Brad Post? Okay, STS. That might be something I can listen to while I'm driving to work tomorrow, since there's not going to be trial for Karen Reed anyway. I guess we'll have Lori, although that's like 3 hours behind because of the time zone difference. So anyway, all right. So that was Andrea. I just thought that was so funny, though. I was like, how come nobody else had like thought back to like opening statements versus just like talking about like, you know, It's like, when you're really assessing what witnesses you still need to call or what evidence, you have to think about what evidence do you still have to get in. That's the point. Like before you get to any of the other stuff, you have to go back to the basics, right? And getting that evidence in. So to that end, the other thing I wanted to say is, as far as this decision, you know, like my interpretation of this whole thing, where be it Higgins, Proctor, or Albert, my interpretation of what the defense is doing, this is just my personal opinion. I think that what the defense has been doing is they are leaving all their options open. And what do I mean by that? Well, getting in at least some of that, you know, with that authentication dude from the other day, Proctor's friend, right? Get the text messages in, get that authenticated, right? And then having this motion that they filed for the missing witness instruction. And I think what their game plan is that they might be waiting to see what happens with that motion. Like if that motion is granted, then maybe they wouldn't call them, right? Maybe. Although even if that happens, they still would be failing to really deliver on some of the things they said in opening. But ostensibly they could, with that instruction, the jury couldn't hold it against them, right? And then on the flip side of that, likely that if that motion is denied, then they would be more likely to call at least one of them, if not all three. Knowing Judge Bev, I'm sure it'll be denied. So, and welcome on in, Sky Blue. Happy to see you again. So I think Higgins is, I mean, it's tough. Like, I think Higgins is really important, right? Like, I think Proctor, I would do Proctor, and I would call all three. If it was me, I would call all three, because I think you want to get the whole thing with the butt dials and the destroying of the phones and the rehoming of the home and the dog. Like, the thing is like when people talk about like, oh, the risk, I mean, there is nothing that the Commonwealth can get from Brian Albert or Brian Higgins that's good for them, right? In other words, being led tippy-toed by Brennan on cross-exam, there's nothing that those witnesses offer that proves anything, any elements of the crimes, right? Like, and in the first trial, as we know, Lawley called them just because he was like trying to be like, he was basically rebutting what hadn't come in yet. Like he was just responding to the defense theory, but like they literally don't prove anything for the Commonwealth. It's just a matter of how bad are they for the Commonwealth and how good are they for the defense, right? So for me, I don't see any risk in calling Higgins or Albert, because there's nothing in their testimony that is bad for Karen Reed, honestly. You know, and then on the reverse of that, or I guess going along with it, then you have Proctor, right? And I guess a lot of people think, well, the concern would be that Brennan tippy-toes through cross and gets him to say all of these things. And I'm just thinking, like, I still don't really I don't really understand that. I don't understand that, because I don't think that there's anything that anybody could do that could wind up with Proctor even being neutral for the Commonwealth. I just don't see how that is possible. There's absolutely no way, even if you can try to be like, oh, the text was just rude. You know, what did he say last time? Unfortunate. That's the word he used. Oh, the texts were unfortunate, da, da, da. It's like, there's so much in terms of just like the investigation. And the other thing is that goes to the Bowden defense as well, right? Should the defense still be trying to go for that too? So that's another aspect to think about as far as the vote in defense and delivering on opening. Maybe I'll make a poll in the chat about this because I think it's very interesting. Now, I heard that Karen Reed said something after trial about they're only going to have like 2 or 3 days left in their case in chief. I don't understand that at all. So we're going to set that aside because I don't see how that's possible at all. Even with just the cell expert, Mr. Ellington or whatever, and the ARCA dudes, like we know they have a whole host of experts, right? That haven't, even if you leave out Proctor, Higgins, and Albert, their experts alone. I mean, ARCA alone, 2 days easily, I would say. Probably. I mean, think about what Cross is going to be like, right? So anyway, it's just interesting. Okay, so the other thing I want to do, well, we'll do this when we have a good stopping point. We're going to watch some of the testimony we're going to watch Barrow. Oh my God, why am I forgetting his name? Barros. But what I have, guys, is I have both sides proposed jury instructions. So I have the Commonwealth and I have the defense. And I thought it'd be really fun to take a look and see how are they different. So maybe after we watch his testimony and before we jump into today's testimony, maybe we'll take a look at those. That will be exciting. So it'll, yeah, okay. Also, what a nice suit he's got. So, all right. So here we go. So this is just finishing up from the end of the day yesterday with this testimony here. And in the first trial, I thought he was one of the best witnesses for the defense. And of course, the Commonwealth called him. So here we go.
All right, Mr. Jackson, you are all set.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Good afternoon, sir.
Could you please state your full name, spell your last name for the jurors, please?
Nicholas Barros, Barros.
And where do you currently work?
The town of Dighton Police Department.
How long have you worked for the Dighton Police Department, sir?
Since 2011.
And what's your position there currently?
Currently, I'm a sergeant.
What's your duty assignment as a sergeant? What do you do?
I supervise the 4 to midnight shift.
We'll get to that in a little bit more detail in just a second. A couple more foundational questions. How long have you been a police officer altogether?
Since 2011, so going 14 years.
And what education and training and background do you have that qualifies you to do your duties as a sergeant, a supervisor at the Dighton Police Department?
I completed the police academy. I hold a bachelor's degree in criminal justice. I've been to many trainings as a police officer and as a supervisor.
I want to know really quick, just to remember the order of witnesses. So you had Dever, right? You had Kelly Dever, then you had Dr. Russell, and now you have him. So I kind of would have liked to have seen Dever and him back to back, although probably with Dr. Russell, it might have been like a scheduling thing. But nonetheless, even with Dr. Russell in between the two, I think this is incredible for the defense to see the difference when you've got the one lone law enforcement officer who's not a part of this whole circle, be it Canton PD or Boston PD or Massachusetts State Police, separate law enforcement office or what have you, which they're going to talk about. And, so it's like, here's somebody who's like not affiliated and who's, how, in other words, how would an objective law enforcement officer potentially view taillight? So.
When did you get your bachelor's degree?
2012.
Is the Dighton Police Department an autonomous police department for the city? In other words, is it a branch of, say, for instance, Massachusetts State Police, or is it an autonomous department?
It's on its own.
Okay. It's not in any way connected to the Canton Police Department, I presume?
Correct.
Is it in any way connected to the Massachusetts State Police
It
Department?
is not.
There it is.
As a supervisor, are part of your duties to oversee subordinate officers in their daily fare, whatever that may be?
Yes.
Does that include anything
that's
having to do with
great.
crime scene investigation?
To an extent.
Witness interviews?
No, that would be the detective bureau.
What about working and coordinating with detectives?
To an extent.
Collection of evidence or working with detectives as they collect evidence?
They would collect evidence.
Maintaining crime scene protocols, things of that nature?
Correct.
All right. As a sergeant with the Dighton Police Department, are you a trained observer?
I am.
Would you consider all of your subordinates, the patrol officers, day-to-day officers, are they also trained observers?
They are.
Is that part of policing?
It is.
Describe that a little bit for the jurors so we understand.
We are in the police academy. We're told to watch everything. It's our heads on a swivel. We are always looking because we don't know what the unknown is.
When you say you don't know, is it true that you don't necessarily know what might become relevant later that may be needed in court.
Correct.
I want to draw your attention to January of 2022, a few years ago. January 29th, 2022, did you have any, you personally, officer, did you have any personal relationship with the Canton Police Department?
I did not.
Did you have any personal relationship with a trooper from the Massachusetts State Police named Michael Proctor?
I did not.
Do you have any relationship with a person by the name of Brian Higgins, an ATF agent?
I did not.
Do you have any relationship with a Boston police officer known as Brian Albert?
I did not.
Did you know any of the witnesses or individuals involved in an ongoing investigation related to the death of Boston police officer John O'Keefe?
I did not.
On January 29th, 2022, did you receive some sort of a call to respond to a particular location? I don't want the address of the location. We'll get to that in a second. Did you receive some sort of a call in the afternoon?
I did.
Describe that for the jurors, please.
Around 2:30 in the afternoon, I received a call from the troopers assigned to the Norfolk District County DA's office in regards to a vehicle that was at a residence in the town of Dayton.
What were you asked to do? Why did you get that call?
The troopers said that they were coming into my jurisdiction, and as a courtesy, they wanted me to respond with them.
Is that sort of normal protocol? If you go into somebody else's jurisdiction, you let them know?
Yes.
So that was not necessarily unusual.
No.
About what time did you receive that first call?
The first call was around 2:30 in the afternoon.
Was there are logs kept of those kinds of things? If you get a call, you respond to
Yes.
location?
Yes.
At some point after you received that first call, did you receive any other call specifying a time of arrival for the MSP troopers, anything like that?
I did.
Describe that for us.
I got a second call around 3 p.m. From Trooper Michael Proctor stating that he was about 10 minutes away from the address in Dayton.
Okay, we got a poll in the chat, guys. It would only let me do 4 options. Otherwise, I would have split up the Bryans. But we got who, if anyone, would you call if you were the defense? We got Proctor, we got the Bryans, we got all 3, and then we have none. So please vote in the poll, guys, if you want to. Also, hi, Ro. Happy to see you again. Happy that you are joining us. And I haven't seen all of this testimony, but I'm just thinking, I really hope that Jackson asks him, do you know what a sequestration order is? Just saying.
At the point that you spoke with Michael Proctor, had you ever spoken to him in your professional or personal capacity ever before?
Never.
Did you know the name? Did you know who he was?
I did not.
Complete stranger.
Complete stranger.
Yeah, I'm just
What time did
because of the whole thing with Dever saying she didn't know what a sequestration order is and she's a law enforcement officer. I'm saying, like, it would just be hilarious because this is the next law enforcement officer after her, right? It's like, sir, do you know what a sequestration order is? And he's going to be like, of course. You know what I mean? I would think. I don't know if he asks or not, but I hope he does.
Did you actually arrive at the residence?
I arrived at the residence, I believe it was 3:27 p.m.
Sergeant Barros, I don't want the address, cameras are rolling. Did you respond specifically to a residence in the city of Dayton?
Yes,
Did you at that time know who lived at that residence, who resided there?
I did.
How did you know that?
Early in the shift, when I came on at 8 a.m., the midnight shift, the outgoing shift, had told me that a resident of Dayton at that address had called looking for a ride to Brockton Hospital.
Who did you know at that time, or who did you believe at that time to live at the address that you are now responding to?
William Reed.
That was Reed, R-E-A-D?
Correct.
Okay. Did you know anything about his daughter at that time, or did you just know the name William Reed?
I just knew William Reed, the name.
At the time that Michael Proctor called you, did he say anything about what his intentions were once he arrived at the location?
Yes, his intention was to retrieve a vehicle that he said was involved in a homicide.
Did he specifically say to you at 3 o'clock-ish?
Right? Because it was never determined a homicide anyways.
Afternoon, he intended to seize the vehicle.
I believe the first phone call, that was his intention.
Meaning all the way back to 2:30.
30 is when he first called me and said that they were coming to Dayton to retrieve a vehicle that that occurred in a homicide in Canton.
And you understood that to mean what? Retrieve the vehicle.
You know what, guys? Y'all are right that it's not clear enough in the way I have this poll worded. Okay, I don't think I can edit it. I have to end it and start a new one. You're right that it just says who would you call. I'm going to end it and start a new one. So vote again here in a second. But you guys are right. It just says I should be more clear about calling them to what. So just vote again here in a sec if you want to.
Seize.
Thank you. What was your role once you arrived at the scene at the Reed household?
My role was Trooper Michael Proctor asked me to facilitate a tow to tow that vehicle.
Was that a private tow company?
Yes.
And when you say facilitated tow, what does that mean?
He asked who we used for towing vehicles, and during that period of time, it was Diamond Towing.
Did Diamond Towing ultimately show up, a representative of that
They did.
tow company with a tow truck?
Correct.
A flatbed?
Yes.
Who was with Trooper Proctor when you arrived at the scene?
Sergeant Buchanan.
Had you ever met Sergeant Buchanan before?
Never.
Did you know him?
Nope.
Do you know him professionally or personally?
Never.
Had you ever spoken to him?
Never.
Ever? I'm so sorry. It's getting late in the day, and I guess I'm going too fast. Sorry, my fault.
All right, there we go.
Let's start that just a little bit slower. Did you know him?
No.
Had you ever spoken to him before?
No.
Had you ever heard his name before?
No.
No relationship whatsoever?
None.
Same with Trooper Proctor?
Correct.
Once you arrived at the residence, did you have an opportunity to see the vehicle that was the focus of Trooper Proctor and Sergeant Buchanan's attention?
Yes, once I arrived and I parked my cruiser at the end of the driveway, I observed a black Lexus SUV in the driveway.
What were you driving?
I was driving a Ford F-150 police cruiser.
A police cruiser that's a Ford F-150?
Correct.
They have those?
Yes.
Oh my God, y'all. Do you guys see the significance of that question? Holy shit. Did anyone catch that?
Black Lexus SUV in the driveway.
What were you driving?
I was driving a Ford F-150 police cruiser.
A police cruiser that's a Ford F-150?
Correct.
They have those?
Yes.
You guys see why that's not just funny, but also brilliant? You guys see why? You guys know? Let me know in the chat if you are picking up what he's putting down there.
Cool. Were you in full uniform?
Full uniform.
Gun, badge, the whole works?
The whole works.
Did you ever go inside the house?
Briefly.
What was the circumstance of going inside the house?
I went inside to let the troopers know that the tow truck operator was there, and I also went in to ask how we're going to get the tow truck into the driveway because there was about a foot of snow.
Okay. That sort of answers my next question. Did you see whether or not Trooper Proctor and Sergeant Buchanan actually did go inside the residence?
Yes, they did.
For the bulk of the time that they were in the residence, where were you?
Outside the residence.
So no one put it in the chat. So here's what you guys remember back to all the law enforcement officers that testified that they don't have vehicles that can handle the snow. Remember, everybody had to go home and bring their personal trucks. Like, I mean, it's just laughable, right? But we heard this from every law enforcement officer this trial, but last trial there were even more of them. But it's like, yeah, we don't have anything that can work in the snow, so we have to take our own personal. And they said trucks for that reason. So that's just really hilarious. Meg, I still have to watch the other thing you sent me, but let me see what she sent. Oh, that's Barros. Oh, here, let me read. Interesting. Well done, Meg. Let me read what this says. So this is the article that Meg sent me. I have it on my phone. So it says that when was this from? Oh, this is from 2024. It sounds like he's back to working. So essentially, wow. Okay, so in 2023, on October 9th, he was hit by a drunk driver, and then he was out of work for months, apparently. Let me see. This article is from March 15th, 2024. So at that point in time, he was still out of work. It seems like he's back to work now. He says, I'm lucky to be alive. He was responding to a call. Wow. He tried to swerve. He heard, oh my God, there's pictures of the cars. Wow. The cruiser was mangled, but he was thankfully alive. His first instinct was to run over to check the other driver. She pleaded guilty to operating under the influence. So he had broken bones in both of his hands and burns the size of softballs on his side from the airbags deploying. You can get burns from airbags? How does that work? Burns. He's still coping with numbness and tingling in his hands, which is why he hadn't returned to work yet. Yeah, I mean, interesting. He at this point in time, again, this was early 2024. It says here he was expecting to be back on the job by May. So yeah, he went back to work there. You know what's so interesting? This is probably why Meg sent this to me though, because given the fact that he almost died being hit by a drunk driver, this makes this testimony even more impactful. Now, I don't think the jury's going to hear about that, but if anyone if anybody could, have, somebody like that could be biased, right? So it just gives it even more weight. I appreciate that he's able to set that aside and realize that wasn't Karen driving the vehicle, but there's some people who would automatically see everybody differently after that. You know what I mean? Oh, the power. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, I've never been around an airbag deploying, but it seems very scary. Okay, cool.
Were you with the black SUV?
I was in the garage speaking to the defendant's mother.
The defendant's mom?
Yes.
Janet? Okay.
Yes.
Where was the SUV at this point?
In the driveway.
Did you have an opportunity to see the SUV?
I did.
Did you walk all the way around it?
Not all the way around.
Did you see the rear end of it?
I did.
Did you make note of the rear end of it?
Yes.
How long would you say you were at the location in a position to observe the rear end of that SUV? 2 minutes, 20 minutes, something in between? Longer?
I would say not the entire time that I was there, but a good amount of time.
More than a glance?
Yes.
Like a glance in gloves.
This is the afternoon of January 29th, 2022, correct?
Correct.
Before the vehicle had been seized formally by Trooper Proctor and Sergeant Buchanan, correct?
Correct.
Did you observe anything of note about the rear end of that black SUV?
Yes, I noted in a report that there was damage to the taillight,
Alrighty.
Can you describe for the jury, by the way, which taillight are we talking about?
the right rear taillight.
Can you describe for the jurors what you noted in terms of the damage to the right rear taillight?
I noted that the report said that there was right rear damage to that taillight.
When you say damage, have you ever described that damage previously?
I have.
Can you tell us what that
Yep.
description is?
There was, it was damaged, the taillight was damaged, but there was a crack missing, but it was not completely damaged.
Okay.
When you say there was a crack, do you mean there was a piece missing?
A piece was missing.
Can you describe for the jurors kind of what that piece looked like, how big it was, how small, the shape, as you call it?
The piece was about maybe this big,
Is that maybe the size of a dollar bill, maybe 6 inches?
6 inches.
And how wide?
Twiz.
Maybe
There you go, Twiz.
that wide, maybe 3 inches, 2 inches, somewhere in
Okay.
there.
Yeah. 3 inches, 2 inches. Excellent.
I want to show you a photo. Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would like to
Waterfall.
show Exhibit 13. It's been previously marked. Do you see what's depicted in this photograph?
I do.
What does that appear to be, just generally?
The right rear taillight,
Of what?
the Lexus SUV.
Is that consistent with the black Lexus SUV that you saw at the
Wow.
Reed residence?
That was the black Lexus. That was not the taillight the day I was there.
Can you do me a favor, Mr. Wolk? With the court's permission, could we zoom in on the right rear taillight, please?
Okay.
I mean, yeah, he does seem nice. And again, just from the thing we just read, he said the first thing he did, even though he like almost died, was he got out and went to go check on the drunk driver, see if she was okay. I mean, that's what a real first responder does. They don't stay in their house and hide by the window, you know, when there's a dead body on their lawn. So,
Do you see the condition of that taillight as it's depicted in this photo?
I do.
Sergeant Barros, is this the condition of the right rear taillight when you showed up at the Reed household at around 3:15 in the afternoon on January 29th, 2022?
Absolutely not.
wow.
What's different
That was unequivocal, that answer. Let's hear that again.
about the rear taillight when you showed up at the Reed household at around 3:15 in the afternoon on January 29th, 2022?
Absolutely not.
What's different about this photo, sir?
That taillight is completely smashed out.
Does it appear that there are additional pieces of taillight that are removed from this taillight condition than when you saw it at the Reed residence? Okay.
Sustained. Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Of course. Describe specifically, other than the fact that it's different, describe in detail for the jurors what is different about this taillight as it's photographed here.
That middle section was intact when I was there. Towards that right side where that large chunk is, that's what was missing.
I'm going to hand you a green laser pointer.
Oh, let's hope it's
If
got
you
that,
can,
please.
there's two displays, one monitor directly in front of you and one to your right. If you could use the one to your right, it's a little easier on the jurors. Describe what's different about that taillight.
Can you see that?
Everything.
So this area was intact. This is what I saw was missing here.
Okay. Now
I approach?
that
Yes.
makes a lot of sense. Hold on. Okay. Did you guys catch what he was saying? What that makes a lot of sense. So if you look at where there's still the red part that's left in the top right corner, and you see how there's like a straight line there, and then you see how there's like this hang on, let me see if I can try something. Because that makes a lot of sense. I don't know that they showed him these pictures last year, because honestly, this feels like the most clear this has ever been in terms of like what part was actually missing and how it fits into the rest. Like, okay, let me see if I can show you guys what I mean here, because I feel like we've all, like, well, at least just for me anyway, I feel like I've kind of had to kind of imagine like which part was initially missing, you know, because like everything that we've been getting, the pictures, right? It's like either fully missing or it's like you can't see because there's snow all over it, or, you know, whatever. So this is actually really, really helpful. So give me just a second. And by the way, for anyone who's just now getting here, check out the poll in the chat. Who would you call if you were on the defense? Between if you're weighing your options there for Proctor, the Bryans. Okay, so okay, here's what we're gonna do. Let me save this. And let me share this to you guys through the magic of technology. All right. Here's what I never really noticed until he just described this. So check it out. Let me do. Okay. Let's do the highlighter. Okay. So what I hadn't noticed is, see how there's this, can you guys see my mouse? There's this like other type of material here, and there's like a corner. You guys see how there's like a crease there? And that's how it, I guess, bends around, but there's like an edge here. Now, when you look at this, check it out. Right there. Hold on, let me erase it. Okay. So you see how you've got this being a straight line, basically, right? And then you look at the trajectory of this thing, the edge of this thing here, you know, like that. And you can see how, when you combine the two, if you imagine, right, that you've got, hold on, let me do this better. You imagine that you've got this whole thing. That was not a good one. Let's make this better. All right, that's good enough. And so you've got basically essentially like two pieces. Like you've got the one that's still on, right? And then here's the one. Hold on. Let me make this smaller. That's not what she said. Because I think the angle matters, which is why I'm trying to. Okay. There we go. Like that. So you've got the piece that's still here, right? Here. Doo-doo. So that's still there. And then this right here would be the crack. Now, all of this, hold on, let's see if we can make this make a lot more sense if we can. What happens if I do, oh no, that's not what I'm looking for. Whatever. Okay, so go back to the thing. So like this would have all been there. We're just going to imagine what this was like. Because again, we're going off of the pictures that they have with like the snow all over it. You can't really see anything, right? So we're going to try to get a better idea of what it would have been like. Just going to color this in kind of. Is this helping? Do you guys, I mean, for me, I never, like when I kept picturing this crack, I was picturing it like in the middle. You know what I mean? This actually really helps because you can see how it would have broken the way it did, given what's underneath and given like how the other piece is there and how that's shaped. You know, and it makes sense, right? It wouldn't just crack or break off into like teeny little pieces. It would be like, it would have a section of it that is all going to come off together in a larger piece. Okay, well, it's striated, but whatever. So that's still there. This would have all been there. So basically, what he's saying is the piece that was missing was right here, that little thing, right? So that's a huge difference. Was this helpful at all for you guys? Oh, the angle matters. Yes. Welcome, official. Happy to see you. What happened to your wrench and whatnot there? Did Twiz ever answer my question? Twiz very emphatically chimes in. No, it wasn't. Have no idea what he's referencing. Great. My question was, what are you talking about when you said no, it wasn't in all caps? Oh, he does. Okay. Okay, good. Yeah. So, okay. I see. Gotcha. Okay. I wasn't sure if it was that or in the joke I made about 2 inches. So, all right. So what I'm going to do is I'm not going to save the changes. So that way we can, if we want to do more things with this, we can. All right. So now we'll go back to the testimony. All right.
This is what I saw was missing here.
May I approach?
Yes.
If the entire taillight had been broken out as it's depicted in this photograph, would you have made note of that?
Sustained.
Do you believe you would remember if the taillight, well, let me ask it a different way. The piece that you saw missing, but not completely damaged, is the reason that you use the phrase not completely damaged to highlight the fact that there was still more taillight attached to the vehicle that is depicted in this photo.
Sustained.
We can take this down. As you sit here and recall back to that, your observations, and you observed this for over the course of how long would you say? How many minutes?
Probably 20 minutes or so.
You actually wrote a report about this, correct?
Correct.
And you documented your observations, correct?
Correct.
In your documented observations, did you use the phrase cracked but not completely damaged?
I did not.
Sustained.
You've testified previously?
I have.
What was that objection for?
Correct.
And you documented your
leading. Yeah. I mean,
observations, correct?
Correct.
it's not leading compared to what Brennan does with every witness, but whatever.
In your documented observations, did you use the phrase cracked but not completely damaged?
I did not.
Sustained.
Different standards for defense, right? In this trial.
You've testified previously?
I have.
About a year ago?
Yes.
Did you use the phrase cracked but not completely damaged then?
The objection sustained, Mr. Jackson.
For fuck's sake.
Ultimately, was the black Lexus SUV towed and cleared from the scene?
It was.
Is it your responsibility or part of your responsibility to log the time that things like this happen? Like, for instance, the SUV is taken away?
When I cleared from the scene, yes.
What time was that when you cleared the scene?
I believe it was 4:17 p.m.
Suffice it to say that SUV was not seized at a later time, correct?
Correct.
It was not seized at 5:30 p.m.?
No.
I'd like to show you another exhibit, if I could. This is Exhibit 105.
Wow, he brought a lot of.
Do you recognize this scene generally?
I do.
Do you recognize it as being, what do you recognize as being?
This is the Reed residence.
Do you see some vehicles in that still shot of the video?
I do.
Describe what you see.
That tow truck is diamond towing, and that other vehicle that's at the rear of that tow truck is the Lexus SUV.
If we could, with the court's permission, zoom in. It's high on the screen, correct?
What's that?
The vehicles are high on the screen as we're
Correct.
looking at it. Could we zoom in to the
High.
top left portion of the screen?
Okay?
Shout out to Meg's husband.
Can we play this video?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh. Okay, so we're gonna slow this down. We need to put it on slow-mo, we can. Oh, did I do that thing where I okay, I hate it when it does that. I was trying to do the, okay, let's just find where it was. Okay, here we go.
And that other vehicle that's at the rear of that tow truck is the Lexus SUV.
If we could, with the court's permission, zoom in. It's high on the screen, correct?
Meg, you
What's
better
that?
be sorry.
The vehicles are high on the screen as we're
Correct.
looking at it. Could we zoom in to the top left portion of the screen?
Okay.
Can we play this video?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, struggling. So,
Can you see what's depicted?
hang on. Hold the fuck on. Hold on.
On the screen as we're
Correct.
looking at it. Could we zoom in with the court's permission?
Truck is the Lexus SUV.
Did they say who's driving this? The Lexus?
If we could,
Is it the tow
with the
truck
court's permission,
driver?
zoom in.
I mean, I feel like it can't be the tow truck driver. Do we know who's driving the Lexus?
It's high on the screen, correct?
What's that?
The vehicles are high on the screen as we're
Correct.
looking at it. Could we zoom in to the top left portion of the screen?
Okay.
Can we play this video?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, is that what I think it is right there? Is that hot pink something on the screen, or is that taillight? Yeah, I mean, I'm like, am I crazy? Y'all, am I crazy? I feel like Need Some Z's would. She's like an encyclopedia of this trial. I mean, she's not the only one, but because I hadn't really thought, okay, what made me real think about who's driving this thing is because they fail initially trying to get it on the thing. And I was like, thought it was funny. And then I was like, hang on, who's driving it, right? Because if Proctor is driving I don't like that. I really hope, like, you know what I mean? Like, usually when people are when they're towing cars, like I've had all of my different cars towed a bazillion times. Nobody has ever driven the car. It's like they tow it, they don't ever get in behind the wheel. And especially in a situation like this, where you've got the car is the alleged murder weapon, no one should be driving it, right? No one should be touching anything. Like I can't wrap my head around this. I have to imagine that it's some sort of magic spell that's making it drive up the ramp. Like I can't fathom that. I mean, sure, it wasn't Karen, right? It would have had to be Proctor or maybe Barros. I don't know. That's not good. I don't like that at all, though. Oh, okay. Thanks, guys. Thanks, guys.
Can you see
Right?
what's depicted in the still image of that video right now?
I can.
I'm going to ask you if you'll
Oh,
turn to your right, concentrate on this area here. Do you see what's depicted in that?
That's clear as day right there. That's clear. There's no question. How come, Meg, cover your ears. The Commonwealth has offered us a million different shitty ass photos or videos of this taillight in various scenarios where you can't really tell and da 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 da. And it's just a bit hard to fathom that here we are on day 26 of the trial and we're seeing an actual video where the taillight, you can see it clearly, not at night, not bouncing off the shadows of the walls and there's no, like, you can see the taillight. It's not covered in snow. It's not distorted by some sepia filter or what. I mean, and you can see the little piece missing exactly as he described. If I was on the jury, this would be how many times have I said this, right? A number of them. But if I was on the jury, this would be another one of those moments where I'd be like, what are we doing here? Is this a nightmare? Like, how are we still here?
Still image?
Oh my
I do.
God.
Does that appear to be a
Oh my God.
taillight?
Yes.
Hi, Happy Annie.
Does it look clear? Does it look like it's shining red?
This jury's not.
Looks clear.
The portion that is intact, does that appear to be brighter red?
Correct.
And the photograph that I just showed you a second ago, is that red portion there?
Can you rephrase that?
Sure. Let's
Yeah,
go
I mean,
back.
that's what I'm
You see
saying.
the red?
They don't like that. Exactly. They don't have to drive. They don't have to drive that, right? Please let us know. Happy Annie, who was a tow truck driver, because like I said, I've had my vehicles different, my 3 different cars that I've had in my lifetime. They've all been towed a million times and they're all different makes and models. Never has anybody ever had to drive. You know what I mean? Like, this is not necessary. Like, for example, if you have if you call AAA because you have like a flat tire or whatever, right? And like the instances where I've needed a tow truck type of thing, I guarantee you the reason that they don't drive it is because that's a liability. If they accidentally scratch it or they accidentally something like that, from driving it, they're going to get sued their asses off, right? And that's just like liability for like someone could be like, oh, pay for this thing to get fixed. Speaking of which, I do have a funny tow truck story I can tell you guys if you want to hear. But anyway, but then compare that. Here we go. It's a murder weapon, right? And again, ostensibly it's law enforcement that's driving this onto the thing. I don't know. I just don't know.
Yes.
All right. Is that the condition of the taillight as you saw it on January 29th around 3:15 or 3:30 when you got to the location?
It was.
Let's go back to the other exhibit, please. Exhibit 13.
True.
Can we zoom in, please?
Oh, okay.
Can you see that this entire area
Okay.
is now missing?
I can.
Sustained. Just ask it differently.
Sure. The area that I'm circling here, do you see any red lens in that area?
No.
Is that consistent, this photograph consistent with the condition of the taillight as you saw it on January 29th, 2022, at just after 3 o'clock in the afternoon?
Absolutely not.
Thank you.
Wow. Unequivocal right there. You guys. Coming from a law enforcement officer who also almost died in a drunk driving accident before this testimony. Shout out to Meg for letting us, for finding that article. Like, that is.
The taillight as you saw it on January 29th, 2022, at just after 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Absolutely not.
Thank you.
Lights, please. Thank you.
So he was comparing it to, let me see here. Just want to see.
All right. Is that the condition of the taillight as you saw it on January 29th around 3:15 or 3:30 when you got to the location?
It was.
Let's go back to the other exhibit, please.
That's
Exhibit
what I
13.
want. I want to see the other exhibit.
Can we zoom in, please? Can you see that this entire area is now
Oh, they
missing?
don't show us. They don't show us. That's why I was like, how come I didn't see it?
I can.
Sustained. Just ask it differently.
Sure. The area that I'm circling here, do you see any red lens in that area?
No.
Is that consistent, this photograph consistent with the condition of the taillight as you saw it on January 29th,
Oh, you're right.
2022,
You said it was-
just after 3 o'clock in the afternoon?
Absolutely not.
Thank you.
Lights, please.
Just to clarify, Happy Amy said it was normal, not that it was not normal. I can't read. I apologize. So on the record, I'm going to pull it up so we can just, we always want to correct things if we make a mistake. So Happy Annie said, where'd it go? Where'd it go? I was a tow truck driver. That's normal. I read it as that's not normal because I can't read. So my apologies.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Have we met before?
We have not.
Fuck's sake.
Do you still work in Dighton?
I do.
At the time you went to the lead residence, you did not know the occupants?
I did not.
Since then, have you ever met or spoke to William Reed
Nope.
or the defendant?
Nope.
When you went there that day, it was at the request of the state police?
Correct.
When they asked you to come, it's a typical procedure for one law enforcement agency to contact local law enforcement agency?
Correct.
And part of the reason they do that is to bring in separate and independent law enforcement officer to the scene?
Yes.
Because it's your jurisdiction?
Correct.
And they called you before they got to Mr. Reed's house, didn't they?
Yes.
They told you what they were going to do and when they were going to do it?
Yes,
They didn't just show up at the Reed House and then you found out later. They invited you and informed you what the process was going to be.
I wouldn't say that they told me what the process was going to be.
When you got there, were the troopers already there, or did they arrive after you?
The troopers were there.
Were they in the house or outside of the house when you got there?
They were outside in a pickup truck.
Did you see them get out of the pickup truck after you got there?
They got out after I identified themselves.
Did you ever see them approach and touch the rear taillight of the defendant's Lexus?
I did not.
Did you ever see them manipulate in any way that rear taillight of the defendant's Lexus?
I did not.
Did you see them do anything that was suspicious, inordinary, or unfairly remarkable relative to that car?
I did not.
When they spoke to you, they then went inside the house?
What do you mean by spoke to me?
After they introduced you, you introduced yourself to them, they went into the Reed House,
Yes.
and then they came out.
They came out much later.
And that vehicle was towed.
Correct.
At no time from when you got there until you left did you see anybody from the state police in any way tamper with that vehicle, did you?
I did not.
When the vehicle was towed, do you know how long it took to take the vehicle from Dighton back to Canton?
How long?
Yes.
I do not.
You didn't escort it back.
I did not.
You had an opportunity to write a report in this case, didn't you?
I did.
And when you
What?
did, you had an opportunity to describe.
No. So am I crazy? Have we never learned who was driving that Lexus? I feel like there's no way we can't know that. Am I just forgetting or what? Like the hours upon hours upon hours upon hours upon hours of testimony between last trial and this trial that we hear about this whole process of it being towed. I feel like there's no way that they didn't tell us who was driving it, right? Oh my word.
The damage to that taillight in any way you wanted to.
I did.
You could have gone into detail about size of the damage.
I could have.
You could have
Oh.
gone into detail about the
Right.
shape of the damage.
I could have.
You could have gone into detail about the width of the damage.
I could have.
You could have taken photographs of the damage if you wanted to.
I could have.
In fact, there was no limitation on what you could have written in your report regarding the damage, was there?
No.
You write reports regularly, don't you?
I do.
You're trained at the academy. It's the best way to memorialize events.
Correct.
Because in time, your memory is not always as good later on than it is at that moment.
Correct.
What might be important or remarkable later might not be remarkable at the time you're making the observation.
Correct.
So you're taught at the academy to use as much detail as you can so that you can have an accurate memory later on.
Correct.
Because oftentimes, well, you respond to a number of different events and incidents, don't you?
I do.
You write a lot of reports.
Not necessarily now in this position that I'm in, but
Did you at the time?
at the time, correct.
Yeah. And so it's sometimes difficult to remember the details of all events, and you use the report to refresh your memory.
Correct.
When you wrote your report, and you could have put as much detail as you wanted, is it fair to say you only wrote one single line about the damage to the car?
Correct.
The vehicle had damage to the right rear taillight.
That's what I wrote.
Fair to say you didn't document that it was the size of a dollar bill. You didn't say that, did you?
No.
Or that it was 3 to 6 inches. You didn't mention that, did you?
No.
You didn't mention the placement of where the damage was.
To an extent, I did the right rear tail light.
Right rear taillight. You didn't indicate if it was on the side or on the back.
I did not.
You didn't provide any other details of your description when your memory was probably at its best. True?
True.
And would you agree that your memory that day was probably much more accurate than it is today?
I would not.
When you wrote the report, did you ever have an opportunity to write a supplement report if you wanted to give more detail?
I guess I could.
You didn't.
I did.
Inevitably, you were a
Oh
witness
God, he always says that.
at trial. I'm sorry, you were a witness at a prior proceeding in this case, weren't you?
Correct.
You came in and you swore under.
It's really interesting because this whole thing about the defense and the mistrial, it's like, when they made that motion for mistrial, it's like there's been so many times where they could have been making motions for mistrial that I think actually would have, with Bev, there's nothing you could do, but in any normal trial, they would have stood a better chance. And I will just say that every time the Commonwealth references the first trial, sorry, let me back up. The first time the Commonwealth referenced the first trial, it's one thing if a witness says it on accident, that's one thing. But Brennan himself has said it now multiple times. To me, it's like mistrial. Like, are you kidding me? And again, you'd want to do it with prejudice if you're the defense. But like, it just blows my mind.
I did.
Inevitably, you were a witness at trial. I'm sorry, you were a witness at a prior proceeding in this case, weren't you?
Correct.
You came in and you swore under oath regarding your memory.
Correct.
And that was probably a year to a year and a half.
So we were saying, so for anyone who's listening or just now getting here, there's a poll in the chat. But in addition to the poll in the chat, we're also doing another poll. That's not an official poll, but I was saying, who do you guys hate more, Bev or Brennan? And Flash chimed in to say there's worse people than Bev and this guy. Definitely true, but for now, we're starting with those are the two options, Bev and Brennan. From there, we can go on and we can keep this going and compare people to other people. But we're starting out with Bev and Brennan. So those are your first. That's round one.
After you first made the observations, which you reduced in writing in the police report.
Correct.
And when you made those observations, that was on January 29, 2022?
Correct.
When you came into court and you testified, that was on June 10, 2024.
If that was the date.
You were asked questions to use your best memory to describe the damage to that taillight last time you swore under oath to tell the truth, weren't you?
I don't think I was asked that.
Well, were you asked to describe the best you could the damage to that right rear taillight last time you were in court on June 10, 2024?
I don't think I was told to describe it in depth.
Were you asked questions about the damage to that rear taillight last time you were in court?
I was.
And when you described the damage, did you do your best of your ability to give as much detail as possible?
I did.
Did you qualify your memory at that time, saying to the best of my ability and recollection?
I did.
And when you qualify as a police officer with the best ability and recollection, that is recognizing that time had passed,
Time has passed, yep.
that you had a report, that you could refresh your memory.
Correct.
And did you refresh your memory with that report before you testified last time?
I did.
And when you qualified that it was to the best of your ability and recollection, that account for the fact that when you looked at the report, there was no detail other than your commentary in your report that the vehicle had damage to the right rear taillight.
Hypocrisy.
Correct.
And so when you qualified, you were considering human
Hypocrisy, though. I mean, I don't even have to tell you guys. You guys know. It's just disgusting.
factors like time had passed,
Correct.
that your report was respectfully scant,
Correct.
but you had heard a lot about this case.
The thing is, there's a difference between witnesses that come across as credible, that maybe didn't remember something the same way or had a different, conflicting test, whatever. Nobody's perfect. Nobody will ever say the same story the same way twice ever, no matter what. Even if it's just ask somebody what they had for lunch, you know what I mean? And they tell one person and then another person asks them. It's not going to be exactly the same, even though it's just not like they're lying on purpose, right? So it's one thing if you're just like, you're a human, right? But it's obviously another thing when you've got false memories and all types of memory issues from all these different Commonwealth witnesses, and they don't come across as credible. Now, of course, that's going to be up to the jury to determine. However, I would find it hard to imagine that anybody's finding him to be not credible. There's no weaseling. It's very straightforward. So
Since that point, hadn't you?
Correct.
And so considering your memory in June of 2024, when you qualified your answer, was it considering all of those different factors that had passed in between that time?
Can you rephrase that?
Yes. When you decided to qualify your answer and you said to the best ability and recollection, and then you went on to describe what you remember from the break of the taillight, is the reason why you used that qualification to the best ability and recollection, is it because of those human factors that had passed?
I would suppose so.
And sir, since the time you came into court on June 10, 2024, have you spoken to anybody from the defense about this case?
Yes.
How many times have you spoken to somebody from the defense about this case after you gave your testimony on June 10, 2024?
Once.
Where did you speak to? Who did you speak to?
Attorney Jackson,
Did you speak to him in person or on the phone?
in person.
Okay, okay. You're not hesitating, are you?
No.
Where did you speak to him in person?
At his hotel.
How did you know where Attorney Jackson was staying?
He told me.
Did you find it odd to go visit an attorney at their hotel and talk about a case?
It was in their conference room.
I say it was a lover's
Find it odd
nest.
to go to somebody's hotel to speak to them about a case.
No.
Without saying the name of the hotel, where was the hotel located?
Boston.
And where were you located?
I don't feel comfortable telling you.
Sorry. Did you have to drive?
I did.
So you took the effort to go to see Mr. Jackson at his request. Did you know who Mr. Jackson was?
I did.
Did you see him on TV?
I did.
When you went there to the hotel in the conference room, who else was there?
Attorney Little.
Okay. Who else?
I'm not sure of the other gentleman's name.
He was the one of the gentlemen right here on the end?
The
The good-looking one down there on the right?
No, it was not.
Somebody else?
Somebody else.
Okay. Was there anybody else there?
No.
When you were in that conference room, were you shown your police report?
No.
Were you shown your testimony from the last time you came into court?
No.
The photograph of the vehicle in Sally Port, or the vehicle with the missing glass, were you shown that?
No.
Have you ever seen that
I
photo?
will say on the bright side, he's kind of hard to hear. Like he's I don't know if he's just away from the mic, but it is nice. He's not near. It's a little bit less awful to the ears.
Before.
Of course.
And you saw it at the last event you testified at, right?
Correct.
And when you were shown that photo during your prior testimony, you never, ever suggested that that was in any way different than what you had seen in that.
Nobody asked me that.
You were asked to describe the damage, and you were shown that photograph. You never, ever suggested that there was a difference in the damage that you see in that photo compared to what you remember, did you?
I don't think anybody asked me to describe that.
Did you ever make a note or say anything that is dissimilar to what you remember at the last event that you testified at?
I testified that that was not the taillight the day that I saw it.
That's when you testified at the last event?
Did.
Yes?
Yes.
I remember
You
that.
said that photo does not depict what you saw?
Correct.
Yes?
Yes.
And when you testified to that at the last event, who was asking you that question?
District Attorney Lally.
Okay. And you remember making that comment under oath?
I do.
Do you remember that as well as your memory about what the taillight looked like back in Dayton?
I do.
When you were asked questions about that taillight, you had described the taillight as not completely damaged, it was cracked, and there was a piece missing but not completely damaged. Remember that testimony?
I do.
And is that accurate testimony?
It's accurate.
So, in your memory, in June 10, 2024, was that vehicle's rear taillight had a piece missing, correct?
Correct.
You said that your memory about the damage to the taillight, as you recall it when you were in Dayton back on January 29, 2022, you said your memory is as good as your memory that you said in court there was a difference between that photo and the damage, right?
Right.
Have you ever read your testimony from your last proceeding?
Never.
But you have a specific memory of discussing that specific photograph? Yes?
Yes.
Can I approach?
Yes.
Whoever wins the poll that's in the chat right now will go up against. There's going to be rounds. So right now it's if you could wave a magic wand to get rid of one of them between Bev and Brennan. The winner will then pick another person, and that the winner of this round will go up against whoever we pick for the next round.
Yes. You testified that your memory of distinguishing that photo is reflected in your testimony, right?
Objection.
So ask the question differently.
Okay. Your memory is that you discussed the distinction between that photo and what you saw at the last time you testified.
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
And let's take a look at that. Could you show me anywhere in your testimony, anywhere, where you made any statement about that photo being inconsistent with what you saw in Dayton on January 29th, 2022?
I remember him saying it, don't y'all?
It's not enough.
Can I approach?
Come on,
Yes.
really?
I can put it back on. Thank you. So respectfully, sir, your memory about distinguishing that photo is not as you thought it was and claimed it was in this transcript, correct?
Correct.
And that's not a matter of you trying to fool anybody or lying, is it?
No.
No, it's a matter of time passes and memory fades. Yes?
Yes.
And that's one real example why at the academy they teach you when you write reports to be as detailed as you can. To accommodate the fact that memories can fade. Right?
Correct.
Memories can change.
I know what I saw, and that wasn't it.
Well, that's not what I'm asking you.
Wow.
Because you just testified that under oath you had looked at that photo and distinguished it. But that's not accurate, is it?
No.
And so it's not a matter of you perjuring yourself or lying, it's a matter of difficulties with memory, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, correct.
And you share those same difficulties with memory as many other witnesses.
Objection.
Sustained.
So that I find interesting. Check it out.
Well, that's not what I'm asking you, because you just testified that under oath, you had looked at that photo and distinguished it. But that's not accurate, is it?
No.
And so it's not a matter of you perjuring yourself or lying, it's a matter of difficulties with memory, wouldn't you say?
Yeah,
And
correct.
you share those same difficulties with memory as many other witnesses.
Objection.
You share those same difficulties with memory as many other witnesses. So I think what Brennan is trying to do here is use this witness, who he probably understands the jury perceives as being really super credible. I think he's trying to use this witness to rehabilitate the Commonwealth witnesses, namely Jen McCabe, right? I mean, really, like pretty much everybody, even Dever, right? Again, defense witness, but what's so interesting, right, is like when it's like somebody like Dr. Russell, right? Or it just depends, right? If Brennan wants to use your slight change from testimony between, or whatever, to make it seem like you're lying and you're not credible and you don't know what you're talking about or whatever, biased, whatever have you, then he'll do that. And then in the next witness, again, we're talking about like, this is just, a small distinction versus like inventing a false memory, right? But now it's like, this is normal. This is par for the course. Why? Because he's trying to normalize it. I think his goal here with this witness, because this witness is going to come across as so credible to the jury, I think he's trying to use this witness to rehabilitate or normalize memory issues from the Commonwealth witnesses. And again, even somebody like Kelly Dever, who, so.
Sustained.
You have, as is human nature, difficulties with memory at times, correct?
Correct.
Human
And
nature.
so that very certain memory you have.
There it is, is in human nature. There's nothing wrong with memory troubles. And then you got like Dr. Russell, or I think even with Lucky, right? Lucky, I think is after him. It's like, you're going to get harpooned for having a changing, anything, right? It's just.
And
correct.
you share those same difficulties with memory as many other witnesses.
Objection.
Sustained.
You have, as is human nature, difficulties with memory at times, correct?
Correct.
And so that very certain memory you had about your testimony last year, you're going to say that never happened.
Correct.
You were simply mistaken, weren't you? Or something more, please tell me.
Correct.
When you met with the attorneys in Boston, what'd you talk about?
It was just a way for them to meet with me and see me face to face, and then ask me how I would be.
Oh,
so
hi, Kit Smits. Sorry, I had the other thing pulled up. I didn't see. So welcome, Kit Smits. I'm curious. Well, I'm gonna end the poll in a second and make a new poll.
who would they need to send a court summons to? What my schedule was like coming up in the next month, next months.
Those things all could have been accomplished by phone, correct?
Could have.
So the face-to-face meeting, what'd you talk about?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it.
Over there. What'd you talk about?
Excuse me.
So that, okay.
Over here.
Glad you voted in the poll, Kit Smits.
What did you talk
So I will just say too, I haven't seen all this cross. I mean, I don't even know that I really had seen or any of it because I just haven't had time. But what I've heard rumblings of from people, what people had been saying was like this was Brennan's best cross, or whatever. So it'll be interesting to think about I don't know what else is going to happen. Let's keep watching. How about that?
You told us there was some background about being subpoenaed and time subsequently. What did you talk about with the attorneys when you met them at the hotel conference?
Other than that, they didn't go over my testimony. We just spoke about that. I said that the taillight was not completely damaged.
Okay. Did you get into any detail about the conversation about your testimony today?
No,
When did you meet with them?
I don't have the date.
Last year, this year?
I don't have the date. I don't recall the date.
We're looking for a date, just a general year frame. Last year, this year?
Probably June, early in this year.
Are you having some difficulty with memory about that as well?
On a certain date, yes.
Was it this year probably? Or do you think you met them this year?
This year.
So now Brennan's changing his tactic. This doesn't. for just a second ago, he's like, you're a human. It's normal to have memory problems. Da, da, da. And now,
June. Early in this year,
Are you having some difficulty with memory about that as well?
on a certain.
and now we're back to harpooning him. That doesn't. Interesting, right? It's one thing if you're going to be, and it's bad. When I say it's one thing, it's bad enough, in my opinion, to be so blatantly contradictory, hypocritical, double standardy, whatever you want to call it, when it's like between witnesses back to back, the way Brennan's been doing it, like we were just talking about. But to do it back to back with your line of questioning with the same witness, it's like you need to at least try harder. Like at least just stick with the same quote unquote memory issues theory with one witness if you're going to just vacillate like that. Like that. So it's like, it was like, oh, it's okay, it's normal. And now it's like, now we're back to like snark Brennan. Ugh.
Certain date, yes.
What
I'll
certain
say.
date? Was it this year probably? Or you think you met them this year?
This year.
You know what month you met them this year?
Ask.
I wouldn't know the month.
Certainly you talked about this issue with the taillight, didn't you?
Yes.
When you
I
talk about the
think
issue with the
you're right.
taillight, did anybody from the defense offer you any information?
No.
Did they ask you questions about it?
No.
So you went to a meeting at a Boston hotel in a conference room, and nobody talked about the taillight?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it.
Sir, I'll ask another question instead. Have you had an opportunity to see other evidence of that taillight being damaged that morning before you saw it?
On the 29th of January? No.
The video that was shown to you with the tow truck, had you seen that before today?
Yes.
Who showed it to you?
From seeing it on TV, and
Was it shown to you during your conference room meeting at the hotel?
it was not.
So you looked and studied and watched this case a little bit?
With all due respect, sir, I don't live under a rock. It's all over social media and the news. You can't avoid it.
I'm not criticizing you with this function, I'm just asking you. Have you been exposed to this case since you made those observations indicted on January 29, 2022?
I have.
Have you seen other video footage and evidence about that taillight since January 29, 2022?
I have.
Have you seen other information since you last testified last summer about the taillight?
I have.
And seeing this extraneous information, this other information, do you think that played a part in some of your difficult memory?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
Your Honor, can we approach?
Okay.
So now Brennan's adding, and we've got a new strategy now. Now Brennan is bringing up, it's kind of been hinted at. I feel like I think what's this is like, whenever things come up, like, the publicity and the media exposure and the social media and little by little, right? And every time he gets away with it with one witness, he gets bolder. So now I see like he's implementing this in a major way of like, whenever there's a witness now, because he did the same thing with Dr. Russell, right? Whenever there's a witness now and he's trying to, whatever, again, harpoon them, as I've been saying, for what he perceives to be memory issues or lying or whatever. Now he's taking it a step further, and this isn't necessary, but he's taking it a step further and, bringing in this whole thing of like, oh, well, you've seen this or that in the media. Ironically, again, Dever actually said that. She brought up media like multiple times on her own volition. It was part of her narrative. In fact, it was part of what she was saying was like part of the false memory or whatever. And if a witness just offers testimony, by the way, guys, if it's any level of inadmissible, if the witness just offers the testimony, that's very, very different than an attorney eliciting that on purpose, right? And you think about it too, right? Because with cross-exam, right? On cross-exam, you can lead, and now we're in the defendant's case in chief. So cross-exam is going to be Brennan. And we know he was leading anyway, right? But now, I mean, again, if it wasn't Judge Bev, right? Like what I'm thinking is like with him already being a leading person, like leading all the time anyway, but now leading plus angry and on cross. And like now more stuff has come in and now he's getting bolder and now he's really pushing the limits. I mean, if it was any other judge, I would say he would need to be, if I were one of the other DAs, which I would never be in this place, but whatever, just hypothetically, I would really be trying to tell him to be careful because it would be mistrial territory, right? Because if anyone's going to elicit testimony that is prejudicial and, off limits and can't be fixed with a curative instruction and was done via a leading question, which means the attorney elicited it, then it would be Brennan on cross. So I like hearing his breath.
You've seen
That is
You've
very
seen quite a bit of information about this case and the issue regarding the taillight since you first made the observations back in 2022. Wouldn't that be fair to say?
Would be fair to say.
And based on all the additional information you've read and seen, would you agree it's had some effect on your memory?
I guess.
Well, I don't want you to guess. You testified that you made explanations at the last trial that you didn't make, right?
Correct.
You had a memory as you testified in representation on the road and you tried your best about things that just didn't happen, right?
Right.
Would you agree that you have some difficulty with your memory?
I'd agree.
I want to show you some evidence of that taillight before you had a chance to see it indictment. If we could have the ring
Right.
video at 5:07:58,
Yes.
please.
And I was thinking that, yeah. Exactly right. I mean, again, yeah, it's like that. You're exactly right about that. I mean, it's a little bit different because it was the DNA. Like, in other words, what happened there was he said the thing that was inadmissible. I mean, I guess in a way that's worse, right? In other words, he didn't elicit testimony that like would be mistrial causing. He testified it himself, actually. So yeah, thank you, Kitsmits.
Have you seen this video before, sir?
I have.
Okay. Before you proceed, Mr. Young, have you seen this on social media?
The news, social media.
Has anybody else shown you this video?
No.
How many times do you think you've been exposed to this video?
Too many to count.
Because you were involved in this case, and I'm going to say as a predicate, there were no orders for you not to look at anything. I'm not suggesting any impropriety. But because you were involved in this case and issues regarding the taillight, do you think you had particular interest when things like this came on TV and social media to take a look compared to your memory?
Did I have a
Yes.
particular interest? No, I didn't follow this case
But you've seen this many, many times.
because of what is out there on social media and the news.
I understand. Who's like this, please?
A particular interest. Weird.
Thank you.
What's interesting too is this a cross or has gone on for longer than the correct. Brennan is
You see
trying
that
to
white part of the back rear light taillight?
Brennan is trying to conjure up something as if there's substance here to cross him on. That's what this looks like to me.
Objection.
I'm going to allow it.
Hold on, I missed his question because I was talking.
Stop, please. Do you see that white part of the back rear light taillight?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it.
You see that?
That's light reflecting off.
Sir?
Can you zoom in a little bit more?
Gotta be kidding me.
I can.
Can or cannot?
I can.
You can. CAN can?
Yes.
Thank you. Continue, please.
Yeah, it changed.
Stop.
You gotta be kidding. And then look at it. Is this for real? Is this for real? Is he trying to say that's the piece that's, hold on, let me just play this.
A bit more. I can.
You can or cannot?
I can.
You can. CAN can?
Yes.
Thank you. Continue, please. Continue.
I mean, it's
Stop.
on. That looks completely normal, right? Except for that one little, I mean, right there, that looks like the one little piece like you described.
Hold it right there. Zoom, please.
You've got to be kidding me. You've got to be kidding me. You've got to be kidding me. No. Really, Brennan? I mean, like, I just have to press the back or forward button. Either direction is fine. And whichever direction I press that button, you're going to see a tail light that looks fully intact, except for one tiny little piece. And what you're not going to see is this thing that he looks like he's going to try to insinuate. Wow, really though?
Back one.
Dude, the jury, though, the jury's not going to buy this. This is one of those things, right? The video speaks for itself.
Hold it right there. Zoom, please.
There's not you.
You see, sir?
I mean, okay. If Brennan's trying to suggest that that's a piece missing, look up at the top. See how there's that diagonal line? I don't know what that is, if that's snow because it's streaking or what. But right below that diagonal line, there's another big white splotch. Is Brennan going to say that somehow a meteor hit and took a big chunk out of the top of the Lexus? I mean, oh,
Sir?
I can see that.
gross.
Is that consistent with the damage that you saw when you looked at that Lexus in Dighton hours later?
Consistent.
Can we go to Exhibit 10, please? And before you show it, I have a couple questions.
I think what he means by that is it's consistent because that white splotch is like light reflecting off of from the camera and not chunks missing, because why? He's a person with a brain. That's how I would interpret that.
This was a snowstorm, kind of like a blizzard that day.
Yes,
And when you got to the driveway, it had not been shoveled or plowed.
correct.
There was quite a bit of snow accumulating and ongoing.
Yes,
And there was snow coming down on top of
I mean,
everything, the
exactly.
ground,
It's
the
meant
streets,
exactly.
the cars, correct?
correct.
And snow was accumulating, did you notice, on cars and packing onto cars?
Yes,
When you looked at this house, when you looked at the defendant's electric indictment, you didn't go over it and scoop out any of the snow that was in that broken taillight, did you?
I did not.
You didn't try to remove any snow off it or that was accumulated inside of it?
I did not.
And the snow there was snow packed on that car, wasn't there?
There was.
There was snow packed around the light, wasn't it?
There was.
And would you agree with the snow, since you didn't tamper with it or try to remove anything, that could impede your ability to accurately observe the depth of the damage? Would you agree with that?
I would.
If we could have Exhibit 10, please. Does that appear to be the same Lexus you looked at when it was in Dighton? And it's a far view, so I don't want you to guess. If you're not sure, you can tell me.
I wouldn't be able to tell you. I can't.
Exhibit 11, please. Can you take a look to the right? You see that right tail light, the white part?
I can.
Missing, yes?
Looks like snow is packed on it.
Does it look like there's a red tail light there?
Does not.
This is before you saw the car in Dighton. Do you know that, or you wouldn't know that?
That doesn't look like the Reed's driveway.
Do you know if this photograph was taken before or after you made your observations in Dighton?
I do not.
The right rear tail light and the missing parts of it, is that consistent with what you saw around 3:27 on January 29, 2022?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Okay, light on, please, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll be brief. Sergeant, did you celebrate your birthday 2 years ago?
I did.
Kind of a big deal. It's your birthday, right?
Yes.
What day of the week was your birthday 2 years ago?
No idea.
Do you have a difficult memory, sir?
Yes.
The fact that you had a birthday, you recall, correct?
Correct.
The day of the week of that birthday may fall by the wayside in your mind, right?
Right.
Sustain us to the floor, Mr. Jackson.
That was a
please.
great example. Absolutely. Wow. That was awesome.
The fact that you can't remember the day of the week, does that mean that you have a bad memory?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it.
Correct.
Great
You
question.
remember being in Dighton, correct? Being called out to Dighton to the residents of the Reeds.
Correct.
Do you remember the time?
I do.
Do you remember the weather? Do
I do.
you remember who you met there?
I do.
Do you remember the conversations that you had?
I do.
Do you remember the phone calls that you received?
I do.
The first one?
I do.
The second one?
I do.
Do you remember being in the garage and speaking with someone? Do
I do.
you remember this lady, pretty lady right here in blue?
I do.
You remember meeting Mr. Reed?
Briefly.
Handsome gentleman with a gold tie?
I do.
You remember all that?
Mhm.
Do you remember the SUV?
I do.
Do you remember the condition of the taillight?
I do.
You were asked whether or not you saw Trooper Proctor in any way manipulate that right rear taillight while it was out at Dighton, while you were there, correct?
Correct.
You said no. Honestly, I never saw him touch it, right?
Correct.
Were you in the Sallyport in Canton PD? I'm sorry, in Canton, in the Sallyport at the police station?
I wasn't.
At 5:30 p.m.?
Objection.
Sustain.
At any point, did you ever go to the Sallyport at Canton PD that day?
I did not.
Do you have any idea what did or didn't happen inside the Sallyport?
Objection.
Sustain.
You were asked by Mr. Brennan, you could have taken photos had you wanted to, correct?
Correct.
And certainly you could have, right?
Correct.
Was that your vehicle that was being seized?
No.
You were simply there to assist another officer, right?
Objection.
The floor, Mr. Jackson.
Of course. What were you there to do?
Just to assist another agency.
Would it have been normal protocol for you to photograph that vehicle?
No.
Did you see Trooper Proctor photograph the vehicle?
No.
Did you see Sergeant Buchanan photograph the vehicle?
No.
So what I'm wondering, again, I haven't seen all. I'm wondering if Jackson's going to follow up. So like, again, like that part where he showed him the video, Breen showed him the video and was like, was this the same as what you saw in the Lolliport, you know? And he answered the question, yes or no, as like, because he's a good witness, but he didn't actually elaborate, and he wasn't asked to elaborate on what was different. So that whole thing about the white splotch, I wonder if Jackson's going to follow up with that on this redirect here and ask him to describe that more. I hope so.
By the way, you and I did meet once before, correct?
Correct.
Was that before or after you testified last year at another hearing?
After.
And you were called by whom last year at the other hearing? The defense or the Commonwealth?
The Commonwealth.
You testified for them?
Correct.
Objection. Mr. Strike.
So that's
Are you joking? Really, Brennan? Really? Really, Brennan? Brennan has said first trial a million times. This is the first time that Jackson himself has implicated it just by saying testified.
Sure.
And you were called by whom last year at the other hearing? The defense
He
or the
said
Commonwealth?
hearing.
The Commonwealth.
It's a hearing there.
You testified for them?
Correct.
So that's
So he didn't even say trial. He said hearing. Dude.
stricken. It's beyond the scope.
Oh my God.
Did the Commonwealth ever contact you after your testimony at the hearing last year?
They did not.
Did they ever call you on the telephone?
After?
Correct.
No.
Did they ever send you a subpoena?
No.
And you testified last year that the taillight was cracked, or damaged, but not completely broken, correct?
Sustained.
You and I met in a hotel in a conference room, correct?
Correct.
Anything sketchy or nefarious about that?
No.
No.
Did I introduce myself to you?
You did.
You happen to know I live in Los Angeles?
Correct.
I don't have a house, right?
Correct.
I don't have an office out here, correct?
Sustained.
Do you know whether or not I have an office?
I do not.
Do you remember me asking you if you would mind meeting at a hotel where I was staying in a conference room?
I do.
Okay. Do you have any problem with that?
Nope.
Did you find that unusual?
No.
Excellent.
Did you and I ever speak, ever, before your testimony last year?
No.
Did I ever tell you how I wanted you to testify?
No.
Did I ever tell you what to say?
No.
Did I show you any testimony?
No.
Did I play you any video?
No.
Did I show you a single photograph?
Liz, where's Heather?
During that conversation, did you tell me how to subpoena you?
I did.
Did you tell me where the subpoena should be directed?
I did.
Did you tell me your vacation schedule?
I did.
Did you tell me your availability and willingness to testify?
I did.
Did we talk about any other thing of substance other than that and whether or not you recalled what your testimony was from last year?
That was all we talked about.
As you sit here, Sergeant Barros, do you have any difficulty recalling what the condition of that taillight was on January 29th, 2022, at about 3 or 3:15 in the afternoon when you saw the vehicle? Any
No.
difficulty whatsoever?
No.
You remember the condition of that taillight?
I do.
Was the condition of that taillight the same as the photo that I showed you on my direct examination?
No.
That's all.
Huh.
You would agree that your
Didn't clarify about that video. Interesting.
memory has changed since last time you testified in this courthouse.
Yes.
In the photo I showed you, the close-up with the missing right rear taillight, is that consistent with your memory of what you saw in Dayton on January 29, 2022?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it. It was opened
Facts
up.
on evidence.
It was opened up.
Is it consistent with what you saw on January 29, 2022?
It is.
It was opened. Hold the fuck on, man. Hold the fuck on. Bev.
You would agree that your memory has changed since last time you testified in this courthouse?
Yes.
So far, that is the only answer that I've heard from him that could potentially seem good for the Commonwealth just because he said his memory has changed. Not that his testimony has changed, but that his memory has changed.
You would agree that your memory has changed since last time you testified in this courthouse?
Yes.
In the photo I showed you, the close-up with the missing right rear taillight, is that consistent with your memory of what you saw in Dayton on January 29, 2022?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it. It was opened
Facts
up.
on evidence.
It was opened up.
Is it consistent with what you saw on January 29, 2022?
It is.
Thank you.
All right, Sergeant, you are
Why
awesome.
can no one ask him to? Okay. So here's the thing. By the way, I forgot that we had a new Alessi emoji for those of you guys who are members. Oh, and also Judge Bev's doppelganger. I feel like we don't see that one enough. Let's do that one. We got that poll going on. So here's the thing. Kitsman's made a good point. Let me see if I can find that in the chat. Here's the deal. So Twiz, you got to go back and watch her. She's not, and actually, if you go to the live stream from last, don't go now, but like later. If you go to the live stream from last night, it's, you know, I always do these timestamps in chunks, right? Whenever I have time, I'm timestamping. Actually, I've already finished her timestamps. Yep. I've moved on to, yeah, I've finished her timestamps. She's not on the stand for very long, so it's not like going to take you a whole lot of time to watch her testimony, but it is some of the most memorable shit you'll ever see, I think. I've never seen anything like that ever in a trial. So let me go back up to what Kit Smith said, because what Kit Smith said is, okay, now here's why I'm bringing this up, because this could be one of those things, like, in other words, both sides seem to be leaving this up to the jury to interpret what he means, and neither side is clarifying, which I find really annoying. So let me go back to this part, this video. And let's talk about this, because literally the jury would be having this exact same discussion.
Look,
compared to your memory?
Did I have a
Yes.
particular interest? No, I didn't follow this case
But you've seen this many, many times.
because of what is out there on social media and the news.
I understand. I understand. Who's one of this, please?
Yeah, she's a cop, very bad cop. First, hold on. First, let's take a look at this real quick and refresh our memory. Where did I put it? So this picture. Okay. So at the early part of direct, what Nicholas Barros, again, I didn't save my changes so that we could do this again if needed. I'm glad I did that. So what he said, when he said the piece that was missing, he said, now this is going to matter here, right? He said it was this was missing. This is what he described as being missing. Right? And so all of this on the left would all be intact. So when you think about the big picture here of like the entire taillight, the part that he is saying was missing is the very bottom right-hand corner, right? Not the very back where it's like flatter. As you can see, if I get rid of these, right? There's a ledge here. And then there's a crease here because it's beveling around to the side. And then it's doo-doo, right? So this is the part that he said was missing. So if you think about quadrants, kind of like quadrants, right? It's not even the bottom right quadrant. It's like, and if you were to divide it into like eighths, right? Like, I don't know. This is just me just trying to, right? If you were to divide it like that, right? So that's 8 pieces. It would be the bottom eighth farthest to the right. Okay. That's what he testified to. So, I don't want to save those changes. Okay. So that's what he testified to. Now, okay. And there's a reason I'm mentioning that. So now let me go back to the thing. Okay. That's what I thought. Yeah, Twiz, you just have to watch her testimony. Bad cop is unique.
Stop, please. Do you see that white part of the back rear right taillight?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it.
What I'm going to do is this, actually. I'm going to mute it. And we're going to slow it down a little bit. Because whenever we do this, I'm always glad we did it. We all see something new or different. Okay. So, all right. So first of all, let's take a look at where this is positioned. Okay. And then we're going to see what happens when the car moves. But if we were to take that and then apply it to our picture, we're going to do this whole thing. So, I mean, I don't know why the hell no one's done this in this trial, right? But whatever. Like, let's just apply brains. So the part that in that we saw there, right? That is it the missing taillight piece, or is it like a glow from the camera or a reflection or whatever? That seemed to be going horizontally through the middle like this, right? Kind of thing, as if that's what was missing and the rest was intact. So the thing though is like that is completely the opposite direction. And also like a huge difference is that it goes all the way around the whole thing versus again, this is what he described on direct, right? Like it's like an almost like a trapezoid form versus like the one that we were just seeing with the thing that could be a light. It was like almost like a teardrop shape, right? Something like that. Okay. So now let's go back to the video. Okay. See what I mean? It's like a teardrop. Oh, I had it pointed the wrong way, but yeah, like a teardrop shape, and it's horizontal and it's like in the middle, you know? So yeah, we're doing a sort of frame by frame situation. And then we're going to watch it as the vehicle moves. Yeah, Twiz, after we get done tonight, you need to watch it. It is, and look at that. Now what happens is whoever's operating the video pauses it there, and then Brennan's like, zoom out, zoom out. Watch, because of course he is, right? Because now, oh, look, it's different. I mean, watch how he tries to cover this up.
You can. C-A-N can?
Yes.
Thank you. Continue, please. Continue.
See? Zoom out all of a sudden. It's disgusting, in my opinion. So now we're going to go back to our slow mode. Slow-mo. I mute it because otherwise it sounds really weird. Okay. So and then maybe the best one of all, he actually has it. He says for them to wait. It pauses. I mean, like, it's not even a question. There is no horizontal white chunk missing. Hang on. Let me do this. Let me do this. Let's see if we can get a good view of this. I mean, so in other words, it sucks that nobody asks him to clarify, because my thought of what he was saying is he's like, when he says, well, we'll listen to it here in a second. I just hate that neither, like, I would have expected the defense on redirect to have brought that up. So now we're going to take a look at this one. You know, and I'm sure there's all kinds of people that do fancy enhancement things, but we're going to, this is going to be the same shitty quality that they're seeing in trial, right? This is what the jury's going to see, but we're just going to be able to see it better. So give me a sec. Okay. Of course, that line is the snow or whatever, so ignore that. But looking at that tail light, right? What I don't see is a horizontally, like, again, the way that Brennan was trying to suggest, right? Would have been like, it was like this. Oh gosh, that's too big. Let me do it this way. It was like, well, it wasn't that big. Anyway, let's see if I can do it a little bit better. Trying to picture it. Anyways, well, it was horizontal. I'm not an artist. Obviously. Oh my God. It's hard to do this with the mouse too. Anywho, kind of like a teardrop shape or an eggplant. Imagine that being filled in. Anyway, so let me see what you guys are saying in the chat, because I think it's interesting. Okay, now we're going to go back. All right. And now we're going to hear how he answers this question again, because it's very interesting. I mean, is this going to be left to the jury? I don't like that at all. For them to, like, in other words, trying to decide what he means. Like, he should.
Back one. Open right there. Zoom, please. You see, sir?
That's the light though. And now it's vertical instead of sideways. Why? Because the Lexus moves and therefore the way the light reflects moves. You know, I say again, up there in the top, right under that diagonal line, what is that? A chunk out of the Lexus there too? No.
I can see that.
Okay. First of all, like this is useless, right? It's so pixelated. But if you can try to imagine the whole tail, like that's not in the same location, right? Now at least it's vertical versus horizontal, but the location that he described it, remember, we divided it into eighths. It was the far right bottom eighth quadrant. It's too far. It's too close to the center. This would be like the seven eighths out of the 8 versus the 8 eighths out of the 8. You see what I mean? So anyway.
Is that consistent with the damage that you saw when you looked at that Lexus in Dayton hours later?
Consistent.
Can we go to Exhibit 10, please? And before you show it.
Not to mention, here's the other thing.
Lexus in Dayton hours later.
Consistent.
Here's the other thing. Now that I'm thinking about it, what does that even, what does this even mean? All that this would mean, right, is that she cracked her taillight. Okay, let's just say that if it's consistent with what he saw later, this is before then, right? All this would mean anyway is that she cracked her taillight bumping into John's car, which is the defense theory. So is this actually really, when you think about it, is this really an own goal from Brennan, right? Because that's the defense. The defense theory is like, they're not saying it wasn't cracked. They're saying she bumped it backing into the car. It got that little crack. And so it's almost like regardless of where you put that, wherever he's seeing the crack, honestly, it being consistent with the way it looked when he saw it hours later is not problematic for the defense. So it would only be problematic if like this video was like, after they towed it, right?
Can we go to Exhibit 10, please? And before you show it, I have a couple questions.
Okay, so now I just want to go to the end of his the redirect or whatever here.
The condition of that taillight.
I do.
Was the condition of that taillight the same as the photo that I showed you on my direct examination?
No.
Hold on, let me get the context.
No difficulty whatsoever.
No.
You remember the condition of that taillight?
I do.
Was the condition of that taillight the same as the photo that I showed you on my direct examination?
No.
Part of what makes this difficult is the photo he's referencing, we didn't see. He showed him a photo, and we don't know which photo it is. And the photo would be, actually, I guess it's the photo that, you know what it is? I guess it's the photo that I've been highlighting where the taillight's all missing. That's got to be what it is. But they reference it several times, and I guess we saw it earlier on, but they don't, whenever he's asked some of these questions about it, they don't show us the photo, they show us him. But it's got to be that photo. So essentially what he's saying here is that the condition of the taillight when he saw it at 3:15 in the afternoon did not look like. Okay, so here's the takeaway. What he's saying is that the taillight, the way the taillight looks in that shitty ass video with all the snow, right? When she's right after she backs up into John O'Keefe's vehicle, right? And ostensibly potentially cracks it there. What he's saying is that looks the way he saw it the next day when it was getting towed. Okay, that's what the defense's theory is, right? And then what he's also saying is that the way it looked at 3:15 when it was towed, and therefore also the way it looks in the video after backing up into John's car is different than the vehicle when it's at the Lolliport. So when you really think about it, I don't think the defense or the Commonwealth made any headway here. I don't think they actually made any headway at all when you break it down like that, because yeah, it's almost like Brennan was gaslighting it to try to make it seem like those answers with the video were good for the Commonwealth simply because he's saying something is consistent with something else or whatever. But it's like, that's why I'm glad I went back, because it's like, well, when you pay attention to what he's saying is consistent, that's what it's supposed to be, right? Because it's like, if you don't think that her taillight got cracked because of backing into John O'Keefe and his arm or whatever, right? Like if that's not working for you, then probably the better theory is going to be the backing into his car, right? And that's definitely the defense theory. So this just affirms all that. So anyway, okay. Yeah. Right. Yeah, that's exactly right. And it almost worked on me for half a second there. Yikes. That's exactly right. So yeah, I don't know. It's weird because again, everybody was saying that like this was Brennan's breast cross and like, you know, and like, I don't know. I'm not really clear on how they get there. I'm going to make another poll in the chat.
Any
No.
difficulty whatsoever?
No,
You remember the condition of that taillight?
I do.
Was the condition of that taillight the
Now,
same?
you guys, Kelly wins by a landslide here. Look at this. Look at this. Poll results. Who was harder to watch? Kelly got, 72%? Jen McCabe got 27%. That speaks volumes for anyone, cough, cough, twiz, who hasn't watched Kelly's testimony. That speaks volumes, doesn't it? Okay, next poll coming right up.
As the photo that I showed you on my direct examination?
No.
That's all.
You would agree that your memory has changed since last time you testified in this courthouse?
Yes.
In the photo I showed you, the close-up with the missing right rear taillight, is that consistent with your memory of what you saw in Dayton on January 29, 2022?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it. It was opened up.
On evidence.
It was opened up.
Is it consistent with what you saw on January 29, 2022?
It is.
Thank you.
All right, Sergeant, you are all set. sir.
Thank you.
All right, so jurors, I know I need to talk to the lawyers about a couple of things, so this seems like a good spot to just send you home for the day rather than bringing out witnesses. So those same cautions, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know, and be careful with your social media. Remember, tomorrow's a half a day, we'll finish by 1. Okay? Thank you.
All rise to the court, please. Members of the noble to follow me.
I'm trying to make this poll. Hold on. Skip a doodle.
Questions, I think, piling up. So I have
This lady right here. The motions have been piling up. Well, that's because you don't ever do anything with them. It's like she's complaining. What do you expect? God forbid there's motions. I can't with her.
there have been some motions, I think, piling up.
You know whose fault that is? Yours. They wouldn't be piling up if you addressed them. And there's no excuse given how much you're always saying we're ahead of schedule, we're ahead of schedule, we're ahead of schedule. Fucking hell.
2, I have not had a chance to read yet, maybe more. Commonwealth's
What are you fucking doing on all your time off?
motion for reciprocal discovery, and then the defendant put in writing about the discovery from Aperture. I've not had a chance to read the prosecutor's opposition. I'd like to do all that before I hear you on that. But the only one that I did read is the reciprocal discovery. Ms. Giannetti, are you examining both Brian Loughran and Karina Kolokithas?
Yes, and there are 3 issues that I believe we should dispatch with today.
All right, so why don't you, sure, I have time. I just don't know what you're talking about.
Maybe approach.
Sure.
Oh, we're out. Okay, this is a long sidebar. They get new chairs over there? Did they even come back? I guess they're done. Yeah, that's right. There was that one thing that I pointed out where Brennan got him to say that instead of, the normal question is like, did your testimony change? But then the question with Barros was, has your memory changed since the last time? He did say yes to that. That's true. That's the one thing that I thought was more successful. Okay, so now we're going to jump into today's testimony. It was a half day. no court tomorrow. Because they're just so ahead of schedule. Okay. Here we go, day 27. Right. They probably go to sidebar right away because that's what they always do.
Receiving court is in session.
All right, so the jurors are here, ready to go, but I know I told you, Mr. Yannetti, I'd hear you at sidebar on this, so why don't we come to sidebar?
Oh my God. You know what also though? She's like, the jurors are here ready to go as if they're holding them up.
I'd hear you at sidebar on this, so why don't we come to
And what I
sidebar?
recall, she was late to the bench because everyone's always waiting on her. She was like 15, 20 minutes, maybe even 30 minutes late to the bench. Everyone's waiting on her. She's late to the bench. And then it's like the jurors are waiting, but you want to have a sidebar. It's whatever. I can't anymore with her. So there I have a really long sidebar. And then here we go. All right. So now we have Lucky. All right. I've seen lots about this. I've seen
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Good morning, sir. In a good loud voice, would you please state your name and spell your last name?
Sure, it's Brian Loughran, Loughran.
I love the tie.
In what town do you live, sir?
I live in Canton.
Where did you grow up?
In Canton.
How long have you lived in Canton?
All my life.
Did you attend Canton Public Schools?
Yes, I did.
Through which grade?
I graduated from Canton High School.
What year did you graduate?
1990.
Do you have brothers and sisters?
Yes.
How many?
I have two brothers, one sister.
What are their names?
Christopher, Michelle, and Michael.
And where do you fit in the order?
I fit in between Michelle and Michael.
You're the second youngest.
Correct.
How old is your brother Michael?
Michael is 53.
What does he do for work?
He owns his own driving school, and he was a member of the select board.
And you say he owns his own driving school. In which town?
Canton.
And you mentioned that he's a member of the select board. For which town?
Town of Canton.
And what is the select board in Canton?
It's the governing body for the town.
Having grown up in Canton, are you familiar with the Albert brothers?
Yes, I am.
Which ones?
All of them.
Can you name them?
Brian,
Oh boy.
Chris, Brendan, Keith, Kevin, and Tim.
Of those Albert brothers, whom do you know the best?
Chris.
How close in age are Chris and you?
Very close. I believe I'm 2 years older than Chris.
How did you become familiar with Chris?
I went to elementary school, I went to middle school, and then he graduated from a different high school.
Was there any other relationship between the two of you beyond being classmates?
Yes, eventually I ended up working for Chris, delivering pizzas.
How old were you approximately when you started delivering pizzas for Chris Albert?
About 26.
Do you remember the name of his pizza establishment?
Yes, D&E Pizza,
Where is that located?
Canton Center.
How many years did you deliver pizzas for D&E Pizza and Chris Albert?
About 8 years.
Prior to January 29th of 2022, were you friendly with Chris Albert?
Yes.
You previously mentioned that your brother Michael is a town selectman. What political office does Chris Albert hold?
Chris Albert is also a select board member.
And Chris Albert is Brian Albert's brother, obviously.
Yes.
So your brother and Brian Albert's brother are both town selectmen together.
Correct.
How did you become familiar with Kevin Albert?
Through D&E Pizza and
And I'm
interact.
sorry, you said through D&E Pizza?
Yes. And interactions with the DPW, doing details and stuff.
Okay. First, with regard to D&E Pizza, you said there were interactions with Kevin Albert relating to that pizza shop. But what type of interactions?
He would come in, I'd be, friendly, I'd say hello, or there'd be deliveries to the Albert's residents, and I would, make those deliveries.
You mentioned the DPW. I didn't ask you what you did for work, sir. What do you do?
I work for the DPW, I work in the Highway Division.
And the DPW stands for Department of Public Works?
Yes.
For which town?
Town of Canton.
And what are your duties, or strike that, around January and late January of 2022, what were your duties for the DPW?
I would plow.
And how long had you worked, or to this day, how long have you worked for the DPW?
20 years.
Now, as a DPW employee, how much contact do you have with the police department?
We have varying jobs that require police details.
So you're doing work, and there has to be a police officer there to oversee and direct traffic and things of that nature?
Correct.
How often have you worked in that capacity with Kevin Albert from the Canton Police Department?
About a dozen times.
And what was the nature of your relationship with Kevin Albert before January 29th of 2022?
Through D&E Pizza, I would, the Alberts usually had family functions on a weekend, and I would make deliveries.
Can these last few jurors hear the witness? I just want to make sure everybody can hear. Okay. Now, what was how did you become familiar with Brian Albert?
Again, through D&E Pizzas and deliveries.
Deliveries where?
To his residence.
Do you know what his residence is or what the address is?
I do.
What is it?
34 Fairview Drive.
What was your understanding of what Brian Albert did for a living?
My understanding, he was a police officer for the city of Boston.
Now, you say that you made deliveries to 34 Fairview Road. How often? And was there a particular day of the week that you delivered more than others?
It's usually once a week, and it was usually on Sundays.
And that was to 34 Fairview Road?
Correct.
As of January of 2022, how many decades had the Albert family lived at that address, if you know?
As far as I couldn't give you a year, but I know as long as I've been in Canton, they've lived at that residence.
All right, now directing your attention to January 28th and 29th of 2022, were you on duty as a snowplow driver that night and early morning?
Yes.
When did you learn that you would be on duty?
Early January 28th, we were notified that we had a 2:30 start time.
And that would be 2:30 a.m.
A.m.
on January 29th?
Yes.
How did you learn that you would be on duty?
Our supervisors for the DPW would notify us.
Who was your supervisor?
William Walsh.
And what instructions were you given in terms of when you were to report?
We were to report at 2:30 in the morning and prepare our trucks for plowing.
What time did you actually get to the DPW that morning?
I got there about 2:15.
And when you say you got there, where did you go?
160 Bolivar Street.
And is that Bolivar?
Yes.
What is 160 Bolivar Street?
It is the DPW garage.
And when you go there, is there a requirement that you punch in?
Yes.
Did you punch in those early morning hours?
Yes.
Who was there when you got there?
Other DPW employees and William Walsh.
William Walsh being your supervisor?
Yes.
Were you assigned a specific route those early morning hours?
Yes.
What route was that?
Route 11.
What streets does Route 11 encompass?
Route 11 encompasses Cedar Crest from Dedham Street to the end. It encompasses everything from Kings Road to Chapman Street.
And streets in between as well?
Yes.
And what street is in between Cedar Crest and Chapman?
There would be Spring Lane and Fairview.
What truck or snowplow were you assigned in those early morning hours?
I was assigned truck 30.
And does that have a particular nickname?
Yes, it's considered a Frankentruck.
You said Frankentruck,
Yes.
like Frankenstein.
Yes.
Why was it nicknamed Frankentruck?
It was a very uncomfortable truck, and it had a lot of mismatch of parts to make it more convenient for the drivers.
I'd like to show you some photos, sir. If I may, please.
Okay.
Mr. Loughran, I've placed 4 photographs in front of you. If you could just familiarize yourself with them and look up at me when you're done. Do you recognize what is depicted in those photos?
Yes, I do.
And did you take those photos
I did.
at my request?
Yes.
What do those photos depict?
They depict the inside of truck 30 or Frankentruck.
And is there one that actually depicts the outside from the front as well?
Yes.
Do
Yes.
those photos fairly and accurately depict Frankentruck as it looked on or about January 29th of 2022?
Yes.
I would offer those, Your Honor.
I have no objection to any of the photos.
All right, thank you.
Perhaps they could be marked with the next exhibit number A through D.
Yes. And once that's done, you can feel free to publish.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Sorry, it took a second for this poll because there's a character limit, and so I had to try to figure out the wording here. But I'm about to start this next poll.
Exhibits 211A through 211D.
Thank you. And with the court's permission, Mr. Wolf, if you would publish them one at a time in the order we discussed. I imagine that is 211A, Madam Court Reporter.
Ms. Gianetti, why don't you take the photo so you'll know what they
Oh,
are?
great idea. Okay, could you explain what 211A depicts for this jury?
That is the front of truck 30 Frankentruck, and it's depicting the 2 mirrors on the right and left side of the fenders.
Okay. What about the next one, please, Mr. Wolf? Can you identify, this is 211B, sir,
Yes, that's the inside of the Frankentruck looking out the windshield.
as if you were seated in the driver's
Love
seat?
that we're
Correct.
getting pictures.
Next photo, please. This is 211C. What does this depict?
This is depicting on the range that I would see seated in the front seat, looking out the windshield, and depicting how much I'll be able to see.
Okay, and this would be more toward the left side in front of you as you're seated in the driver's seat?
Correct.
All right, next photo, please. This is 211D. Could you explain this to the jury?
Again, I'm sitting in the front seat of the Frankentruck, and I'm taking a picture out the right side of the windshield, again, depicting on how much I can see out it.
Thank you. Okay, we can take those down and put the lights on. Okay, so you previously testified that you got to the garage about 2:15 a.m. on January 29th. Could you explain to the jury What do you do when you get there at 2:15 a.m.?
So at 2:15, we do a simple circle check to make sure that there are no defects with the truck. We go ahead and we make sure it has plenty of diesel. And then I put, any supplies that I may have for the night, planning on an overnight shift. And then I get in the truck and I proceed to my route.
And what type of supplies are you talking about, sir?
Any types of drinks, food, anything, snacks.
Preparing for a long night?
Yes.
The circle check, does that mean what it sounds like, where you sort of take a circle around the vehicle?
Yes, we're trying to make sure that the truck is safe, that there is no defects that would hinder the job ahead of it of being able to plow.
And when you did the circle check in those early morning hours, was there anything unusual that you found?
None.
Were you comfortable driving the snowplow that night?
Yeah.
Let me know what you guys remember. So again, I haven't watched all this yet, but my recollection from the first trial, I don't think it's going to be different this trial, is that the reason the defense calls him is because he didn't see a body in the snow. And I think also he sees a Ford Edge. Was there anything else? Am I missing anything else?
Yes.
And you mentioned that you make sure it's filled with diesel fuel so you're good for the night.
Correct.
Now, what lighting is there on the truck facing outward?
I have 4 lights. I have the initial headlights, and then I have 2 plow lights that are on either side of the fenders. And then I have marking lights, and then I have work lights in the back for the sander.
Okay. If you recall the one photo that showed the truck from the outside, were the 2 plow lights visible in that photo?
Yes, they were.
Were the headlights visible in that photo?
Yes, they were.
Can we display that one more time, Your Honor, to have them point that out? Is there a pointer there, sir?
No, there is not.
Okay. Could you describe on 211A where those plow lights are?
Plow lights are just above the grill on the right side and left side.
Okay. And would it be fair to say the plow lights appear to be a clear lens and then an orange lens on either side?
Yes.
And the headlights, sir, where are those located?
They are to the right and left of the grill, and they're underneath.
Okay. And those are located just to the right of the grill in terms of as we're looking at 211A?
Yes.
Okay. We can take that down and put the lights back on. Now, do you recall whether or not... Oh, strike that. You also mentioned marking lights. Where are those?
Marking lights are on the top of my truck, along with a beacon light on top of the truck.
And what is a beacon light?
Beacon light is exactly what it looks like. It's a light that just illuminates and it goes around in circles.
And the marking lights, what do they do?
They're similar to driving without your headlights. They're just there to mark the truck so that it's more visible for residents who may be driving and not paying attention.
And where does the lighting face those marking lights?
Front.
Okay, so in terms of the light that strictly goes toward the front, you have marking lights, plow lights, and headlights, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall whether, when you did your circle check, you checked out whether those lights were all working?
Correct.
And were they working?
Yes.
When all of those lights are on, how bright is it in front of your truck?
Extremely bright, almost as if I had a spotlight.
And that's facing straight out?
Correct.
What about facing diagonally out front?
Again, as far as the lights will illuminate.
And then on either side, directly out to the side, how far can you see?
About 5-6 feet.
Okay. So you see more when you're looking straight out and then diagonally out, correct?
Correct.
You can see farther?
Correct.
Now, how about in terms of you being situated in the vehicle? How high up is the driver's seat?
Driver's seat is an air ride seat, so it can adjust accordingly.
What is an air ride seat?
It is adjusted by air, and it can go up or down depending on the driver's.
Adjusted by air.
And how long did it take you to do the circle check, to put your snacks in the car and water, and to make sure the car or the truck is filled with diesel fuel?
About 5 minutes.
All right, so if you get there at 2:15, is it fair to say that you're ready to go on the road somewhere around 2:20 or 2:25 a.m.?
Correct.
And when you did start to go out on the road at around that time, how was the seat adjusted?
I adjusted the seat up so that my knees would hit the bottom of the steering wheel.
How big is that steering wheel?
I'm trying to picture this air seat thing. Because usually, like, what the hell? Like a balloon? I don't know.
It's fairly large. It's larger than a regular passenger vehicle. It's very large.
As of January 29th of 2022, were there any obstructions on any part of the windshield that would prevent you from having a clear view in any direction through the windshield?
No.
Once you got into that truck in those early morning hours, how far could you see in front of your truck?
As far as my eyes would let me see.
And how far could you see diagonally?
Diagonally, probably, again, as far as my eyes would let me see.
All right. Now, you get on the road. When you plow, is there a particular method that you use?
Yes.
Describe that.
I start in the middle of the road and work to the right, angling the plow to the right.
Are you familiar with the term ring row right?
Yes.
Could you explain that to the jury, please?
Sure. Ring row to the right is the amount of snow that's coming off the plow, creating a row. We angle everything to the right so that it does not impede on traffic on the left.
Right. So if you had gone in the other direction, you'd be putting snow right in the opposite lane of travel, right?
Correct.
So you'd always go to the right.
Correct.
What part of the road once you hit the roads?
Y'all, I found one of these seats if you guys want to see a picture of it. Interesting. I did not know this existed. And I am very curious why. Tell me why. Like, what is the benefit of this thing? It's very weird.
Do you plow first? What part of the road?
I start at the yellow line and I work to the curb line.
Why do you plow the middle of the road first?
Again, I want to ring road to the right, and I want to be able to give a bigger swath of space for first responders.
I don't know
And
why.
generally, after going up a street or a road that you plow, when do you come back down the same street?
Immediately after I'm done.
Now, you mentioned Route 11, your route that night. You mentioned that it takes you to Cedar Crest.
Correct.
Once you leave the DPW garage to go on your route, Route 11, how long does it take you to get to any part of Cedar Crest?
About 10 minutes.
May we display actually, it's Exhibit 49. Do we have access to Exhibit 49?
What is it? Is it,
It's just a map.
okay.
And if we can't put our hands on it quickly, I can just display it on the screen.
Is it in evidence?
It is.
You can put
Okay,
it on the
thank you,
screen.
Ron. If you put up Exhibit 49.
I'm trying to, so is it like for comfort? Because like, you know, in my car, right, it's like I'm short, so I have to raise the seat all the way up. But it's just like you press the button and then it goes brrr, and it's like electronic and it just raises the seat, right? But it seems like what you guys are describing is more like for fluff. Okay, I see. So it's like shocks, like how bikes can have shocks on them, you know, like now. Okay, I think I'm getting it now. It looks really funny in the pictures. It looks like a seat with an accordion underneath it.
And maybe zoom in so we just see, well, I think it is as zoomed in as it's going to go. Is that true, Mr. Wolf, to get the... Okay. Maybe zoom in on the top part of the map, if you would. Perfect. All right. So are you able to see that map from where you are?
Yes, I can.
And by the way, do you wear corrective lenses?
Yes, I do.
What do you wear?
I wear glasses, and when it's inclement weather, I wear contacts.
So on the night in question, when you went out on your route that night, were you wearing glasses or contacts?
Contacts.
What are you wearing today?
Contacts.
You've testified in a prior proceeding regarding this matter last year, correct?
Yes.
What did you show up with that day?
Glasses.
And what's your difference? What is the difference in your ability to see the screen with your glasses or your contacts?
My contacts makes things a little bit more brighter, allowing my eyes to see better
You have
with
more
the
difficulty
contacts.
seeing distances with your glasses?
Correct.
All right. Any problem seeing that screen here today?
None.
All right. What does that depict?
That depicts my route. Cedar Crest, Dew Lane, Spring Lane, and I'm not able to read the one underneath Spring Lane. Just
Certainly it's a portion of your route, correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, you see where it says Cedar Crest, right?
Yes.
And you see the red dot there?
Yes.
Does that red dot refresh your memory, or orient you, I should say, as to what road that red dot is on?
Yes.
And what road is that?
That would be Fairview.
All right. Now, when you hit Cedar Crest Road, are you in that area of Cedar Crest, or are you in a different area of Cedar Crest when you first come upon Cedar Crest Road?
When I first come on, I'm coming in at the beginning of Cedar Crest, which is at Dedham Street in Cedar Crest.
Okay. And how long a road is Cedar Crest before you get to the area of Exhibit 49?
I would say that's about a mile and a half.
And how long does it take you to plow Cedar Crest before you get to this area on January 29th of 2022?
About 10 minutes.
All right. How much of that mile and a half or so stretch of road did you plow when you first encountered it?
I plowed the entire street.
If we could zoom out, please. All right. And when you're driving on Cedar Crest Road, are you driving toward that red, Fairview Road that you've identified?
Yep.
Coming in from the right portion of the map or the left portion of the map?
I'm coming from the right side of the map.
All right. And so you start about a mile and a half down the road to the right, which is off this map, correct?
Correct.
And you say it takes you about 10 minutes to get to the area of Fairview.
Yes.
So would Fairview be on your right or your left when you first encounter it?
On my left.
And when you hit Fairview Road that first time, what do you do?
I go all the way to the very end of Cedar Crest, turn
way?
around in a cul-de-sac, and then head back up towards Fairview.
Okay, so you're passing Fairview on your left,
Yes.
plowing further, and then turning around and plowing back.
Yes.
And when you came back to the intersection of Cedar Crest and Fairview, what did you do?
I take a right.
And how familiar were you with 34 Fairview Road on that day?
Very, very familiar.
Having delivered pizzas there for years?
And then having grown up in that neighborhood.
Were you friendly with the Alberts growing up?
Mostly with Chris, but, I was cordial with the boys.
All right.
The boys.
And when you entered Fairview Road from Cedar Crest for the first time on your route, would 34 Fairview be on your right or your left?
On my right.
And can you give the jury your best estimate of when or what time was it when you first encountered 34 Fairview Road on January 29th of 2022?
About 2:40, 2:45
That would be AM?
a.m.
And when you were passing 34 Fairview Road or encountering it at that point, what did you know about who lived there?
I knew the Alberts lived there, and I knew that Brian Albert was a police officer, first responders.
Now, aside from the lighting on your truck, were you aware of whether there were any streetlights in the area of 34 Fairview?
Yes.
Can you describe those?
Sure, there's one before you get to 34 Fairview driveway, and there's one after Fairview's driveway.
Do you
So you know what? I wonder if this is another reason they call him besides the obvious. And this just now dawned on me because I just thought to myself, awesome. Because this whole thing about the street light has been a whole point of contention, right? How much would it have illuminated the road versus the yard? And, you know, all of the McAlberts and everything tried to make it seem like it was all really dark and the lights weren't working. But like in the pictures, you can see there's a light on. So here, they're able to get this test. They're able to get an affirmative answer. And the thing is it's directly relevant to his testimony because he's about to testify to his ability to see on 34 Fairview, right? So this could be another reason that's less obvious as to why they call him, to remind the jury that there was a street light and it was visible.
in the area of 34 Fairview?
Yes.
Oh,
describe
wow.
those?
Sorry.
Sure, there's one before you get to 34 Fairview driveway, and there's one after Fairview's driveway.
Do you have a memory as to whether or not those streetlights were working on January 29th of 2022?
I do not have a memory of that.
But in any case, how much of the lighting of your Frankentruck was illuminated at that time?
All my lights were working.
So you're now driving up Fairview Road, and 34 Fairview's on your right. Taking into account the lighting conditions that existed, especially on your truck, how much of the front lawn of 34 Fairview could you see?
I could see all the way to the front door.
What obstructions were there at the time when you first passed the Alberts residence?
None.
Were you familiar with the area of the flagpole on the left side of the property?
Yes.
Now, when you are plowing, sir, where is your attention focused?
My attention's focused out the front window, to the right and to the left.
Why?
I am looking for pedestrians. I'm looking for residents that may be backing out, not aware that I'm there, and God forbid, animals.
How much of the time that you're plowing are you scanning the road?
All the time.
Now, as you were passing 34 Fairview, could you see the area of the flagpole at 2:45 in the morning, sir?
Yes.
What was on the ground on the Alberts lawn at that point in the area of the flagpole?
Nothing.
Did you see a 6'1", 216-pound man lying on that lawn?
No.
Now, after plowing Fairview with the Alberts residence to your right, what do you do?
I go to the very end, take a left onto Chapman Street, back down Chapman Street, and then take a left back onto Fairview.
And are you plowing the whole time?
Yes.
So you get to, in this diagram, Exhibit 49, we don't have to turn the lights off, I think we can see it. You're traveling in a down direction, correct?
Correct.
And you would hit Chapman Street, is that fair to say that's at the bottom?
Correct.
Do some type of three-point turn and go back down Fairview?
Yes.
How long does it take you to get from 34 Fairview the first time to get to Chapman Street?
Maybe 5-10 minutes.
And then how long does it take you to get from Chapman Street back down so that you're now passing 34 Fairview again?
Again, about 5-10 minutes.
And when you're coming back down, what side of the road is 34 Fairview?
On my left.
When you pass 34 Fairview at that time, are there any obstructions preventing you from seeing the front lawn?
None.
Was there any difference in the lighting on your truck when you were coming back down?
No.
Where is your attention focused when you're passing 34 Fairview on your left?
Again, out the front, right and left.
And how much of that front lawn are you able to see on 34 Fairview when you're coming back down from Chapman?
I can see everything. I can see right up to the front door.
What did you see on the front lawn of 34 Fairview on January 29th of 2022 when you're making the second pass by 34 Fairview in the area of the flagpole?
I saw nothing.
All right, now, you've made an up and down pass, sir, correct?
Yes.
Once you pass 34 Fairview for that first up and down pass, where do you go?
I then go do Spring Lane, and I do that top and bottom.
And is there a point in time when you come back to the area of Fairview Road?
Y'all, I just noticed he's got like a pocket square to match his tie. Love it.
Yes.
That second time now that you're coming back, I'm counting the up and down pass as the first time.
Okay.
You with me?
Yep.
That second time now that you're coming back, about how long is it after the
I'm
first
sorry,
time?
I'm pausing this real quick. Mary just said, this is so crazy, right? Mary just said, before I joined y'all last month, I'd never talked to anyone I didn't know online, and I'd never seen a court trial before. That blows my mind, Mary, because I keep forgetting that. Like in other words, I keep forgetting, and it always surprises me when it's like you're like, oh yeah, I didn't see the first trial, and I'm like, oh yeah, you didn't see the first trial. Like in my mind, it's like, oh, you've seen all these other trials, but not this first trial, which there's some people that didn't. It blows my mind. So you're just like brand new to trials. I mean, trial life, am I right? Like there's nothing like live trial, I will say, in court documents. It is where the real action is. But also, we love having you. It is an awesome community. I think that, you know, y'all have heard me talk about it before, but it's been a while. I think that by watching trials and going through, you know, court documents, and I think it, you know, makes us better people. You know, not only are we learning our rights and how our justice system works, but I think that it just instills in us the necessity to always challenge our own bias, to not be judgmental, to keep an open mind, all kinds of things. I could go on and on and on. I just think that it, like, as like humans, I think it makes us better humans. Because, you know, the thing is even when, you know, no matter how not biased a person might think they are, right? Like that they don't have any type of bias, or that they don't like judge people or discriminate or whatever, right? It won't take long watching a trial that if you pay attention and have like self-awareness, you'll catch yourself. I'm speaking for myself as well. You'll catch yourself. Even if it's just something like a defendant makes a face or whatever, it could be completely not like a big deal, but like you can catch yourself doing it. You know what I mean? Or you can also catch yourself sometimes not really staying objective and assessing the evidence, but more so like you feel a certain way. So then you try to explain, like what a lot of people do, you know, I mean, we've all seen it. There's people that just made up their mind already ahead of time, right? And then no matter what you show them in the evidence or lack of evidence, they're only just going to try to fit it into that, even if it literally makes no sense. You know, like, I mean, anyways, those people somehow are not benefiting from trial watching. I don't know how they do it, because it must be exhausting, and I don't really understand how that works in the brain. Anyways, and Kit Smith says, yeah, and I think that there's just trial watching and you know, reading court documents and pretrial, you know, litigation. It just has so much to offer, you know, and it's such a great community of all walks of life, from all, even in this squirrel crew, we've got squirrels all over the world. I love you guys all so much. We have all ages and all backgrounds, and Flash doesn't even hate me for cursing all the time. And Mary, yes, 14 countries and 22 jobs, but never a trial. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, EDB's chat is impossible. She's the shit. Love her. But the chat is, you know, yeah, and it's so funny. I'm sure the only reason I said I was vegan was because you were probably saying something like asking me if I eat it. Because if someone just talks about food that's not vegan, I'm not like, I don't even think about being vegan, because I've been vegan like my entire life. I don't even think about it. Like, honestly, it's not something that even comes into my head, unless somebody else mentions it. And I'm like, oh yeah, that's right. You know, it's just, I don't know any other way. And exactly, that's right, Kit, since we all have inherent biases that we aren't fully aware of. But what I will say is that I do think, though, that this process of watching trials, and I think studying the law, I think maybe more than anything else I can think of, it reveals those to you. Like, that's how I personally feel. Like, you know, nobody's ever going to learn where all of their inherent biases are, but I can't think of anything else that is more effective at revealing those to you if you have self-awareness and you want to be aware. You know, I feel like I've learned a ton from this process with that. something like, right. Yeah. You probably asked me something like that. And I was like, yeah. Yeah. And the other thing too, is just even in terms of like also the logic, right? This is really for like studying the law side of it, right? But like, it really teaches you the logic, like it works your brain out. That's what you have to do in the law. And that's what lawyers are doing all the time, right? They're literally seeing both sides of an argument, and I remember when I was doing my paralegal certificate course, that was the part I was most excited about because like growing up and stuff, like, for example, I've always loved writing and like, I'm fine with public speaking, whatever. And like, I remember like, for example, whenever you had to do like different assignments in school where like, do you guys remember when they taught you like persuasive versus whatever the other word was? I don't even remember the other word because if ever you got the choice, I always went with persuasive. Or if there was like, a speech thing, like I remember in 7th grade, we had to give a speech and it was meant to be persuasive or something like that. And like, there was another word for it, but it was meant, you were supposed to find a topic and give a speech that would be like compelling to people, and I chose animal testing, like animals. I'm not even talk about it, but the whole classroom was in tears, basically. I didn't want to make people cry, but like, anyway, and I will say, I don't know that I could anyway, but what I have loved about studying law and watching trials and all of this is learning how to completely take like opinion out of an argument or an issue, right? And literally assess it just based on the facts or based on the evidence, or, if you're doing like legal research, right? Or, you're going to be using case law, but we've all seen it where you can take one fact, right? That's in dispute. And, I mean, what's the joke, right? You could put 10 attorneys in a room and they're all none of them are going to view one set of facts the same way or whatever the word, they're never going to agree, stuff like that, right? And it's because you're taught like to literally have to think the opposite of what you might initially think, or really you're not even supposed to you shouldn't even really be thinking at all. You should just be assessing it. There's like a process, but boy, it's like a workout for the brain and I just absolutely adore it. It's so funny because it's a lot like the creative process, but it's like uses the opposite side of the brain, but the process is like very similar to like writing music or practicing music. So anyway, hi Doug, welcome. Also, if that's your girlfriend or your wife, she's very beautiful. She looks like an actress, but I'm not good with actresses' names because I only watch trials. So someone in the chat, let me know because someone's going to know. She looks like an actress person. Yeah, testing your gut instinct, definitely testing your gut. Yeah, right. I mean, and there's times when gut instinct is important to rely upon. And we know that a lot of times jurors, for example, are going to go with their gut instinct. But if you're an attorney and you're making legal argument, there's no gut instinct really involved. You might be going with your gut when it comes to like a split decision, but like when you're actually assessing, an argument, right? Like in motions, right? And that's a completely different situation. And that's also why I love the idea of like it's like a trial attorney, right? Because like that's where like the theater element comes in, right? Because you're like arguing before a jury, you're arguing before a judge, you're having to make oral argument, you are having that challenge of having to think on the fly, improvise, right? There's a lot of overlap there with music, but also I do love sitting there and trying to 4D chess in every way, the strongest argument for a factual issue or a legal issue, I guess a legal issue really, and then do the same thing, but in arguing with the first one, right? It's like, anyway, I don't know if I'm making any sense, but anywho's, it does work out your brain following the arguments. Yep. There's a lot of strategy and a lot of, Yeah, seeing where they're going, what they're trying to prove. Absolutely. It's just, I think it makes us smarter, I think, and more, again, I think it makes us more compassionate, and just think outside the box. I mean, I feel like with every trial, like this is just for me personally, I feel like with every trial, I'm like a better version of the person I was than the previous trial, if that makes sense, right? Because especially these trials are so long, right? That it's like, well, I say so long, a 6-week trial goes by, for example, but I feel like in that 6-week trial, it's like the amount that you've learned is like years worth for other people. You know what I mean? Yeah, inherent logic. Yeah. Yeah, Brennan's arguments are literally arguing as in like a toddler, but not arguing like usually we use it in the legal sense. There is no logic to them. And I think he literally just uses the same words over and over again and then rearranges them and like tries to appeal, I think, to emotion. I mean, and the thing is like, with Judge Bev, right? I don't think she's even assessing it most of the time. You know what I mean? She's just going to rule with it anyway. And it's like, it's so funny because I think that when he first came onto this case, Brennan, I think he was a much better attorney than he is now, because I think that what has probably happened is he's gotten lazy. Like, think about how he was at that first hearing and then think about this process over time. And now he's used to just being able to get away with anything without actually having to think it through, without having to hold himself accountable to logic or reasoning or critical thinking. He literally just can say whatever. And it's like, basically, if you think of like the judge almost always siding with you, if you think of that as winning, right? He's used to winning like 99% of the time. And I'll tell you what, it'll be difficult going back to being a defense attorney if anyone will even hire him after this, because as we know, defense attorneys have to get used to losing all the time, even if that may not seem like the right thing. Yeah, one of the attorneys, I was going to say, I've got a trial tomorrow. It's not my trial, but like, I just feel like so already like, I don't know, like, the two attorneys at the law firm, one of them has a big trial tomorrow, starting tomorrow. And so I'm like, oh my God. And like, I asked if I could go. I was like, I was like, I don't even like, I only just started last Tuesday, but I'm like, is there any way I can go? And I didn't even know if I would like be allowed or whatever. But literally the only reason he said, not right now is because literally they need me to do all the work at the office because there's so much to be done. And I'm in like, essentially they can't spare me. But like essentially later on, if the other girl does come back part-time or whatever, like whenever that might be like August or September, to where there's someone else that can like do stuff if I'm gone. Like basically the only thing keeping me from being able to go with them to trial is the fact that they need me to do all the paralegal work at the office. But like, you guys see where I'm going with that? Like, I can't even wrap my head around it. So basically it's a matter of time before I will, and I've never been to a trial in person. And man, going to a first trial, but being on the defense team, I'm going to get too excited. I need to not get myself all excited because I might blow up. So, if I was in the gallery, yeah, I'm with you on that, Mary. If I was in the gallery, 100%. It's really funny though, because I feel like if I was like sitting at counsel table with the defense, which is the position I would be in, my brain would be completely in a different gear to where all of my squirrely reactions would not be the same as if I was like sitting in the gallery, in which case I would get kicked out. Okay, so this is your wife. Yeah, she's gorgeous. Does she also watch trials or follow any of these cases? That's exactly right. Thank you, Flash. Flash says Casey Anthony prosecutors tried the same thing Brennan is doing at work. That's exactly right. I'll tell you what, I will never forget Exhibit 313. I'm sure, Flash, you remember that. Exhibit 313. That day lives in infamy in my mind of trying to gaslight the jury. Honestly, that shit that they pulled with Exhibit 313 in the Casey Anthony trial, Brennan hasn't come. Let me just say, Brennan with his gaslighting has yet to even come close at all to what they tried to do, the prosecutors tried to do in the Casey Anthony trial with Exhibit 313. That was the most disgusting thing I've literally ever seen. I think it will probably remain unmatched, in my opinion. I mean, not that I can see every trial of all time, but like, man, that was, wow. That's funny. Yeah, now we still have to finish it, man. It's okay though. I mean, whenever we do go pick up where we left off, I always have like the previously thing ready. So like, I don't even remember where we left off, but it's all good because luckily I already made, whenever the last episode was, I already made the video that's like recapping, you know, here's road so far. So it'll catch us all up to speed. Okay, so speaking of testimony, let's jump right back on in here to Lucky.
About 45 minutes.
So now it's about what time that you're coming for the second time to this area?
Carl,
3:30.
it's going to be interesting to see how Brennan handles it.
And when you come back to the area of Fairview Road, the second time, are you on the Cedar Crest side, which is on the top of Exhibit 49, or the Chapman side, which is on the bottom of Exhibit 49?
I'm on the Cedar Crest side.
And when you approach it from the Cedar Crest side, are you approaching from the same direction that you did for the first time up and down pass, or a different direction?
Same direction.
All right, so you're now coming down Cedar Crest again, correct?
Correct.
Fairview's on your left.
Yes.
Did you take that left, or did you do something else?
I did not take the left. At that point, I could have taken the left. I can make a decision depending on how much snow there was on the ground. I ended up going all the way to the end as if the first time.
All right, and you did your same turnaround in the cul-de-sac?
Correct.
And now you're approaching the intersection of Cedar Crest and Fairview again, correct?
Yes.
What do you do?
I take the right onto Fairview.
How was the weather at 3:30 in the morning when you're now in that area of Fairview and Cedar Crest?
It's snowing fairly hard now.
Do you recall how much snow was on the ground at that point?
Maybe 2-3 inches.
And at about 3:30 in the morning, how far could you see in front of you, again, straight and diagonally in front of you,
As far as my eyes would let me see.
as a result of the lighting on your truck?
Correct.
Now, you take the right onto Fairview. Describe to the jury what you see in the road at that point.
As I make my right onto Fairview, I notice that there's a vehicle on the right-hand side, roughly in the area of the flagpole, in front of 34 at Fairview.
Okay. And did you make note of what type of vehicle that was?
Yes.
What type of vehicle was that?
A Ford Edge.
Aha!
What direction was that vehicle parked when you saw it?
It was parked nose going up Fairview.
Toward Chapman?
Yes.
So you're coming up from behind it?
Correct.
You see the rear of that vehicle?
Yes.
And was it parked adjacent?
Looking at the front door, it was about 3 feet to the left of the front door in the area of the flagpole, so in between the front door and the flagpole.
Now, what caused you to remember that there was a Ford Edge parked at 3:30?
They're in the driveway.
What policies or protocols of the DPW are enforced when vehicles are parked on the street or the road during a snow emergency?
There is no parking allowed. We are supposed to notify our supervisor when there is a vehicle in the way. At that point, the supervisor will make an attempt to call the resident or have the police show up at the resident. And then if they can't get the car removed, the car gets towed.
Sir, did you follow protocol that night?
I did not.
Why not?
Knowing the Albert family, knowing that there was a first responder, I gave them respect and opted not to follow procedures.
How did the presence of that Ford Edge parked on the side of the road affect your direction of travel?
I had to go around the vehicle.
How did you maneuver around it?
I had to maneuver to the left, go up, and then maneuver back right into my lane, and then continue up Fairview.
And at any point when you were maneuvering to the left and then angling back to the right, could you see part of the front lawn of the Alberts?
Yes.
Were you able to see any part of the area around the flagpole?
Yes, as I maneuvered back right.
And when you maneuvered back right and saw that area, what, if anything, did you see on the ground in the area of the flagpole?
I saw nothing.
All right. So now you've passed 34 Fairview again. Where do you go?
sorry guys, I got a pop-up from StreamYard saying that my browser needed to be restarted or whatever for the video. And the chat's not loading. Can you guys hear me and everything? I don't know that you ever put that in Discord, Kat. It looks like it's supposed to be showing. Okay, now I'm seeing really bad buffering. Interesting. Yeah, StreamYard had like a glitchy moment. Here, I'll back this up. First of all, but I'm going to show you guys something while I've got it paused. So here's what I'm going to show you. So, okay. So first of all, I just thought this was funny. So, I just thought this was funny. So this is from, I don't know, a week or two ago. We had like, the government, you know, get the alert, crazy flash flooding weather. And I saw this, it popped up on the thing. And I was like, oh my God, this is hilarious. Precautionary / preparedness actions. Turn around. Don't drown when encountering flooded roads. Great advice. Thank you. Don't drown when you're encountering a flooded road. Great. Okay, that's one thing. I died laughing at the time whenever that came up. But next, I'm going to show you guys just a couple little pictures here, a little sneak peek of what my life looks like now for a lot of hours in an awesome way. Not that. Hold on. That's my thumbnail. Hold on. That's not the right thing. What do we want? Okay, we want this. Okay. So first of all, there's like different label makers, and I'm like obsessed, as you guys probably are not surprised. So I'm like, I'm going to label everything. So I've been reorganizing all of the files. And so that's why some of it's empty, because I'm like taking everything out and like reorganizing it. So I've got labels here for the different files. So like, I was just really excited because I made all those labels that you can see there. So that's one thing. And then this is the view. That's the chair that I sit in. So if I'm sitting in the chair and I look to my right, there's a big, huge window. We're on the third floor, big, huge window. And it, you know, it's like angled weirdly so that I could fit it in, but it's a large room, but it looks skinny in this picture. Anyway, so, and I didn't pick out that mat thing on the desk. Not that there's anything wrong with it. I just didn't pick that out, you know. But anywho, so you can see there's the other files there. So that's the window to the right. And the walls are like a light green. And actually at the end of the desk there, you can see my huge ass giant tumbler. That's full of coffee. And then, so if I'm sitting in that chair to my right, that's the window. And then if I look to my left, that is the like lobby of and again, you can see the green walls there, that there's the filing cabinet. So if I look to my left, that's what I see. So that's like the lobby. So it's just like this office, like the office that I'm in. And then there's an office for each attorney. And then there's a conference room. And that's the whole thing. It is freaking amazing. I could go on and on about it. So I'm going to stop myself now before I tell you guys all kinds of great stories, none of them having to do with clients, obviously. But it is a really awesome vibe. If you guys could, like, I don't know how I got so lucky, man. That's all I can say. Yeah. So the vibe is awesome. Everything, it's super chill. Like the building is like, it's really funny because like where I have to drive, the drive is really super stressful. Like where this is like an awful drive, but it's really funny because this one particular like building, like it's like 7-story building, is like this weird like bubble in the middle of this crazy insanity of Winston-Salem, North Carolina, where it's just like crazy traffic and blah, blah, blah. But like this one building, it's like you get in that building and it's like, it's really hard to describe. It's like the energy is different. It's like peaceful and quiet. And it's like it's really hard to describe. You feel like you could be on another planet, basically. It's really interesting. And then, yeah, it's great. It's very Zen. It's very, very Zen. And there's lots of natural light. And anyway, okay. So we'll save other stories for another time because I don't want you guys to be like, this is so stupid. But I just have to unshare, reshare to get the sound on here. Like literal, it's so funny. Like, for example, like when I'm taking the elevator or whatever, which I'm not an elevator person, I'm a stairs person because I love exercise, but I'll be honest, I don't know where the stairs are. and I will get lost. I get lost everywhere. So I know where the elevators are. So I take the elevator, even though it's only the 3rd floor, just saying. But there's another office in this building somewhere, and it's called like Nagel and Associates. And I have to tell you guys, literally every time I'm coming to and from work and I get in the elevator and I see the sign and it says Nagel and Associates, I just die laughing. I start laughing out loud because of Sister Nagel and Brother Nagel. And I'm like, no one here would get this joke, but the Squirrel Crew would. And it's like, I'm literally like, I wish you guys were here because you guys would be laughing with me at just Nagel, right? You know, I don't know, man. I don't know. It's silly. Yeah, no, I would not. But you know what's funny, Flash? You'll appreciate this. So like downloading Discovery, like I've got Discovery that's downloading literally right now overnight. Guess what North Carolina uses? Evidence.com. If you can even believe it. Some of you guys will know exactly why that's crazy. So like literally when my first day, and they were like, oh yeah, sorry, this computer, just don't touch this. It's downloading Discovery. And it's like a bazillion, you know, it's like these huge, all the terabytes and whatnot of Discovery. It's like Axon Body Cam. It's been downloading in installments for like weeks, and it's not even like halfway done. And so anyway, but like I saw the name of the folder and it says evidence.com. And this was like, I'd been there for 10 minutes. And I literally just started laughing and I'm like, oh my God, evidence.com, evidence.com. The number of times I've made fun of evidence.com, but that's what North Carolina uses. So, right. Yeah. Evidence.com. We've heard about it in all these cases. And Happy Annie, I know you were there at one of the recent Shannon Gardner hearings where that came up, but it came up in Idaho 4. I'll just tell you guys this real quick. You guys know how like with evidence.com in different trials, we've heard things got leaked, things got attorney-client privilege got leaked, stuff that was sealed got let out and distributed. But even recently, I'm forgetting which case it was. It might have been Shannon Gardner. It was like, okay, it's not getting like spread out to the world. Like it's under lock and key, but like it's gobbledygook. Like it's all gibbery jabbled. And if you open it on one thing, it looks one way. Like if the prosecution opened it, it looked this way. But then if the defense opens it, it's like, may as well be hieroglyphics and no one can explain it. And I'm not even kidding you. When again, I'd been there for like 10 minutes. This was my first day. And I literally saw that folder. I started laughing. I didn't say anything. I just started laughing. And then one of the attorneys comes in and starts talking about, how come I can't open this? The formatting's all weird and I can't read it. And I'm just like, oh my, I'm not even kidding. Word for word, exactly what they talk about in these trials with evidence.com. Not the things getting leaked part, but all the other problems where no one can figure it out. And it's like, and I'm like, oh my God, I feel like I'm, it's so funny. It's like, wow, I can't believe like this is, it's really funny. Oh yeah, no, we're not spoiling anything about that. We're just talking about Discovery, just using evidence.com. Yeah, the worst, I know, right? It really is. It really is. I think that, you know how it is with law being so behind on technology. I will be honest. I think that these court systems that use evidence.com, that for them has been a big change from whatever it was before, to where like just having something with .com in the name, which of course is like what, decades old now, like a .com. Like I think that for people like, okay, I'll explain it. Like I think that when you compare it to what would have been done before, it's like, I feel like attorneys probably feel like they're in the future, right? Just because it's evidence.com. It's like, whoa, high tech, when like it's an absolute disaster. And it's like, you know, it took them like 20 years to change the system over. And now it's like, you know what I mean? Anyways, I've got some other funny stories. Again, I keep saying I'm going to save those. So Heather's here. Welcome, Heather. And it's funny because like, there's like 50 million elevators and they're all very spacious. And it's like only once or twice have I even come across a person in the elevators. It's just crazy. It's like, I love, one thing I love about the building is like, it's like 7 stories, like I said, and it's floor to ceiling. Like on one side, it's floor to ceiling, entirely glass windows facing the sun. So like, yes, you know what I mean? Like all this natural light. If I have natural light, I'm always going to be happy with that for sure. And it's not fluorescent lighting. That's the other thing. It's not fluorescent lighting. It's like warm lighting, like regular, like not, it's good lighting, right? If it was like fluorescent lighting stuff, you know, and like gray, you know, you guys saw the pictures, right? It's just, it's an awesome thing. What are you talking about here? Make window. Are you talking about Windows, like the computer? So, and if you're talking about, so the window at the office that I was just showing you guys, that's on the 3rd floor. And that actually, I don't think you can open it because I think they probably for legal purposes make it so that you can't open those windows. You know what I mean? Well, I don't know. I've never tried, but like that window, you could actually, if you wanted to, one could, let me just see. Like that's the roof. Like one could, if one wanted to be real squirrely, hold on. Last thing I promise, then we're going to go back to Lucky. Like one could, if one wanted to, and see now I'm like, I'm the person who would do this, right? One could. By the way, does anybody recognize that Kleenex box? Does that Kleenex box look familiar? One could, if this window opens, so that's like the ceiling there or the roof of one level, but like just around the corner, you can't see it in the picture, is like the top level of the parking deck. Because I remember looking out there and being like, whoa, like you could climb around out here and then you could like hop from this roof onto like the parking deck and do like parkour. Like it's like a parkour paradise over here for this outside situation. But I don't know that the window's open because probably they don't want people doing what I just described. Understandably so. I mean, you can see too how long the window is, like, because like, you see what I mean? Like it's like a lot of the wall, but like the others, like when you first walk in, that side of the building is all glass. It's really cool. But like the thing that I'm just the most proud of is probably my labels. Got my 2 different label makers. Anyway. See? I was so excited. And then we got the different courtroom numbers and their codes. And North Carolina is in the process of switching over to e-file because, you know, it's 100 years behind, as always. So some of the counties use this thing called green screen. Think about computers when they were first invented, guys, when you guys were little. And like, do you guys remember computers when it was like a black screen with green blocks? Think like Oregon Trail, but like before that, it was like green blocks, like squares, right? And it's like, do you guys know what I'm talking about? That system is called green screen, and they still use that for a lot of counties in North Carolina, including the county where I live, which is Guilford County. They still use that. So whenever you're going to try to pull up anybody's like, you know, charges and whatnot, you know, prior convictions, arrests, for this county that I live in and a lot of other counties, you have to use green screen. And it's like being a dinosaur. It's really incredible. I don't even know how they do it, you know, but they're in the process of transitioning all the counties little by little. Maybe in 100 years or 200 years from now, they'll have it into e-file. Now, Forsyth County, which is where this law firm is located, has made the jump, the leap into e-file and the digital world. And it is, Guilford's lagging behind. Okay. Anyways, so now we'll go back. I know I keep saying. It's very interesting stuff, though. I mean, yeah, exactly. They will. Yep. And it's so funny, just like everything we're used to seeing, where it's like they go through so much paper, everything's on paper. It's literally, it's everything you expect, it's everything you hope for more, where it's like, it's, if you guys saw the dry erase board in the office, that was my idea. Why? Because it never dawned on anyone. It's like we've got piles and piles and piles of legal pads, and then like piles and piles and piles of Post-it notes, and then tons of paper, all kinds of paper, every type of paper. And it's like, you want to write something down even for a quick second. It's like everything on paper. And I'm like, after a couple of days, I was like, hey, so, you sometimes you just need to jot something down. I'm like, can we get a dry erase board? Because I'm literally thinking like, they're so used to it. You know what I mean? You guys know how it is. We always hear about it in trials, right? It's like, they don't think about it. It's like, what's a dry erase board? I'm like, it's like that type of thing. It's so funny. It's just so funny. The phone lines, right? There's only 3 phone lines. There's like me and then one for each attorney. Okay. And like, so there's like one phone in each office and then there's 3 phone lines. But like, there's different ways to get to the different phone lines, depending on how you get there from like the website or through Google. It takes you different ways. And like, literally, we were trying to troubleshoot how come it rings funny. Like, it's a kind of it's one of those things where it's like, why is this so hard, right? It shouldn't be so hard. Why is this so hard? And what happened was one of the attorneys, the one who's like the really super experienced one, and is like, anyway, he's like a really, really well-known defense attorney that's been like on the cover of magazines and whatnot. And like, he comes in the room and he's like watching me answer the phone. He's like, so when the phone rings, how do you know which line it's for? It's just, and you might think that it doesn't say. And I'm like, that's a great question. Let me explain. If I hear it ringing quietly from the other side of the law firm, from that office over there in the distance, if I hear it ringing there first, I know it's for you. If I hear it ringing in the front office first, I know it's for the front office. If I hear it ringing in my office first, I know it's for the other attorney. And he's like, wow, really? And I'm like, yep. And I said, if I go to a different part of the law firm, I'm not going to know who's calling who. Like, it's going to be a mess because he does. And so then we were trying to figure out, like, there was like a mystery number from the website. And we're like, where did that come from? And so I was like, I have an idea. Why don't you get out your cell phone and let's just call each number and just see which phone rings where. And the way that it blew his mind, right? The way that it blew his mind. This just goes to show you, right? Like this, I'm like, why don't you just try calling each one and then we'll stand right here and we'll see which phone rings where. Because like they had no idea. Like, oh my God, you're amazing. That's brilliant. I'm just like, this is so funny. This is so funny. Anyways, Angel became a new member. Awesome. Love it. I think you were a member. So, oh yeah. So your membership ran out, but now you're back. What was invented in 1938? Post-it notes. Yeah. The post-it notes are so cute, but like, they're really not practical, as I've found. Like, I used those like the first day and I was like, this is ridiculous because you can't fit that much stuff on there. So I'm like, let's do the dry erase board. And so they had a big toolbox and I was like all excited because I love doing handiwork stuff and like DIY stuff. I'm like, yeah. Well, I open it and the drill is missing. So is the screwdriver. Every type of screwdriver and every type of drill is missing. There's a hammer. There's like a level thing for the level. There's drill bits. There's a measuring tape, but there's no drill and there's no screwdriver. And I'm not even kidding you guys. I was so determined to get that dry erase board up on the wall that I started using things around the office to start drilling into the walls so I could get the things that you stick in there, like before you put the screw in, the plastic things, whatever those are called. I can't remember what they're called. But you have to put those in first so that the things don't fall out. Anyway, basically, I think I even ended up using a pencil and drilling into the wall with a pencil so I could start getting this dry erase board up onto the wall because there was nothing else to do it with. You guys can even believe it. And it worked. And and then one of the attorneys came over. I started bopping it with the hammer just to try to shove it in more and to get a little bit more force behind it because it was just a pencil. It's not, you're supposed to use a power tool anyway. And they come over laughing. You're like, what is going on in here? And they look at me with like a pencil and a hammer trying to make a makeshift drill. So anyways, one of the attorneys was like, I'm going to go home and get my drill and bring my drill in. And anyway, it's so many stories, guys. The fact that they even have time to talk to me blows my mind. I don't know how they do it. It's pretty insane. And Flash has, so now Angel's been a member for 2 months. Love it. Flash's been a member for a month. Also love it. And for any of you guys who haven't checked it out recently, we do have some new emojis for those of you guys who are members. Switched it up a little bit. Oh, and just for anybody who cares, right? Like the whole thing about golf and pickleball and lawyers is like totally a real thing. Totally a real thing. And especially for those of you guys who followed Murdoch and the whole Hilton Head and the golf of it all and the defense attorneys trial convention. Guess who's going this weekend to Hilton Head for our convention and is going to be playing golf. And if you guessed one of these two attorneys, I guess I could use their first names because you guys wouldn't know who they are. But anyways, they're going. Like, this is just amazing. And thank you so much, Miss Mojo, who's also Shelly, gifted 5 memberships. Thank you for that. Awesome. Yeah, and again, these stories, you guys, that's what we're going to do on the next Members Only Live. We'll tell stories and we will do fun things like that because, yeah. Nah, I got y'all. I'm telling you, check it out. Here, one more time for good measure. They don't have command strips. Remember, they're back in the 18th century. No, 17th century, let's say. I was honestly shocked that one of them said they had a drill. Because it's like, that's so technologically advanced in my mind for like the way anyways, so there's the dry erase board up there on the top right. That was before I installed. Actually, that's when I got round 1. So the way you see it here on the wall, that I literally was able to do with the pencil technique and the hammer. It's not finished. It's not screwed in all the way. It doesn't have the bottom holder thing for the pencils and all the shit. Like there's other adornments that it ends up getting, but you had to wait to put those on until it was fully drilled in. But what you're seeing here, I did with the pencil and the hammer. And then since this picture was taken, I used the drill and we got it all. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, and it's so funny because managing the calendars, right? It's like, gosh, you just see like how many, I don't know how they do it, right? It's like, it's, when you like what we're used to watching is really long trials. So it's like these defense attorneys are really focusing on one case for these high profile trials, right? Like one major case, you know what I mean? But like these attorneys are really like, they are, they're doing, it's crazy. Like they're doing both like state level and federal, right? And actually they fly all over the country too for federal cases. If people want them to, they'll they have to pay for it, but they'll fly out there. But anyway, they're like, so different jurisdictions, right? And like in one day, it's like, they might be handling different matters at different stages for like 6 or 8 different defendants. And that's while like going to trial. I don't know, it just blows my mind. I'm like, wow. It makes it seem like these other attorneys, if they've just got the one case, like in a way, it's almost like they have it easy. I know they don't have it easy, but I mean, for example, I was managing one of the calendars today, and like at the 9:30 to 10:30 block, I'm not kidding, for that one period of time, that 1 hour of time, it had like 8 different separate defendants' names, as in 8 separate people, 8 separate cases in 8 separate places. Okay. Person 1, person 2, person 3, person 4, all charged with different things, 8 of them at the same time. You see what I'm saying? So like, how are you going to make that happen? But anyways, okay. It's pretty insane. But I'm very happy about the dry erase board. It's covered in to-do lists. And I'm color coding all their stuff, their schedules, because like, I'm just like, oh my God, like there's better ways to do all of the things, right? Like there's a better way to do this, there's a better way to do that, right? See, the attorneys, they try the cases. Like they're not the stuff that matters, like to get to that point, they don't have time to do that. And that's why you have paralegal, right? You know, and it's like if you imagine what these desks look like, y'all, it's like at the end of the day, they can leave and they're like the desks, these huge desks, they'll be clean and they'll be organized and there's like nothing on the desk except for like a computer and whatever. And I come in at like 8:30 in the morning and I kid you not, you wouldn't even, you're like, where did all this come from? And it's like, when I see, it's not just like stacks of paper, but it's like all these different files. Each file is a different person, right? Well, actually it's a different matter. So it could be one person could have more than one file depending on what they're charged with. But anyway, but it's like, and some of them are really thick and some of them are not. And there's like, so there's like all these files, like too many files you could ever count. And each one is filled with all kinds of papers. And they're just like, how did you do that in 10 minutes? And how can you find anything? Anyway, I'm just like, there's got to be a better way. So that's why they're like, Chelsea, the other day, like, Chelsea, can you come here a minute? They're trying to pretend like they're being strict. And it's like something super serious. And I'm like, oh my God, what is it? And I knew it was going to be something related to Amazon. And so one of the attorneys calls me over. He's like, come here. He's like, what color do you like for this like organizer thing? And we went shopping on Amazon to pick out office stuff to get them more organized. It's just, oh my God, I love it so much. And even the practice golf stuff in the office, just like you would imagine, like Laura, you know, they've got like the golf thing with like the golf sticks, golf clubs. I don't even know what they're called. And like in the corner, it's so funny. Hi, James. And I do not know a purple turtle. Don't know. So it's fun. But yeah, trial starts tomorrow. So we'll see how that goes. They've been prepping for, well, the attorney who's doing that's been prepping for that one for a long time. And actually met with the witness today for a number of hours. And it leads me to believe, not witness, sorry, defendant. It leads me to believe that this is a trial in which this defendant might actually take the stand, potentially, because it was a lot of prep with that defendant. So I'm wondering if that's what's going to happen. Crazy. Anyway, all right. And now back to Lucky. That's true. That's so true. And you're exactly right, Doug. Doug says, don't go fighting the chaos lovers. Some people like their mess like a crime scene, confusing, but everything. 100%. I totally get it. 100%. You're right. But the thing is, I know people like that. I totally know people who are like that. And actually, the paralegal who was there before me was kind of like that. You guys should have seen The Office when I first started, and I should have done it before and after. But the thing is like with these two attorneys, they actually don't want it that way. They just don't have time to think about. They don't have time to think about doing something to change. Like that's why I'm shocked when they come and like talk to me for even 1 minute. Because again, I see their calendars and I'm like, you're supposed to be in 12 places right now. You know, like they don't have time to even think about a better way to organize it or a better way, or, you know, let alone actually do the organizing. That's where I come in. So I'm learning how each of them works because they're different. They have their own preferences, right? They have their own ways. Each of them are very different. And they're both very much like kind of OCD, which I appreciate and applaud and like love it. And they're used to this, you know, the ways that it's one of those things, right? When you have a way that you're used to doing it, right? But then you're like I don't want someone else to do it because they won't do it the way I do it and only I can do it right. I'm the person, they didn't, this is not something they asked me to be. This is just me being this for them. Is like, I'm going to be the person that you can trust to understand your brain and do it exactly the way you would have it done, but I'm going to do it for you because you can't clone yourself. And I'm going to be like a clone, a half a clone, at least when it comes to the things that whatever I can do in the way that makes sense to you, to where you'd be like thinking you did it yourself, right? Except for sometimes I'll leave little like smiley faces on a note somewhere, right? They wouldn't write themselves a smiley face, but like, I'm like, have a great day, smiley face, you know? But other than that, it's just figuring it all. I'm figuring out what their different preferences. And some of the stuff is just really funny, right? Because they're just so used to, like, especially when it comes to the technology. I mean, just so used to it a certain way. And it's like, oh my God, such a better way to do this. Wait, what would I have said or not have said? So, and then let's see. So Miss Mojo also became a new member. Awesome. Glad you became a new member yourself, since you've been so generous gifting memberships also. What's the thing that I would have said or not said? See previous comment. Oh, this purple turtle person? I have no idea. I've never seen them in the chat. Yeah, that I've. All I can say is it might be Glenn. That's the only thing I can think of. If it's someone, I don't know why someone would even mention me. Like, the only people who know who I am are you guys, you know, Squirrel Crew. So the only other thing I could think of would be if it's Glenn, and Glenn made a new name. And then maybe that's who it is. Because Flash, I think you were there some of the times when Glenn was there. I think it's probably Glenn. Because I don't know who else would even say anything. Like, people don't even know who I am. Yeah. Probably Glenn. He's probably listening right now. He's going to have to change his name again.
I have that skirt.
You guys are going to love it. The next Adelson, again, we're going to be doing that soon, maybe tomorrow. You guys, speaking of Wendy, speaking of Glenn, oh, there's some really good tea. I can't wait. I don't think that's the case. Was it really somebody's birthday? Because I know sometimes you guys say that just for funsies, but happy birthday to anyone who has a birthday in the near future or in the near past or distant future or distant past. Okay, for real. Lucky time.
Sir, did you follow protocol that night?
Right?
I did not.
Why not?
Knowing the Albert family, knowing that there was a first responder, I gave them respect and opted not to follow procedures.
Right.
How did the presence of that Ford Edge parked on the side of the road affect your direction of travel?
I had to go around the vehicle.
How did you maneuver around it?
I had to maneuver to the left, go up, and then maneuver back right into my lane, and then continue up Fairview.
And at any point when you were maneuvering to the left and then angling back to the right, could you see part of the front lawn of the Alberts?
Yes.
Were you able to see any part of the area around the flagpole?
Yes, as I maneuvered back right.
And when you maneuvered back right and saw that area, what, if anything, did you see on the ground in the area of the flagpole?
I saw nothing.
All right. So now you've passed 34 Fairview again. Where do you go?
I go back to the top of Chapman, and again, I do a left and a right and head back down Fairview.
Another 3-point turn.
Correct.
So now you're doing your second up and down, correct?
Correct.
All right. So you then enter Fairview again, coming back down from Chapman. And how long does it take you to get back down to the area of 34 Fairview?
Again, about 5-10 minutes.
Now, you are now approaching 34 Fairview, and it's on your right or your left this time.
Again, it's on my left.
What, if anything, did you see in the road at that point?
Again, I saw the Ford Edge in the road.
Now it's on your left side?
Yes.
Oh.
Did it appear to be in the identical position as when you came up the street toward Chapman?
Yes.
How much of the area of the flagpole were you able to see this time as you're coming back down from Chapman?
It was obstructed, so I wasn't able to see as much as the first time, but I was still able to see the flagpole.
What did you see on the ground in the area of the flagpole at now 3:35, 3:40 in the morning?
I saw nothing.
All right, so now you've done your second up and down pass, correct?
Correct.
Where do you go?
I go back out onto Cedar Crest, and I continue to do the rest of my route.
Now, at this point in time, did you do more of your route or spend more time away than you did between the first and second time?
I did more of my route staying away from Fairview.
And about how long did it take you before you came back to the area of Fairview Road?
About 3 hours.
So what is your best estimate of this third time that you're now approaching Fairview Road?
About 6:15
And that'd be AM?
a.m.
On January 29th?
Yes.
Now, this time when you approached Fairview Road, did you come from the Cedar Crest side or the Chapman side?
I came from Chapman Street side.
And when you turned, did you turn left or right from Chapman Street to get down to Fairview?
I turned right.
And once you turned right, did something unusual happen?
Yes, I noticed there were blue lights behind me, forcing me to pull over to the side of the road.
Did you recognize the vehicles that had, or vehicle? I didn't ask you if there was more than one, but did you recognize what type of vehicle or vehicles there were?
Yes, they were police vehicles.
Which vehicle was traveling more quickly, the police vehicle or Frankentruck?
The police vehicles.
What were you doing with your snowplow
I would hope
after
so.
the police passed you?
I continued down Fairview.
Coming down Fairview, did you actually lose sight of the police cruiser that had passed
I did.
you? How many side streets are there when you're coming down Fairview from Chapman Street?
3.
What are they?
Wyndham, Old Ridge Hill, and then Carriage Lane.
Now, you're now coming down Fairview Road. What did you notice ultimately in front of you in the road?
I noticed the police cars had the road blocked off and preventing me from going to Cedar Crest.
And with regard to the lighting on those police... With regard to the lighting on those police vehicles as the road was blocked off, could you describe that for the jury?
Sure, they had all their blue lights on, and they were parked, blocking the road, the entire road. I couldn't get through.
How well lit was it in the area where the police were?
Very well lit.
So you're now confronted with a blocked road. What do you do?
I turn around at Carriage Lane, and I continue to do that road, and then I exit Carriage Lane and go to the left.
And going to the left would send you back toward Chapman Street, correct?
Correct.
And once you leave the area of Fairview Road, how long does it take you to come back down to Fairview Road to finish the plowing that you didn't do the first time?
As soon as the police were able to leave the area, I was able to finish that area.
Do you recall what time you finished your shift on January 29th?
I honestly don't know. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't remember. I'm sorry.
No worries. Do you remember if it was daylight out at that time?
It was daylight.
Okay. Now, sir, in the aftermath of that storm, when was the first time you were approached by anybody connected with this investigation on either side, if you recall?
About 2 weeks.
Who was it that approached you at that time?
His first name is Paul, and he described himself as a private investigator for the defense team.
Prior to hearing from the defense private investigator, had you ever heard from anybody from any police department whatsoever?
No,
Do you know who Michael Proctor is?
I do.
Follow that.
And did Michael Proctor ever call you or contact you at all in those 2 weeks?
No.
Where did the defense investigator approach you, if you recall?
He approached me at my place of work, which was at the Canton Ice Rink, Metropolis Ice Rink.
And what were you doing at the ice rink?
I was operating the Zamboni.
Oh, the Zamboni.
Now, without
Oh my
telling us
God,
what you
you
told
guys.
him, did you speak
Sorry, I just now realized I haven't been ice skating in for fucking ever. Now I really want to go ice skating.
to the defense investigator?
Yes, I did.
And
I don't even know where you go.
at some point,
Where do
did
you
you
go
do
for
something with the defense investigator?
Yes, I met him for a second time at the Kennedy School, and then we both drove my route.
Skipping ahead to the next year, sir, 2023, were you approached by law enforcement officers who were not Canton Police or Massachusetts State Police?
Yes,
Without telling us what you told them, did you speak to them?
yes,
Before speaking to them in 2023, had you ever heard from former Trooper Michael Proctor or anybody from this investigation from the State Police or Canton Police?
no,
Guys, you mean me?
At some
I
point,
can ice
did you
skate.
hear from the State Police?
yes,
That was after you'd already talked to the defense and to these other law enforcement officers who were not State Police or Canton Police?
yes.
You mean like skateboard or what? Or like, why would people think I can't skate? I mean, I can make a pole, but I mean, before you guys, before we do that, just let it be known that I did a lot of dancing growing up. And when it comes to things like figure skating, skiing, dancing, things of that nature. That comes really easily for me. My drawing, I cannot draw to save my life though, as you guys know. Ice hockey.
And sir, how clear is your memory about what you saw or didn't see in the early morning hours of January 29th of 2022 in the area of 34 Fairview? The first up and down pass, the second up and down pass, and then the third time you came.
Very strong.
I have no further questions. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you very much.
You know what it is though?
This is the exhibit.
You know what it is? Greensboro used to have an ice rink, and I think what happened is that went under, like went out of business or something. It's because like when I was a kid, we went ice skating all the time, and my dad loved going ice skating with me. We would always do figure skating like they do in the Olympics, and he would do like lift me up, and it was great. And then I think at some point, maybe when I was in like 6th grade or something, like that's the last time I went ice skating, and there's no more ice skating rink anymore. So I don't even know where you go for that, sadly. But we used to go like, we had like a pass to go like every weekend. And I remember the Zamboni, and it was like you just got so excited waiting for it to finish, and then the ice was all slippery, and it was like, woo! So.
Oh, I'm sorry.
All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Yeah, that's terrible.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Have you and I met before?
No, sir.
This is our first time speaking?
Yes, sir.
Sir, you say that your memory from that night is very strong. Would it be fair to say that before today, you've talked about this case many times?
Yes.
You've interviewed with different law enforcement people as well as civilians and attorneys, haven't you?
Correct.
I have not been one of them.
No, you have not.
And is it fair to say?
He really likes, with all these defense witnesses, he really hammers that point for some reason. I don't know what he thinks it's going to do. The yellow tie is especially not, it's especially bad for him, I feel like.
That when you've recounted
That's
that
not, and with the hair, like, of all of his looks, wow.
night, as far as times and what you saw,
Rough.
many times your memory has changed. Is that fair to say?
It has not.
You spoke to a private investigator on behalf of the defense shortly after that night.
Yes.
Was that the first time that you spoke to somebody about what you had seen or not seen?
Yes.
That is the first time?
Yes.
Inevitably, over time, you have given statements to at least 4 different people, correct?
Correct.
And you've testified in court under oath?
Correct.
During the pendency from that night until today, it's fair to say there are many times where you have been intimidated, isn't it?
No.
You've been threatened.
Oh, God.
Nope.
You were aware, sir, that you were being threatened by an online blogger to expose you?
I was not.
You're saying as you sit here today, you have no awareness in the history of this case that you were being threatened by an online blogger?
I was not threatened by an online blogger.
Was the online blogger threatening or saying that he would expose you and tell personal things about you if you weren't helpful?
You gotta be kidding me. Okay, so we were just talking about this before we went on the tangent. I went on the tangent. This whole thing. Wow. So, like, now that it's the defense's case in chief, Hank, again, every time he gets away with it, he's going to push it more. Like, he's bringing up Turtle Boy. You've got to be kidding me. Don't even know what to say. And again, just to make this distinction, this is not coming out. Remember how, like, last trial, it came out through, like, I don't remember if it was Allie McCabe or Jen McCabe. I forget who it was that first referenced anything related to something external, right? Like be it media or like the harassment, whatever, right? An outside thing that was involved. You know, at least it was a witness in those cases, and it wasn't actually responsive to the question. But here we have Brennan saying it, not the witness, but Brennan.
You have no awareness in the history of this case that you were being threatened by an online blogger?
I was not.
It's new evidence coming in from the prosecutor.
Threatened by an online blogger.
Was the online blogger threatening or saying that he would expose you and tell personal things about you if you weren't helpful?
He was not threatening.
Let's remove the word threatening. Was the person communicating and making clear to you that if you didn't testify in a certain way, there would
By
be
the
some
way, I
consequence to you.
didn't say hi earlier.
Objection. Can we get a time frame, please?
Anytime from when you first spoke to the private investigator until today, were there
The objection
communications
is
made to you by an online blogger that there would be consequence to you if you didn't testify in a way that was acceptable to them?
No,
You listened, of course, didn't you, to podcasts that were about you?
I did not.
People told you about them.
Yes, they did.
When friends
Podcasts that were about you? Is that even a real thing, guys? Is he making that up? Because I don't think there's podcasts about him.
to you, if you didn't testify in a way that was acceptable to them?
No,
You listened, of course, didn't you, to podcasts that were about you?
I did not.
People told you about them.
Yes, they did.
When friends told you about them, you knew who that person was that was making those claims, correct?
Correct.
You were well aware of the person had a very strong and large social media presence.
God.
I didn't know how large or what his presence were, but yes, I knew he had a blog.
Well, you know now because you follow that blogger now, don't you?
I do follow him, yes.
You pay for a subscription?
I do not.
Did you get one for free?
I did not.
And in following that blogger,
What?
you know full well the power that person has to
Is he
get.
talking about a YouTube subscription? Does he even know how that works? He shouldn't be dabbling into territories he doesn't understand. Just saying. On top of all the other reasons, crazy and terrible and bad. I'm wondering if he's trying to talk about YouTube subscriptions, but clearly doesn't. But he does not understand it. I bet he's never even seen it and has no idea what it is. And he, you guys, trying to sound like he knows what's happening.
What his presence were, but yes, I knew he had a blog.
Well, you know now because you follow that blogger now, don't you?
I do follow him, yes.
You pay for a subscription?
I do not.
Did you get one for free?
I did not.
I mean, is he talking about YouTube? I mean, I didn't even know blogs still existed. So is that even a real thing? When he says blogger, does he mean YouTuber? But again, dinosaurs. I just don't know. Because would you have to have a subscription to a blog? Because isn't that just you just go online? I'm trying to figure out what he's even talking about because the words are all so incorrect. What are you talking about?
Social media presence.
Yeah.
I didn't know how large or what his presence were, but yes, I knew he had a blog.
Well, you know now because you follow that blogger now, don't you?
I do follow him, yes.
You pay for a subscription?
I do not.
Did you get one for free?
I did not.
And in following that blogger, you know full well the power that person has to get attention from
Does
the.
he call it a subscription though on the blog? Thanks for letting us know that, Fender. Anyone that wants to go test it out and see, does he call it a subscription? Because paywall, see, the fact that he says subscription, usually you only hear that in reference to a magazine or YouTube, right? Or I don't know, Netflix maybe, right?
Community to harass, correct?
Yes.
And so during the pendency of this case, not only were you aware
Correction.
that you were being.
He was here several times. He was here for 3, 4, maybe 5 different live streams. And I'll tell you what, we stopped seeing as much of him when it got really close to trial. So.
Pressured to testify a certain way. You also need to be consequences. Isn't that true?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
The premise of that question.
And if they put me on the stand, I'm just going to speak only in Russian and then no one will understand what I'm talking about.
Yes.
And so during the pendency of this case, not only were you aware that you were being pressured to testify a certain way, you also need to be
Oh, I
consequences.
know. Yeah, he's talking about Turtle Boy.
I'm going to allow that.
The premise of that question.
Yeah, we know he's talking. I know he's talking about Turtle Boy. I'm just trying to figure out if Brennan is referencing a YouTube channel or a blog because he said subscription. Anyway.
So he can answer it.
You knew there was pressure for you to testify a certain way in this case, didn't you?
I did not know I was being required to testify a certain way. I was also at the time dealing with the loss of my wife.
Oh.
I was not paying any attention to any social media.
Sorry for your loss, but you are aware during the pendency of this case that there has been pressure on you.
He's not sorry. Listen to how he says that. He can't even pretend to be a human.
My wife.
Nasty.
I was not paying any attention to any social media.
Sorry for your loss, but you are aware during the pendency of this case that there has been pressure on you to testify in a certain way. Isn't that fair to say?
I'm really
No.
curious. Because
Sir,
ever.
You received a call from that blogger, didn't you?
I did.
And during that call, did you know the person was recording you?
I did not.
You later learned that the person recorded you.
I did not.
Do you know that your conversations were spread throughout the community online?
I was.
Sir, some of those communications or inquiries were claims that you would be exposed for personal matters if you didn't testify a certain way, weren't they?
No.
Inevitably, you've met this person, haven't you?
I've seen him. I haven't met him.
Have you ever spent time with him?
No, I have not.
You're still a follower of that blog.
I am.
When you follow the blog, do you read anything or do you watch it?
This whole thing is just so surreal because, like, literally, I did not know blogs even were a thing anymore. I feel like we're in a time capsule or something here. I mean, I'm shocked if that's a real, like, I don't even really understand, like, what even is it? Is it not a website? How is it different from a website? Can someone explain it to me? Because, like, I was like a baby when blogs were a thing.
No, I don't do much anything towards the blogger.
As you follow it, you can see there are oftentimes articles about you.
No,
Haven't you ever been encouraged to do the right thing?
no,
Haven't you ever been celebrated after you've testified in a way favorable for one
Yes.
side or the other?
yes.
And so when you were being celebrated, that certainly took off any pressure that would be consequence, didn't it?
Ask it differently.
Yeah.
When you were celebrated for
Chris makes a great point here. She says, I mean, is he being pressured if he doesn't feel pressured? That's sort of like one of those questions, like if a tree falls in the forest, nobody hears, or whatever that thing is. I feel like that question that people always say, and that doesn't actually make any sense if you think about it. But regardless, you guys know what I'm saying, like the point. Yeah, I would, like, in other words, if someone's trying to pressure him, but he doesn't feel pressured, then I would say the answer is no, he's not being pressured. You know? I would say.
testifying a certain way, did you find that to be encouraging?
I'm going to allow it.
I did find it to be encouraging,
Did
but
you,
I did not want it. I don't think I deserved it. All I was doing was my job and telling the truth.
did you enjoy the attention that you got?
I did not.
Did you pose in photographs with people who support one side or the other?
I did.
And when you were in those photographs, are you saying that you didn't enjoy the attention that you were receiving?
I did not. Again, I was trying to be polite and trying to avoid any confrontation that may come from something if I said no.
Well, did anybody from the district attorney's office ever suggest they would confront you or punish you if you didn't testify a certain way?
No.
How many friends contacted you about what was being said before you testified, the pressure? How many people told you about that?
I couldn't tell you. All my friends were telling me.
So you were hearing a lot of noise or information from your friend group and community about what was being said about you.
Yes.
And this was before you testified at the first trial, sir.
This was before.
Sir, you work hard, don't you?
I do.
You work many different jobs.
I do.
You try to be a good citizen.
I do.
You are not looking for attention.
I am not.
It was brought to you.
It was brought.
You know, just the, you guys, well, okay, last trial, him being colorblind came up. I don't know if that's going to come up this time or not. But, like, I'm just trying to figure out, because, like, the thing that, like, the strategy that I think would be, that you would want to take if you're the Commonwealth, is trying to call into question his visibility, his vision, right? Because he's already, at least this trial, he's already testified, he's got glasses / contacts, right? I don't know yet if colorblind's coming in, right? But, like, between just people having human different levels of eyesight in their eyeballs, right? And then, like, the weather and whatnot. I mean, wouldn't it just be the easier route to take? Like, there could have been a body in the front yard and you wouldn't have seen it. Like, isn't that, like, I don't know why. I don't understand why this is all happening right now.
To me.
You wish you never had that attention, don't you?
Yes.
Because you just want to live your life the way you want to live it rather than have
Okay.
people you don't know attacking, criticizing, or intimidating you.
I'll allow that.
Could you repeat that, please?
Would it be fair to say that you simply want to live your life the way you've been living it without outside people attacking or pressuring or threatening you?
Yes.
Attacking.
Life the way you've been living it without outside people attacking or pressuring or threatening you.
Yes.
So that's really kind of a compound question. The question is, do you want to live your life the way you've been living it? The answer to that is yes. But he says, do you want to live your life the way you've been living it without people attacking, pressuring, or threatening you? The real question is, do you want to live your life the way you've been living it? So just pointing out, he's saying yes to that. but Brennan phrased it so that it sounds like he's admitting that people have been attacking or pressuring or threatening him. It's just dumb. Poor guy.
On June 15, 2023, you were contacted by the defense private investigator, weren't you? And you may not know the date. Were you contacted twice by the private investigator?
I would need to know what time frame we're looking at.
Fair enough. And by the way, the blogger that I speak of, do you know
Oh my
if
God.
he is friendly or supports one side over the other?
I know he is friendly towards one side, yes.
Okay. The side sitting in the back of the room?
I would say the
Oh my
defense team.
God.
You've interacted with a private investigator
Wow.
hired by the defense.
Yes,
Have you also interacted with any of the attorneys?
yes.
Which attorneys have you interacted with?
Mr. Yannetti,
Have you contacted or have you spoken to any other attorneys other than Mr. Yannetti?
just Mr. Yannetti.
How many times have you spoken to Mr. Yannetti?
This is so fucking dumb.
Again, what are we talking? First trial, this trial?
The entire time from that night until today. Can you remember how many times that you've
About
spoken?
5 times.
How many times have you gone in to be interviewed by him?
4 times?
During those interviews, were they spaced out over the course of this case?
Yes.
What was the purpose of those interviews?
To go over my testimony.
When you went over testimony, were you ever shown prior testimony?
Yes.
Were you shown prior reports?
No.
Were you shown a prior investigator's report?
Yes.
Were you shown a prior report by a law enforcement agency that is not the state police and not Canton?
Not by Mr. Yannetti. I saw that first document for the first time during the first trial.
When you were discussing your testimony, was there a discussion about the fact that the times that you gave the private investigator were different than the report from that law enforcement agency?
Could you repeat that question, please?
When you were preparing the trial in those meetings, was it brought up, did you discuss that there was a difference in your memory, or at least in the reports, between what you told the defense private investigator and what you told that other law enforcement agency?
No.
Were you aware that there was a difference between the different statements attributed in your memory as to time?
Oh boy.
First trial, yes.
When you were with the defense preparing for trial, did you go over your testimony?
Yes.
And again, now he's just openly using the word trial. Brennan is preparing for trial. It blows my mind because
Yes.
Were you ever subjected to a make-pretend cross-examination about issues that were important in this case?
No.
Were you ever pointed to any particular issues that were important to talk about in this case?
No.
When you did the questions and answers, were they written down or just a conversation?
So, can you repeat that one, please? I'm sorry.
When you went through the questions and answers in preparing, practicing for your testimony, were they written down?
So ask it to.
this is crazy.
When you were preparing for your testimony, were the questions and answers written down, or was it just speaking?
Just speaking.
What?
Those 4 times that you met, is that a guess,
The questions and answers written down.
or was it 4 times?
It was about 4 times, yes.
Could it have been more?
No.
And during those 4 times, was there anything different other than going through questions and answers about testimony and preparation? Was there any other subjects you talked about?
There were none.
Did you ever receive any compensation, sir?
I received none.
Do you know whether people were sending you compensation that you didn't receive?
No.
You don't know?
I never received anything.
Were you given anything to bring home with you so that you could remember past testimony or some of the questions and answers that were going to be asked?
No.
How long were your meetings in preparation for your testimony?
About 45 minutes to an hour?
Were they all about the same time or were they different? When you came into court last year, it's fair to say this is after you became aware of essentially being targeted, correct?
You can answer that if you can.
Yeah,
You
you're
answer
right
that.
about the gas.
I can. I don't ever felt like I was being targeted.
Right.
This was after you received all the information from your friends and people in the community that you were being attacked.
I know
Wow.
that.
Again, I don't feel like I was being targeted.
Wow.
Are you concerned after this case what happens with the blogger that you follow?
Wow.
You talked about your meeting with the private investigator. The first time you met him, do you remember that meeting?
Yes.
Do you remember where you met him?
I met him at my place of employment.
Did you go anywhere with him that day?
No, I did not.
You had a conversation with him and you spoke about what you had remembered from that night?
Yes.
Do you remember when you spoke to that private investigator, you weren't sure how many times you went up and down Fairview that night? That you had said 2 or 3?
No, I told him I went up at 2:30 at 2. I told him at 3:30 I went up 2. Went up and down. And I told him about 3 hours later I went up and down. Excuse me, I went down and wasn't able to go around the police cruisers and had to turn around at Carriage Lane.
You mentioned that you believe you told the private investigator that you went up and down at 2:30. Do you remember when you spoke to the private investigator, you actually said 3 o'clock?
I don't remember the 3 o'clock.
I don't know why that would matter to the Commonwealth unless it's just to try to make it seem like he has a crappy memory. Because, like, according to their theory, whether it's 2:30 or 3, the body would have already been there anyway. You know what I mean? It's not like, I mean, I don't know. I can't. Hank's tactic is just, it's hard to even, yeah, it's just, he's just devolved into gaslighting. So there's not really, it's harder to follow the strategy.
May I approach?
Yes.
And before I do you remember you said that when you went on your second pass, it was around 3:15?
I told him I went up Fairview between about 2:40 to 2:45, and I said about 45 minutes later, I went for the second time.
Okay. Now you had said 2:30, and you just now said 2:40 to 2:45, and then you said 45 minutes later.
Yep.
Okay. Do you remember telling the private investigator that when you think, or you said you saw a Ford Edge, you were actually still on Cedarbrook, not on Fairview passing by it, but you saw it from the street at Cedarbrook? Do you remember telling him that?
I don't remember. I don't remember ever saying that.
Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
Wait a second.
Ever.
At Cedarbrook. Do you remember telling him that?
Hang on.
Do you remember telling the private investigator that when you think, or you said you saw a Ford Edge, you were actually still on Cedarbrook, not on Fairview passing by it, but you saw it from the street?
I'll tell you what. Cedarbrook. Here's what Brennan would do. He says Cedarbrook, I think twice, right?
At Cedarbrook. Do you remember?
He says Cedarbrook twice. Let's just say that out of trying to be polite and not correct him, let's just say that this witness, or any witness, if he were to do this, let's just say that they are like, oh, I know what you mean. You mean Cedar Crest, but he's saying Cedarbrook. I'm not going to be rude and correct him, right? And they're going to answer the question, yes. I 100% guarantee you that later on in the questioning, Brennan would like try to impeach the witness saying, you know, your memory is so great, you couldn't even get the name of the street right. Here's how well you know the neighborhood. Here's how well you know, whatever. You couldn't even get the name. Like, you see what I mean? And it's just really a shame because they could totally just testify. They could just answer a question, and trying not to correct him, thinking it was just his mistake, but they know what he means. But the problem is technically in the transcript and on the record, it would totally give him the ability to come back and be like, you testified that this happened on Cedarbrook. There is no Cedarbrook. You know what I mean? Exactly. But you see what I mean? Like, this gets corrected, but had someone not spoken up, he could have, and I mean, I don't know if he's doing this on purpose, but whether it's on purpose or an accident, what I'm saying is he would be the person who would then try to like use that against them and to be like, look how bad your memory is, or whatever. You got this, even if it was his mistake. You know what I mean?
Remember telling him that?
I don't remember. I don't remember ever saying that.
So I think the court reporter corrects him.
Still on Cedarbrook, not on Fairview passing by it, but you saw it from the street at Cedarbrook. Do you remember telling him that?
I don't remember.
You can hear someone whisper Cedar Crest. They're saying that because of this, because this is a big deal, right? Especially, there could actually be a Cedarbrook. We don't know. Either way, it's like, I'm glad it's corrected and that he's not testifying to something that could be used against him when it was Brennan's mistake or intentional, but to look like a mistake. Oh, is there more of this? Oh dear.
Secret. I don't remember ever saying that.
May I approach?
Yes.
Oh God. And that's the thing, is like beyond manners, it's really important if someone's testifying. Now, a lay witness wouldn't know this, right? But like, if you're testifying, it is not impolite to correct somebody if they have, because this is your testimony, and you know what I mean? Like, you got to make sure that they're not misstating stuff.
I'll show your copy. this is a report that you didn't write, so I don't want you to read it. I want to show it to you and see if it helps remind you of what you told the private investigator that day. You can look at any part of this, but what I'm asking you is whether or not you remember telling the private investigator that when you saw the car, you weren't passing on Fairview, you were up on Cedarbrook. That's the question I'm asking. So I'd ask you to look whatever part you want. I'm going to point out the part to you. When you're done, don't answer, just look up and then I'll get to ask you some questions about your memory, okay? So I directed you this part, but you can look at any part that you want. So. Are you done, sir?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sir, do you now remember when you were speaking to the defense investigator about seeing a car? You said that about 3:30 to 4 a.m. when you were plowing Cedar Crest Road, you looked toward Fairview Road and saw a small SUV parked in front of the house. Remember telling the PI that?
I never remember telling him that.
When you spoke to law enforcement, not the Canton Police or the State Police, you understood it was important to be as accurate as possible?
Yes.
And you understood, at least with that law enforcement agency, if you misled them in any way, it could be up to a 10-year penalty?
Yes.
When you spoke to them, did you take that interview very seriously?
Yes.
Try to be as precise and accurate as you could?
Yes.
And when you spoke to them, obviously, like anybody you had in mind, there could be serious consequences if they felt misled.
Yes.
You try to be honest with them?
Yes.
Provide them your best memory and good faith?
Yes.
And this was shortly before, well, actually, this was May 24th, 2023, correct?
Correct.
When you met, there was more than one person there from this agency?
I believe so.
Was there potentially two?
There was two.
And when you met with them, they asked you about when you began working that night.
Yes.
You told them 11:30 to midnight.
I never told him that.
And so as you sit here today, your memory is you did not tell those law enforcement agents that you began work at 11:30 to 12?
We had a 2:30 start time.
I understand, but I'm asking you,
I never told them. It was always 2:30 start time.
when you spoke to them, do you remember telling them the first time you were out near the area was midnight?
Nope. No.
When you spoke to those law enforcement personnel, were they taking notes?
I believe so.
Have you ever seen their report?
The first trial I did, yes.
Who showed you that report?
It was shown to me by Prosecutor Lally.
You think Prosecutor Lally showed you that report?
It was shown to me.
And do you remember telling those two law enforcement personnel that you believe that there were emergency vehicles, ambulances, or police cars in front of Fairview at 3 to 3:30 a.m.?
I do not.
Are you saying that you did not say these things to them, or are you saying that that's not your memory?
That's not what I said.
And so you're saying that's wrong. You're denying
Correct.
you made those statements.
Correct.
At the time they say that you told them there was emergency vehicles there at 3 a.m., that is the same time that you told the PI that you saw the Ford Edge, around 3:30 to 4, correct?
About 3:30 is when I saw the Ford Edge.
It was dark out that night, wasn't it?
Correct.
There are no street lights down near that flagpole area of 34 Fairview, is there?
Yes, there is.
Okay. Was it on that night?
I can't tell you honestly if it was.
You testified at trial? I'm sorry, at a proceeding last year?
I testified that there were. It was asked to me that there were not any streetlights, and I answered it in the affirmative way. And living in that neighborhood, I saw that there were actual streetlights.
You testified at a proceeding last year, didn't you?
Yes,
When you testified at the proceeding, did you meet anybody from the defense close in time to that proceeding?
I don't know, when we met or how close to the proceedings it was.
Do you remember being prepared before you went into trial last time?
Yes,
By?
by Yannetti, excuse me.
Do you remember telling the defense private investigator that you made your final pass at 6:30 a.m.?
I remember I told him it was about 3 hours going down Cedar Crest and was not able to go to the end of Fairview due to the first responders.
At trial last year, do you remember saying it was 5:30?
I did.
And today you had said about 6:15.
Yes,
You weren't timing anything on a watch for times, were you?
I was not.
You were not accounting in any way for time whatsoever when you were out that night, were you?
No, I was not.
When you're providing times, are you trying to use your best memory?
Yes.
Do you recognize that you have a differing memory on times of what you did that night?
No.
You talked about your view from the tow truck and that you have a bunch of lights on it. On the tow truck, you had mentioned that your vision to the side was 5 to 6 feet.
Can you rephrase that, please?
Yes, of course. You said when you were driving your tow truck, you could see forward and sideways.
Okay. I don't want to be. I don't drive a tow truck.
My apologies. My apologies. A snowplow.
Thank you.
You said you can see forward and sideways.
I can see forward, I can see diagonal, and I can see right to left.
When you look right to left, you said you
There
can see
you
about
have
5
it
feet.
again.
Correct.
The lighting.
There you have it again. And see, wow, interesting. Because he's like, I don't want to be rude, but like, we got to get the right vehicle. Wow, that's wild.
Can you rephrase that, please?
Yes, of course. You said when you were driving your tow truck, you could see forward and sideways.
Okay. I don't want to be. I don't drive a tow truck.
He was going to say, I don't want to be rude. Exactly. That's exactly what I'm saying. Wow. Good thing he didn't answer yes, because then it would be like admitting on, it'd be like him on the record saying he drives a tow truck. It's like, you said you drive a tow truck when, you know what I mean? Wow.
My apologies. My apologies. Snowplow.
Thank you.
You said you can see forward and sideways.
I can see forward,
Wow.
I can see diagonal, and I can see right to left.
When you look right to left, you said you could see about 5 feet.
Correct.
Do the lighting conditions affect how well you can see?
No.
Does the weather?
Yes.
When you're plowing, are you ever looking at the street in front of you?
Yes.
Are you looking at people's front yards?
Yes.
And so what did you see as far as the front door of the Albert house that night? Was it open or closed?
It was closed.
Were the lights on?
I can't answer that for sure. I don't remember if there were lights on.
How about the neighbors on the left? Were you looking at their front line?
Yes.
Did you see if their lights were on?
Again, I didn't recognize if their lights were on.
Do you look at every neighbor's front line up to the door as you're driving in the snow plowing?
I look to the right and to the left, and my eyes will graze to the yard. Yes, I will look there.
You were saying you have a specific memory of looking at the Albert front yard all the way to the door. Do you have a specific memory of looking at the other neighbors' yards to their door?
Can you repeat that, please? I'm sorry.
Yes, you said that you looked at the Albert house all the way to the door.
Correct.
Do you have a memory of looking at any other houses all the way to the door?
Yes.
Okay. Which house had a dumpster in front of it?
I don't know. I wasn't paying attention to a dumpster. Dumpster wouldn't be in the front yard.
Are you sure on your route there's no dumpsters in anybody's front yard?
I can tell you there was a dumpster this week.
No. I'm more interested in January 29, 2020.
I can't answer to that. I don't remember.
A dumpster, a 15 by 20 foot dumpster, that would be bigger than a man's body, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would be.
And so you have no really specific memory of the other homes in the neighborhood that night?
I mean, I looked. I saw. I didn't see a dumpster that would have definitely stuck out.
Okay. You said you had vision as far as your eyes could see.
Correct.
What does that mean?
It means if there were, my eyes were, as long as they're open, I can see as far as they will let me see.
Is that dependent on lighting conditions, darkness, snow?
Correct.
That night, did you have any difficulty paying attention or driving?
I did not.
Did you have a small accident that night?
I did.
Okay. What did you hit?
I hit a portable basketball net.
Was that part because of the weather conditions? You didn't have a good opportunity to see it?
No. I definitely saw it and just did not judge enough.
You said that you went up and down the road a couple of times. When you were asked to describe the car that you said you saw, when you first spoke to the defendant's private investigator, you didn't give any detail about the type of car, did you?
I told her it was a Ford Edge.
Okay. When you first spoke to the investigator, you used the words Ford Edge?
I did.
Did they bring you to a parking lot at some point?
They did.
And when they brought you to a parking lot, did they have you go out in the parking lot and look at a Ford Edge?
They did.
And when they had you go out and look at the Ford Edge, did they have you identify that as the type of car?
Yes, they did.
And when you did that, how many cars were in the parking lot?
We had a hockey game, so there were several, at least 100, 150.
Who pointed you to the Ford Edge?
I pointed to it.
Did the investigator take you to the Ford Edge?
No, he did not.
It was just an open parking lot and he asked you to look around to see if there happened to be a similar car?
No, I told him a Ford Edge. He wanted to make sure I knew what a Ford Edge looked like. I pointed to the Ford Edge, and he was satisfied.
So after you said a Ford Edge, he brought you to a parking lot to point out a car?
We were at my place of business. We just walked out the door.
Where was that?
At the Metropolis ice rink.
The rink?
Ice rink, yes.
Did you then meet the investigator later on at a school?
Yes, I did.
And who did you meet at the school?
I met Paul again.
And what was the purpose of that?
He wanted to go through my route.
You want to go through your route?
Correct.
And then did you choose to meet at the school?
I did.
You did?
I did.
And why did you choose the school?
It was an easier landmark for the gentleman to get to, and it was minutes from my route.
Did you know that former Trooper Proctor's sister worked there?
I had no idea.
You said last year that when you went by Fairview, did you say that you would buy your final pass at 5:30 a.m.?
No.
Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
33.5. Sir, when you have contact, you also wear reading glasses?
Yes. I can't read things up close.
Understood. This is trial testimony, testimony from June 21st, 2024.
Mhm.
And you were asked.
Oh, sorry. Somehow my microphone got turned off. I was saying, like, so it's at least 3 things now because there was the tow truck thing or whatever, tow truck when it was supposed to be a snowplow. Yeah.
Do you recall what time it was that you wound up back on Fairview? You said, I don't honestly recall what specific time. Yes?
Yes.
And then you were asked, sure. Approximately, if it was 3:15 to 3:30 that second time, what would be your best estimate of the time when you came back? And what did you say?
Say about 5:30.
And so even last year, you were having some difficulty remembering the times, right?
Okay.
Were you having difficulty last year remembering the times that you were on Fairview?
No.
When you said you were on Fairview last year at 5:30, you didn't see anything on the Albert front lawn at 5:30 a.m.?
I wasn't on Fairview at 5:30 a.m.
Okay. Were you asked last year about your travels on Fairview?
Yes.
Okay. When you asked about, recall, was the time you wound up on Fairview, and you said you didn't remember. Do you remember that testimony?
I do.
Is that true testimony?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so you had some difficulties in your memory of when you were on Fairview when you testified last year. Isn't that fair to say?
No, it's not fair.
And then you were asked approximately if it was 3:15 to 3:30 the second time, what time did you come back?
And I said, if I were to guess, I said 45 minutes later.
Did you say, I would say, if I had to say, it would have been 5:30 up Fairview?
That time was incorrect. It was 6:15. I couldn't go down any further due to the police presence.
So your testimony last year, you understandably made a mistake about the time, correct?
I did.
And it's true, isn't it, that you really have somewhat foggy memory about the times?
It is not.
That time of 5:30 is very different than the time you told the agents when you met them. I'm sorry, the law enforcement officials that weren't from Canton or the state police. That was very different than when you told them 3 to 3:30.
Very different.
And it's different than the 3:30 to 4 timeline that you gave the defense private investigator the first time you spoke to them. Correct?
Correct.
And it's different than what you told the jury today that it was 6:15.
It's different, but it's not.
When you plowed that night, did you have any reason to look for somebody who was lying on the side of a yard?
No.
Did you have any expectation somebody would be lying helpless on the side of a yard that night?
No.
If you had seen somebody, certainly you would have helped.
Correct.
Crazy.
When you said that,
Oh,
well,
that's right. We saw that.
when the private investigator asked you where you were when you said you saw the Fort Edge, are you saying that you didn't tell the private investigator that you were on Cedar?
I don't remember telling him I was on Cedar Crest. I do remember telling him that I had turned onto Fairview and saw the vehicle.
Cedar Crest in a storm at night is quite a distance from the flagpole at Fairview, isn't it?
No.
About 300 feet?
Roughly.
Difficult to see under those conditions?
No.
Could we have Exhibit 71, Stream 0 at about 6:17 a.m., please?
Like, this is crazy, though. This is like... Yeah, agents also. I mean, it's just... Now. I mean, the attorneys still should not be saying it, right? Like, Brennan's just thrown all caution to the wind with it. Again, these are better, in my opinion, these are bigger grounds for a mistrial than even what happened the other day with the DNA, because that's a huge deal. Like, you know, even if the defense doesn't actually care, if the jury knows about the first trial, like, let's just say they don't actually care. Regardless, that's still like really good grounds for a mistrial. And you know, if it would be successful, then you may as well care. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter if you actually care, right? You can still argue it. Why would you not? You know what I mean? So it's just, I don't know. And coming over and over again from the government, it's like, I mean, it would be like the government, it'd be like Hank repeatedly mentioning a prior conviction of a defendant that's not related to the current trial, right? Like, it's like the type of shit where it's like trial blows up if this gets mentioned. It's like that, right? So I don't know. Yeah, Deborah said FBI.
Can you stop it there?
Yep.
Can you see that street light?
Yeah, I have it
I do.
timestamped
Okay.
actually. I have it timestamped because it's the first time someone actually says those 3 letters out loud, even though it's been like suggested this whole time. Deborah says FBI. Yep.
At the end of that road, past the street light, is Cedar Crest, correct?
Correct.
Is that a fair depiction of the elements that night around that time?
Yes.
And in this case, there's further illumination with the car that's facing us.
Correct.
That wasn't there, was it?
Correct.
You said after you saw law enforcement, did you come down Fairview after you saw law enforcement?
I was on Fairview already when I saw the law enforcement.
Did you drive by Cedar Crest again to go back and forth and watch what was going on, or did you go on your route?
I went on my route, which included Cedar Crest.
Did you keep driving by because you wanted to watch, or did you just leave and do your regular route?
I went and did my regular route.
Could I have 61927, please? And could you play it?
I mean, I know, Thunder, right? So true. I mean, I
you
would
could back
say
up.
like every single day in this trial, there's been at least a huge holy shit moment in my opinion that I'm like, well, that could have been a mistrial, or like, well, the appeal's good and is done and done if she gets convicted. I mean, like I'm talking like every day. I mean, even pre-trial. Like it's yeah. So
A little before 61927?
but you would rather a mistrial happen during a trial than, you know, go for a guard appellate issue, as you guys know. That's not, you don't ever want to go for that, right? I mean, appellate issues are good to have, but like if you've got something that's really strong issue during trial, there you move for a mistrial, you know. Don't just say, well, let's just wait and see what happens and then save it for appeal. But you guys know how that works. Appeals are just, then you have everything's against you, right? Like when you're still a criminal defendant, right? You've got everything is about the defendant's rights, and everything is different in how it's viewed in terms of the, you know, prejudice, right? All that changes once you get convicted, and then it's a lot harder. I agree, Thunder. I agree. I didn't want to say it, but I agree.
Is that weather consistent with what it looked like to you?
Yes.
Is that you there?
I don't know if that's me. Yes, that's me. That is me.
Could we go to 63245, please? Is that you again?
That one, I can't tell if that was me again.
Could we go to 63514, please? Was that you?
I don't see it. I don't see the truck. I'm sorry.
It's okay. Could we go back to 63512?
That looks like to be a pickup truck. That does not look like my truck.
63745, please? And that's you again, right?
Again, I can't tell you for sure if that was me.
Those were not your red and orange lights consistent with the earlier ones that went by?
What I saw the first time was the reflecting tape off the body of my truck.
Can we go to
I have
seven?
a plow guy that is a contractor that
Why
we work.
is Brennan trying to tell him he didn't see what he saw? He's like, that's not my truck. And he's trying to convince him, or he's not, you know, he's trying to convince him that it is. Like, you got to be kidding me.
Tandem together.
And was he out there that night as well, going by Fairview?
Correct.
Okay. Did you ever tell the private investigator about him?
Yes, I did.
7 o'clock, 22 seconds, please. Is Is that you, sir?
You know, it's really interesting because I think that so far, in terms of the defense's case in chief, the longest cross-examinations, at least proportion-wise to the direct, have been, if memory serves, have been with Dr. Russell and with this witness. So what does that tell the jury in terms of who Hank Brennan views as being like potentially the biggest threats? Now, I understand sometimes if you've got a really good witness, like with Barros, right, you can't, you know what I mean, like, you wouldn't, I don't know. Again, it's hard to get inside Hank's mind because his strategy is basically just, again, it's just devolved into gaslighting. But like, I mean, this has been going on a long time. And the very first long ass portion of it was like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, not relevant, really. I understand witness credibility is always relevant, but like, he started out the whole cross with like talking about Turtle Boy for like ever. And it's like, you only do that when you're like trying to diminish a witness, but you can't really do it on their testimony that they just testified to. So you have to just like, you know, distract or whatever, you know?
I can't say for sure.
7:15, 45 seconds, please. Do you recognize that plow?
I do not.
7:19 and 55 seconds, please. Was that you, sir?
That was me.
How long does your route take?
It's hard to say. I mean, as long as it's known, it can take as long as it takes.
Well, if you're going to do a pass, how long does an entire pass take?
If I were to do from Cedar Crest to the end, it would take probably 10 minutes. If I were to do the entire route, you know, I'm not cleaning up. I'm just giving it a pass so people can get through. It could take about 3 hours. It could take 4 hours.
When you mentioned Brian Albert on your direct examination, had you talked to the defense about Brian Albert in your preparation for testimony?
No.
You knew some of the Albert family?
I know the entire Albert family.
And you know Brian Albert as a police officer?
Yes, I do.
Why is it that 3 times in your direct testimony you characterized him as a first responder?
Because he's a police officer. They're first responders.
Did anybody ever suggest to you to use the terms or the phrases
I only heard it once. Did you guys hear it 3 times? I heard it once.
first responder when you were describing Brian Albert?
No one did. Those are my words.
Since your testimony last year, have you received any more focusing or targeting of harassment?
Let's get different news tomorrow.
Since last year when you testified, have you received any recent aggression towards you for testifying?
No.
Have you had any further focus or problems?
No.
Let's check that.
I have no further questions.
Very briefly, sir. You were asked by Mr. Brennan about whether you saw a dumpster that night. Do you recall that line of questioning?
I do.
In the aftermath of January 29th of 2022, was a dumpster all over the news for the next 3.5 years?
Not that I'm aware of.
You were asked about going through your route with the defense investigator and giving a statement to the defense investigator?
Yes.
How soon after January 29th of 2022 was that?
2 weeks.
Were the events fresh in your mind at that time?
Yes.
Finally, actually not finally, I got 2 more points, but they're both brief. You had mentioned that that night you actually misjudged and hit a net.
Yes.
Can you describe the basketball apparatus that, and I'm going to ask you what part of it you hit, but describe what that looks like.
It's got a base with wheels on it. It's portable, so you can move it in and out. And it's got the basketball frame, and it's got the backboard and then rim.
Okay, so this is not a pole that was cemented into the ground.
Correct.
But perhaps we're all familiar with it, the black base that maybe you put sandbags on,
Correct.
that type of thing to keep it in place, but it does have wheels?
Correct.
All right, and you mentioned the net.
Who we are rooting for? What do you mean, what do you mean, Kane? Who we are rooting for? Well, people can root for whoever you want. Right now, we're in the defense case in chief, and this is Mr. United questioning, so for the defense. And this is Lucky Loughran, who's been like one of the key witnesses, like eyewitnesses for the defense, that was driving the snowplow that night and didn't see a body on the lawn. And Brennan has been trying to be all, dude, it's just gross. So anyway, he's like basically a local hero, is my understanding.
The net is the rope netting that comes down.
Almost
Correct.
twice.
There's also a hoop that keeps the net in place?
Yes.
And the pole?
Correct.
And the base?
Correct.
Of
I'm
all
always on the side of justice. I'm rooting for justice.
those things, what part did your Frankentruck actually catch?
It caught the net in the little bit part of the frame, of the frame where the net was.
Something that you saw from the beginning, you just misjudged the distance.
Correct.
Now, finally, with regard to the 5:30 testimony that you gave last year.
Yes.
Did you also testify that the last pass that you tried to make when the police were blocking the scene was about 3 hours after that 3:30 second up and down?
Yes.
So why is it last year that you testified that it was 3 hours later, but you came up with the time of 5:30 as the final time?
As he's asking me these questions, I'm trying to do the math in my head. I'm sorry, math is not my strong suit.
What time was it when you made that final pass, sir?
6:15, 6:30.
I have nothing further.
You mentioned you're trying to do the math in your head. There's no reason why you would specifically remember certain times on each pass other than trying to remember and give an accounting, right?
God, I hate
Could you rephrase that, please?
Sure. You don't have your watch out on a certain schedule that you have to pass a certain street at a certain time.
Correct.
You weren't marking your times to some event when you were driving up and down the street that night, were you?
No.
So you're trying to go back with your memory and piece it together the best you can.
Correct.
And that's why you're giving estimates, yes?
Correct.
When you spoke to those law enforcement officials, not Canton, not state police, and you said at 3 o'clock you saw first responder vehicles, that was based on your memory, wasn't it?
Yes.
It was based on your memory.
Not at 3:30.
Right. Do you know that there was a car similar to a Ford Edge in front of 34 Fairview around 6 a.m. that morning?
I wasn't able to get in front of Fairview Drive, 34 Fairview, at 6 o'clock in the morning.
Have you ever met Kerry Roberts before?
I have not.
Counsel just asked you if there was a lot of media about this case, and you said that there was. Did he just ask you a question about whether there was a lot of attention on this case?
Oh, not this again. That's the difference.
Did he just talk to you about everything that happened after this case, all the attention on this case? Remember his question about all the attention after this case?
He asked specifically a question about the dumpsters.
And he said that wasn't subject to a lot of attention, was it?
Correct.
Right. But this case was.
The case itself, yes.
The people involved in this case were subject to a lot of
What now,
attention.
Flash?
Correct.
And you spoke to the defense investigator after this case as far as attention is concerned. You remember speaking to the investigator on June 5, 2023.
Yes.
And you know, coincidentally, that is the day that the blogger put out the articles on you.
Oh my
accusing you
God.
of not doing the right thing?
You know what? He's obsessed. Here's what Brennan is obsessed with. Brennan is obsessed with Turtle Boy. That's clear. Maybe he's like secretly in love with him. Also, he's obsessed with Karen Reed doing those interviews. And the other thing he's obsessed with is ARCA. Those are his obsessions. I think those are the things he's like lying in bed awake at night and like literally just like obsessing over those three things. It's like not, it's just not normal.
Back, Roach?
Yes. Good night, Flash.
Showing you a document. Let's take a look at that document. What day is that document dated?
June 5th, 2023.
Without reading it, that document. Possible you.
Correct.
And your friends and people in the community talked to you about this article, didn't they?
Not specifically this article, but they were sending me stuff that were being printed about me, yes.
Why don't you take a little look at what's said and you can tell us whether that's the same type of information that was being conveyed to you through intermediaries.
Can you ask that question again, please?
Yes, sir. Was this some of the kind of attention that you were receiving on June 5th after you spoke to the defense investigator?
Yes.
Like from Cypher?
Okay. Wow, that was a long.
All right, Mr. Brennan.
Sorry, I have just a few more questions. When I had mentioned about meeting the defense investigator on June 5th, 2023, I misspoke. It was June 5th, 2024. Does that sound more like it?
Yes.
June 5th, 2024, was that before, shortly before you testified?
Oh my God, was that entire extended thing about him arguing so that, okay. Was this because he didn't want to have to correct the date? Is this what this was about? What?
Testified before?
Yes.
You were asked on redirect examination whether any dumpsters got any attention about this case. The question I was asking is, did you notice things that might have been open and obvious? And you have no memory of an actual dumpster in the area, correct?
Correct.
If I could have on the screen Exhibit 37, still photo from that clip.
Sure.
It's a video. And sir, do you notice the big red dumpster to the right side across from Fairview?
I can't, dude, this is so stupid. Like, really though? How dare you show somebody this and be like, here, testify to what the fuck is, I can't see a goddamn thing. This is ridiculous.
Yes.
I mean, I can't tell that's a dumpster. I don't see red. It looks like there's something. I don't know. Anyway.
You can take that down.
Dumb.
Sir, when we started the break, I'd asked you some questions. I showed you a document, asked you if you were aware what was inside that document, and you mentioned that was around June 5th, 2023. That was before your last testimony in this case?
Yes.
And you knew that a person or persons were putting out private pictures of you online?
I did notice.
And those private pictures, you didn't give anybody permission or want that attention, did you?
I did not.
In fact, it wasn't just some private pictures, it was pictures taken from a number of different times in your life, correct?
Yes.
You never gave anybody permission to do that?
I did not.
You didn't want people talking about you or asking you questions? That was none of their business, did you?
I did not.
And it was embarrassing that you were being made this public spectacle when you had done nothing wrong, correct?
Ask it differently.
Was it embarrassing what they were doing to you?
I wouldn't say embarrassing as more as aggravating.
In fact, they were calling your boss. Yes?
I'm going to allow that.
Yes.
This is crazy. I mean, not only is it not, I mean, 100% it's not relevant, but like, basically it's just asked and answered at this point. I mean, he's just going on and repeating the same shit over and over again. It's wild to me. And it's outside the scope too, because on redirect, they didn't get in all this. I mean, yeah, that alone, outside the scope of redirect, how is this happening? How was it happening to begin with? But how is it happening again now? It gets worse. How can it get worse though?
You mentioned how hard you work.
Yes.
Plow, you even repeat this 8 years.
Yes.
Never only anytime you work, you try hard, don't you?
I do.
And when someone's calling you a boss, giving undue attention to you, didn't it create some concern that could affect your livelihood?
I did not think it was going to affect me in that manner.
In addition to dragging you into this, because of you, your brother was dragged into this, wasn't he?
Ask it differently.
When you were getting this information about what was happening, you learned that they were also dragging your brother into this because of you, correct?
I'll sustain that.
Did you learn that information was coming out about your brother?
I knew my brother was dealing with other issues regarding this case.
And certainly, you're close with your brother.
Yes.
You care for your brother.
Yes.
You did not want to upset anybody and have more attention brought onto your brother, did you?
I did not.
And there was an attempt to link your brother to one of the others, in fact, correct?
Yes.
As well as you.
I don't know if I was being linked.
Did you know the information of trying to so-called out you about the fact that you worked for Chris Albert?
I'm going to sustain that the words first.
Were you aware when your friends and family were telling you about what was going on, about an attempt to draw a relationship between you and the Alberts?
No.
And were you aware when people were telling you what was happening, that there was attacks on you personally, like finances and things like that?
Yes, I was aware of that.
And certainly, that is pretty discouraging when that is happening and you've done nothing wrong, isn't it?
It was, again, aggravating.
Yeah, actually, Happy Annie, thank you for mentioning this, because I was trying to remember. I was like literally just thinking to myself, I was like, wait, hold on, what was the connection with the brother? Who was it that was on the board with Chris Albert? Because now I can't remember. There was like, what was the deal with that? I was literally just thinking. I was like, wait, what was that about? I'm sure one of you guys knows.
And this was all happening before you came in and testified last time at trial.
Correct.
After you testified, things got better?
I wouldn't say better. It's gotten a little,
Oh, yeah,
little
his
more
brother-
easily managed.
His brother was on the board. Wait, is that what I said? No, I can't remember what I said. His brother was on the board, as in Lucky's brother was on the board with Chris. Right. Yes, yes. I remember back when we, long time ago, we were watching some of the Canton Select Board, and I remember his brother, I think, was still there at the time. Right.
Manageable.
You were no longer being harassed, you were being embraced.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
We are. And also, he's like,
Showing you a photograph, you
I mean,
recognize?
basically everything that he's doing is all about, this is all about fucking Turtle Boy. You know what I mean? Like, that's what this is. It's not stuff that Lucky did. It's stuff that, I mean, I don't even know. We can't see it, right? He just keeps talking about a blogger and, you know, insinuating that there's been threats or whatever, which Lucky just keeps denying. So it's just gaslighting. That's really all it is. There's no, you know what I mean? It's just, he's just trying to get him to finally say whatever Brennan wants him to say. It's really sad. Upsetting.
I do.
Is that part of the embracing process after you testified a certain way the last time?
It was after I testified, yes.
With reaction to one people introduce a select portion of this.
So I need to see what that is. I'm just sidebarring. Make this very brief, please.
And I just showed you a photograph. Was that a fair and accurate depiction of you after your last testimony?
Yes.
Reflecting you now being embraced rather than attacked?
Yes.
Could we show the photo, please, Ms. Gilman, with the court's permission?
Yes.
And that's you, Mr. Loughran?
Yes.
You can take that down, please. Thank you for your time.
Just very briefly, sir, if I might, Your Honor.
Sure.
Again, that
Mr.
question.
Loughran,
The
I should
question
say.
was, does it show you being embraced rather than attacked? He never said he was attacked. But in the picture, they're like side hugging. It's really just posing for a picture. Again, it's one of those situations where it's like, does this show you being embraced rather than attacked? And it's like, he's saying yes, because in the picture, they're like smiling and being like friendly, like a normal picture. But he's not. You guys see what I mean? I mean, these are great examples of why objection compound is a important one to not forget.
The questioning about the attention that
And
you
also
received in
argument.
2023 when you received secondhand the information from the blogger, was that before or long after you were interviewed and gave a statement to the defense investigator in February of 2022?
It was long after.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Okay. All right, Mr. Loughran, you are all set, sir. Okay. Is there another witness?
The defense calls Karina Kolokithas.
All right, do you need to see me before as she's coming in, or will that be in a while?
It's so weird because it's like, again, I agree with what Fender was saying, that it really shows how Brennan views Lucky's testimony, that he feels like he needs to go that hard on him to try to make him seem biased. You know what I mean? Like, it's, the jury's picking up, the jury's got to see that. At this point, they've got to feel for like, when is the cross-examination like unusually long compared to the direct? And like, what does that say about the Commonwealth, you know? Yeah, I mean, I don't think anybody's confused as to what as to what Brennan is hoping to accomplish, right? It's clear. I mean, he tried to, he did the same thing with Dever. He was trying to portray it as if Dever was also threatened by the defense of perjury, right? To testify. And Kit Smith, I don't know if you were there when we watched that testimony. In other words, this is one of his things he's doing. He's either doing, you've been threatened to testify a certain way for the defense, or you're biased because you want fame and fortune, like what he took with Dr. Russell. And that's, you know, that's kind of where he's going with all those. So, yeah.
I can't remember.
Why don't you come on up really quickly?
Colin. Guys, step up. Please, partners, your hand, please.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court during the case and everything is true, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
May I proceed, Ron?
Yes.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell both your first name and your last name?
Sure. My name's Karina Kolokithas. It's Karina. Last name Kolokithas. Kolokithas.
That's almost as bad as your name.
It's long.
In what town?
I loved her last year, and I thought she was a great witness. I'm glad that they called her again. She was one of the ones early on. I was like, I really hope they call her again. The thing for me that I really want to hear is that thing about Jen, when Jen was like, come with me or whatever in the parking lot. It was all creepy. And I hope they show the video because the video was crucial last time.
Where do you live, ma'am?
I live in Canton.
How long have you lived there?
We've lived there for 22 years.
Where did you grow up?
So I initially grew up in Randolph, and then we moved to Braintree, and I finished my last 3 years of high school and stayed there till I was married.
And where did you go to school after high school?
So after high school, I went to Northeastern University. I did the pharmacy program there.
And what is your profession?
I'm a pharmacist.
How long have you worked as a pharmacist?
So total years is about 30 years as a pharmacist, but I have been at my current job for about 24 years.
Are you married?
I am married.
To whom?
His name is Nicholas Barros.
How long have you been married for?
24 years.
Do you have children?
I have 2 children.
And without giving us their names, can you tell us if you have boys or girls and what their ages are?
So I have 2 girls. One is 19 and one is 17.
Have you raised your children in Canton?
Yes, I have.
Do your children play sports, or have they played sports in Canton?
I have both girls played sports in Canton. One actively is playing sports there, and one is in college. So she's not playing sports.
Understood. What sports have your girls played?
So they primarily played basketball, and my youngest plays lacrosse as well.
From raising your children in Canton and attending their sporting events, I'm assuming, have you met other parents with children on your daughter's teams?
Yes, I have.
Specifically, did you come to know Jennifer and Matthew McCabe?
Yes, I have.
And is that the way that you came to know them?
Correct. Typically, that's how we came to become friends with people, through the sports.
Now, prior to January 28th of 2022, how long had you known Jennifer McCabe specifically?
I would say about 10 years or so.
And during that time, what was the nature of your relationship with Jennifer McCabe?
So we were just friends through the kids. Multiple kids did different sports. They played on different sports teams, so we were friends through that.
And how often, or if at all, did you socialize with her and or her husband?
So typically, sometimes if the kids had play dates, it was mostly my youngest daughter, to be honest. So my youngest daughter and one of her daughters were good friends and played on similar sporting teams. So they would have play dates and stuff like that. So sometimes we'd see them after a game, or they had a play date or something like that.
And I'm sorry, it's a little loud with the fan. If the last part of your answer, if I didn't hear it, I'm thinking the jurors might not have heard that. You said it was mostly after games?
After sporting, after play dates or, sports and stuff like that.
I see. And would there be times where, after a game you go out for pizza, that type of thing?
Yeah, you'd go out for pizza, or the girls would be like, hey, Mom, can we have a play date? Can a couple of the girls, come over to the house and,
okay.
do stuff like that?
Prior to January 28th of 2022, did you know John O'Keefe?
So I knew John O'Keefe same way. His niece and my younger daughter are good friends. So same thing. We knew him through the sports as well. My husband coached his niece in a couple teams, and they also played soccer together. So that's how we knew John.
And do you remember how long you would have known him for before January 28th of 2022?
I would say about 9 years or so.
And what was the nature of that relationship?
Friendly. Didn't go out with him, but we were friends. We saw him all the time. He would, take my younger daughter with him. We just saw him all the time. So weekly, I would say.
Sure. What about Karen Reed? Did you know Karen Reed prior to January 28th of 2022?
So same thing, met Karen through John. And I believe the first time I met her was at Jennifer McCabe's house sometime in 2020.
2020?
Correct.
So this would have been during the pandemic?
Correct.
And do you see Karen in the courtroom today?
I do.
Would you please point her out and describe what she's wearing?
She is wearing a blue suit at the table with her lawyers.
Okay. May the record reflect that the witnesses identified Ms. Reed?
Okay.
Now, prior to January 28th of 2022, how often would you have seen or interacted with Karen Reed in any capacity, if you know?
So Karen sometimes would come to watch games of John's niece. So I would see her there and we would just casually talk.
And what was the nature of your relationship with her prior to January 28th of 2022?
We were friendly.
All right. Now, directing your attention to January 28th of 2022, do you recall that being a Friday?
Correct.
What did you do that day
So that day I worked.
as a pharmacist?
Correct.
Do you recall what your hours were?
Approximately, I would say 8 to 4 or 4:30 that day.
What plans did you have after work?
So after work, my plans were to go to the Canton High basketball game to watch my daughter play.
And what plans came up for before the game that night?
So before the game, before I left work, there was a text that went around saying that some of the parents were going to meet at the Canton Junction before the game, and if anybody wanted to stop by and grab a bite to eat.
And what is the Canton Junction?
So it used to be like a little pub/restaurant in Canton.
Did you go to the Canton Junction?
So I went home first because I had a bag I had to switch out of because we have to have plastic clear bags at work. So anyway, so I went home, and then after that, I stopped at the Canton Junction.
Okay. And did you go alone
I don't think we've heard about that one yet. Did we hear about that last
or
one?
with someone?
So I went by myself.
And when you got there, did you see people that you knew?
Correct. So I walked in, and there was a bunch of parents there from the varsity teams, the varsity team.
And excuse me, was either John O'Keefe or Karen Reed there?
They were not there.
What about Jennifer McCabe and or Matthew McCabe, her husband?
I believe Matthew McCabe was there. I don't believe Jennifer went to the Canton Junction.
Now, how long were you at the Canton Junction for?
I would say less than an hour.
Do you recall about what time it was that you would have been leaving there?
I'm not really sure. The game started at 6:30, so before 6:30.
All right. And when you left the Canton Junction, where did you go?
I went to Canton High School to watch the game.
And in the gymnasium, with whom did you sit to watch your daughter's basketball game?
I'm not sure who I sat with, but it would have been those parents from the varsity team, whoever was there and wherever there was a spot.
Was it generally a custom that the parents of all the kids on the team would kind of congregate together in the stands?
Correct.
Do you recall what time the basketball game ended?
I believe the game ended around 8:30.
Where did you go after the basketball game?
So after the game ended, I went down and waited on the court for my daughter to come out of the locker room, greeted her, the players, and then I said to everybody, I'm going home.
Okay. And you did go home?
Correct. I went home after the game.
And having now made it home, what were your plans that night?
So my plans were to stay home. I was tired. I worked all day, watched the game. I was pretty much done with the day. So my plans were to stay home.
At some point, did those plans wind up changing?
So then I started getting text messages from my husband saying, you should come out. We're going to go to the Waterfall. And I said, no, I'm not coming.
And what is the Waterfall?
So that's a restaurant that has a bar, and it's on in Canton on Washington Street.
Okay, so you've given your husband the stiff arm, so
Correct.
to speak, right? You're
Correct.
not going.
Not going.
So what happens?
So then he keeps on texting me. He's like, I'm at the Waterfall. You should really come. It's fun. There's a band. And I was like, oh, really? Like, I don't want to go. And then my kids got involved with the conversation.
And how did that affect your decision?
So they started saying to me, Mom, you never go out. You never do anything. You know, Dad's by himself. Just go. Keep him company while he eats. So I reluctantly went.
All right, so you were guilted into it.
Guilted 100% into it.
All right, so where did you go?
So then I went to the Waterfall.
Do you recall about what time it was that you got to the Waterfall Bar and Grill?
I believe I got there approximately 9:30 or so.
And when you first arrived there, who was there, if anyone, that you recognized?
So my husband was there, and then I recognized Jennifer and Matt McCabe.
And what happened after you got there?
So after I got there, I walked in, and I said to my husband, I'm like, where's everybody from the basketball team? And he said, I don't know. They all sort of split up. He's like, don't worry. Just hang out here. I already ordered a sandwich, so just hang out with me while I eat, and then we'll go.
And were you introduced to anyone?
Yeah, so then Jennifer McCabe started introducing me to all her family. So I got to meet a lot of them. It was fun. It was a good time.
And do you recall specifically who you met?
So I think I believe I met, well, she sort of just introduced me to whoever was at the table. So I'm not sure 100%, but just like the niece, her sister, her brother-in-law, like people like that.
All right, the Albert family?
Correct.
And when you're being introduced to a bunch of people at once, it can be tough to keep everybody's names straight at the time.
Right, it's kind of overwhelming. There was a lot of Jen's family.
Now, what were you drinking that night?
So that night I drank water.
And the whole time you were at the Waterfall, did you drink anything else except for water?
I only drank water that night.
Now, was there a point when you were going to leave the Waterfall before they closed up for the night?
So, I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Sure. You wound up leaving at a certain time, correct?
I never left.
Well, you left because you're in court today. You're not still at the Waterfall.
Okay, correct.
So what I'm trying to get at is, at some point you left the Waterfall, but was there a point before that where you were planning to go?
Correct.
Tell us about that.
So my husband had eaten, and I said, you know what, I think I'm going to get going. And I was about to get going, and then John and Karen walked in.
Okay. And when you say John and Karen, you're referring to?
John O'Keefe and Karen Reed.
And why did that change your plans?
I was excited to see them. I liked Karen, so as soon as I saw her walk in, I was like, hey, I'm going to stay. I want to talk to her.
And what did you notice about John O'Keefe's mood when he arrived that night?
So John was very happy. His niece had just gotten into a private school called Bishop Fian, and that was like the first thing he was talking about. He was elated that she got in, and he was telling everybody about that.
And thereafter, how much interaction did you have with John and or Karen?
Karen and I probably spent the entire night talking. Maybe give or take some time that we didn't, but the majority of the time Karen and I were speaking together.
And if you had to estimate, how long a conversation did you have with Karen?
Maybe an hour, like 40, 50 minutes out of the, like if we spent like an hour together, perhaps we spoke 50 minutes of those.
That's long.
And without telling us the content of the conversation, what was the subject matter, if you remember?
So Karen was also, she mentioned being excited about Kaylee getting into Bishop Fian. And well, just when I first saw her, she first started talking about my daughter. So I saw her, she came in, she greeted me, and when we did start talking, she just started talking about my daughter and how much she really loved my daughter's relationship with John's niece.
Okay. And while you were having this conversation with Karen, was it an easy conversation back and forth?
Very easy.
Where were you located within the Waterfall while you were having this conversation?
Did we
learn last trial? I feel like, I didn't have the impression that they spoke for so long. Like, I kind of had the impression that they just sort of saw each other, just like with the group or whatever. But like sitting and talking for 50 minutes, that would give her like the best insight as to Karen's mental and emotional and alcohol state than like potentially anybody else that night, right? So
at a I don't remember where we were talking. We were sitting down talking at a table.
And how close did you get to her when you were speaking with her?
In order for someone to hear you, because of the band being so loud, we were probably a couple feet from each other.
And in what direction were you facing when you were speaking to her? And I'm talking in relation to Karen.
I don't remember if she was next to me at this point. She could have been next to me at this point.
All right. And your face would have been facing where?
At her.
Okay. That actually was the question. I'm sorry. This is kind of a stilted way to talk, but I have to ask the questions this way.
We were face to face.
There you go. All right. So in other words, Karen was also facing you when she was speaking to you?
Correct.
Did you notice what Karen was drinking?
So she was drinking a drink out of, it was a clear liquid out of a clear glass, and I assumed it to be alcohol of some sort, but I'm not sure.
And while you were talking with her, can you describe, was the conversation coherent?
Very coherent.
Was she making sense?
She was.
Was she engaged in the conversation?
She was.
And did you make any observations regarding her sobriety?
She seemed fine to me.
And you're a pharmacist, correct?
I am a pharmacist.
And you were that night?
I was that night.
How much interaction did you see that Karen had with John O'Keefe?
They had some interaction.
And was there one specific interaction that stands out in your mind, then and today? And I'm talking about a physical interaction.
When they hugged at one point.
Okay. And did John come over to Karen at one point and do something?
He did.
What did he do?
So John went over to Karen and he gave her a kiss on the forehead.
Okay. And that kiss on the forehead, why did that stand out to you?
So Honestly, I'd never seen something like that before, a boyfriend due to a girlfriend in public. Never saw that. So it just stood out to me. I was like, wow, that's the sweetest thing I've ever seen.
Can we queue up Exhibit 22, Mr. Wilk? I'd like to go to approximately 11:36 and 41 seconds. And if we can, well, first of all, have you seen that video before me?
I have.
Do you recognize what Exhibit 22 depicts?
It shows the waterfall.
And is that consistent with what it looked like when you were there that night?
Correct.
And you've previously identified that as being a fair and accurate video of that night?
I do.
If we could zoom in, well, first of all, again, let me try and lay a foundation. Where would you be, if you recall, at the waterfall within that video? To the right, to the left?
I'm in the right, in a black top, sitting on a chair.
Okay, could we zoom in on that area, Mr. Wilk? Okay, we've zoomed in. Do you see yourself?
I do.
And where are you seated?
So there's a white jacket on the back of a chair. That's me.
And do you see anybody else in that video that you now recognize?
I see Brian Higgins.
Okay. And when you say Brian Higgins, is that somebody that you had known prior to that night?
I did not know Brian.
He was one of the people you were introduced to?
Correct.
And you since have learned, put the face to the body, or I'm sorry, I should say the name to the body or the name to the face?
Correct.
All right. And where do you see Brian Higgins?
He has like an emblem on the back of like a sweatshirt.
All right, so his back is to the camera?
Correct.
And we have not located that pointer, have we? Thank you, sir. May I approach you, please?
Yes.
Now, if you can, ma'am, would you please use that pointer to show where you are first?
That's me.
Okay. And Brian Higgins?
That's him.
All right. Do you recognize, at this point in the video, do you recognize anybody else?
Not right now.
Okay. If we could start to play it, Mr. Wolf. And stop for a second. I would ask you, as soon as you recognize somebody else, if you'd speak up and tell us to stop, and we'll pause.
Okay. So right there is Karen's head.
Okay. Is that the back of Karen's head, or?
Correct. So that's the back of her head.
All right. And then, by the way, just so the record's clear, over Mr. Higgins' shoulder, there appears to be a face looking forward on the right shoulder. You see that, right?
Correct.
You're not referring to that. You're referring to the long hair that's in back of that face.
Yeah. Could I point to it
Sure.
again? Okay. So I'm referring to that head right there.
Understood. Okay. And
then,
I think you had said something else.
And then that right there is John O'Keefe with the hat.
Okay. There's a ball cap.
Correct.
And on the video, as we're looking at it, it's to the right, up the top. It's to the right of the PM chyron there.
Right
up
to the
top
right
of the screen.
Correct. Sorry.
If we could continue to play. Stop. What do you see?
So I see John giving Karen a kiss on the forehead.
Is that what you saw that night?
I did. I was looking right at them when it happened.
You were facing them?
I was facing them.
And what about Mr. Higgins? Where was he facing?
It appears that he's facing them as well.
That happened right in front of him.
That's what it looks like.
If we could play further. Okay, you can stop and we can take that down.
I mean, they could always call Higgins and ask if he saw it.
Now, that night, did you have any information about the nature of Karen Reed's previous interactions with Brian Higgins?
None whatsoever.
Okay. How long did you stay at the Waterfall? Or if you recall about what time you got ready to leave?
I believe things wrapped up around midnight.
And with whom were you leaving around midnight?
So my husband and Matt McCabe stayed behind. They were helping the band clean up and stuff. So it was myself, Jennifer McCabe, and Karen Reed that walked out together.
Okay. And you've previously seen video footage of the end of the night with yourself, Karen, and Jennifer McCabe sort of in a grouping?
Correct.
And excuse me, I'm sorry that I just need to clear my throat. I hope that's the
okay.
last time.
That's okay.
Did you see on that same video at the same time, there's a grouping in another area of the bar at the same time?
Correct.
And do you recall who was in that grouping?
I believe it was Chris Albert, Brian Albert, and Brian Higgins.
Okay. Could we now publish again Exhibit 22? And I'd like from the approximate start time of 11:57 and 42 seconds. And if we could hit play, Mr. Wolf? Oh, I'll tell you what, stop it for a sec. Thank you. Could you zoom in, please, on the right portion of that video, the upper right? We'll start with that. Okay. So this is the start of this clip. It looks to be 11:57 and 38. Do you see anybody in that clip that you recognize?
Yes, so I am the person with the jacket with the fur around the hood, and Karen Reed is the other woman that I'm talking to.
All right. We could play that, Mr. Wolf? And right now, do you recognize anybody else in the background of that?
So to the right in the plaid shirt is my husband, Nicholas.
Okay. What about over your left shoulder?
So over my left shoulder is John O'Keefe.
And does that appear to be his back?
Correct.
Okay. Can you play? And he was in, stop for a second. He was in your line of vision at that point, correct?
Correct.
What does he appear to be doing?
He appears to be like paying a tab or something like that, or maybe getting a drink. I'm not sure.
Okay. And do you see him looking in a particular direction right now?
He looks to be looking over his left.
Continue to play. Oh, if we could pause for a second. I neglected to ask you to point out with the pointer. We have
I'm
it now,
sorry.
we might as well use it.
Okay.
If you could point to yourself first.
Okay. So that's me.
All right. Karen.
That's Karen.
And John O'Keefe.
That's John.
Okay. Continue to play, Mr. Wolf. Stop. Back up just a sec. Oh. I'll tell you when to start your play. Stop. Okay. Do you see what direction John O'Keefe is facing now?
He's looking to the left.
Okay. Keep going. Keep going. Stop. What direction is he facing now?
To the left.
And what is over to the left?
I believe that's where the other group of men are located, perhaps.
Okay. Keep playing. And I'd like to run this to 11:58:25. Stop. At this point, his whole body is turned to the left, correct?
Correct.
And he appears to be facing where the other group of men were?
I'm sorry, repeat that?
He appears to be facing in the direction of where the other group of men were?
Correct.
Continue to play, all through until 11:58:25. Okay, that's perfect. Now, keeping the video up, I'd like to now scroll over to the left side of the screen, and we're going to start that at 11:57:42, the same approximate time we started the previous discussion. Stop. Okay. You've previously described the other three men. Are you able to identify them on this video now in this still frame clip?
I believe I am able.
And who do you see?
I see Chris Albert, Brian Higgins, and Brian Albert.
And which one is which?
Chris Albert is the one that grabbed Brian Higgins' arm, and Brian Albert is with his back towards us.
Okay, now I'll ask you to use the pointer and point to Chris Albert, please.
That's Chris Albert.
On the right.
Yep.
Where's Brian Higgins?
That's Brian Higgins.
In the middle?
Yeah, in the middle. And that's Brian Albert,
Okay.
I believe.
And with regard to Brian Higgins, which direction is he facing?
He's facing the left.
He's facing to the left?
I mean, I'm sorry, he's facing to the right.
Okay. And the direction that he's facing in, who's over there?
Sustain.
What is over there? Is that the direction of the bar?
Sustained.
Okay. Continue to play, please. Stop. Did you see he grabbed his arm a second time?
Correct.
And Brian Higgins is facing in which direction this time?
He's facing the bar area.
Continue to play, please. Okay. You noticed some motion that Brian Higgins made?
He waved his
Back
arm.
it up for a second, Mr. Wolf, please. Stop. Did you see a motion?
He put his left arm up.
Okay. Appeared to be summoning somebody?
Sustained.
Objection to this whole line.
Continue to play. I'm sorry, Your Honor. Continue to play. I'll bear that in mind.
Too bad we don't have audio.
Okay, we can stop there. Ms. Kolokithas, did you see how many times Brian Higgins motioned with his arm?
Sustained. Commonwealth versus please, Mr.
Understood, understood. Now, prior to this night, have you known or been aware of Chris Albert?
Just knew him from seeing him at D&E Pizza.
Okay, and you say you've seen him at D&E Pizza in what capacity?
I think he's the owner there at D&E Pizza, and we've gotten pizza there before.
And you'd been in that establishment before?
Correct.
And with regard to Brian Albert, have you had any interaction with him, either that night or before?
So that night, I was introduced to him, and I think I even spoke to him a little bit there, and then maybe saw him like a basketball game. I don't remember him really prior to that night.
Okay. Now, I'd like to play the portion of the video where you are then leaving and ask you some questions about that. Yes, I think we can zoom out and perhaps hit play, Mr. Wolk, at this point. And pause for a sec. If you could use the pointer and just point out again where you are at this point.
That is me.
All right. And are you able to see Karen at that point?
She's right there.
Okay. And what about Jen McCabe? Are you able to see her at that point?
I'm not sure.
Okay. All right. Continue to play, please. And stop for a sec. I should have asked you, if you do see Jennifer McCabe enter the picture, could you alert us?
Okay.
Continue to play. When you can turn the lights back on. When you were leaving the establishment, whom did you leave with?
So again, it was myself, Jennifer McCabe, and Karen.
Did anything unusual occur when you were leaving?
So as we were leaving, Jen went over to Karen, kind of put her arm around her, and she started saying, "You're coming with me, you're coming with me." And Karen's like, "Huh? Like, what? Like, where are we going?" And
I'm going to sustain the objection.
The first part of that answer,
Why?
putting her arm around her, "You're coming with me," why did that stand out in your memory?
just because I was there too, and it just was strange. It was just like, "You're coming with me." Like, it was just something that stood out to me.
You weren't included.
I mean, no, it's fine. I mean, it was just stood out, you know? Yeah.
Did Karen go with Jen McCabe?
No, she did not.
What did you see her do?
So then, out of the clear blue, thinking that Karen was going to go with Jen, I see Karen with John.
And
I mean, I guess technically, yeah, I guess, I mean, it is hearsay, but just in the first, I mean, this came out in the first trial, but, you know, I suppose, trying to remember if that came out on direct or if it came out on cross. It might have come out on direct, and then the defense wouldn't have objected to it. Although, having said that, even if it came out on cross, Lolly didn't really object. I mean, not nearly as much as Brennan, so.
Where did you see Karen with John?
I saw them just I was parked across Washington Street, across from the restaurant, and I just saw Karen and John like walking down towards what used to be Amber Road, place.
It used to be Amber Road?
It used to be Amber Road, yeah.
Is that a Amber Road Cafe?
Correct. It was like a restaurant. It was like a little cafe shop.
And did you figure out why they were walking in that direction?
That's where I think Karen had parked her car.
Did you have any concerns about Karen being able to drive that night?
I had talked to her all night, and I did not notice anything strange about her. Like, I didn't think anything of it.
And once you parted ways, where did you go?
I went in my car.
And what was your last image of seeing Karen and John that night?
It was just them walking towards the car.
If I may have a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
All right. Mr. Brennan?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Was your last image of Karen and John, both of them walking to the car and Karen walking to the driver's side door of that car?
Correct.
That night it was a celebratory mood?
Correct.
Everybody was getting along fine?
Yes, we were. Yes.
You were speaking to the defendant for some time?
Most of the time, correct.
You saw her at points hugging Jen McCabe?
Correct.
You knew John?
I did.
He was a kind man?
Very kind.
Generous?
Very generous.
Thoughtful?
Very thoughtful.
Soft-spoken?
Yes.
That night was particularly different. He was extraordinarily proud and happy, wasn't he?
Yes, he was.
And you could see him emote about his accomplishment that his daughter got into private school.
Correct.
Did you talk to John that night?
I did.
No further questions, thank you.
Okay. All right, Ms. Kolokithas, you are all set.
Okay, thank you.
So
Interesting.
why don't I see counsel regarding scheduling?
Oh, boy. So then,
That I probably made you go downstairs and up twice to just come back shortly. I'm sorry I inconvenienced you that way, but we were able to talk. I am assured not only are we on schedule, we are ahead of schedule. I understand tomorrow's supposed to be very hot. Court officers are concerned about how we're going to keep the fans and air conditioners going and be allowed to hear the witnesses. I've talked to the lawyers. Everybody's in agreement that because we're ahead of schedule, we give you tomorrow off. All right, so we won't be in session tomorrow. We will be in session Friday all day. So
what about arguing that pile of motions she referenced earlier? I mean, it's just crazy. Like, so they're not going to be, I mean, it'd be one thing if it's like no jury, but like they're not going to be in court either. Like, and then she's going to come in on Friday. There's going to be even more motions by then. And she's going to complain about it again.
So those same reminders, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, and read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. And be careful with your social media use. We'll see you on Friday. Okay.
All right.
Is that it? And we are left with the one and only fan as per usual. There you have it, guys. So day 27 is in the books. No court tomorrow. She didn't say what'll happen on Friday, if it'll be a full day or a half day, or at least I don't think she said. I mean, I would imagine it's a whole day since they're taking tomorrow off. But right. We'll try to argue that Karen and Jen were fine with each other. Yeah. I mean, it seems like also he was trying to just sort of like go the, I don't know what's the right way to say it, the sympathy route, if you will. I mean, not that it needs to be done. I mean, you should always have sympathy for the victim, right? But it's like what is making me think that? The fact that he's like, he asked that question, I thought it was odd. He's like, he was normally quiet, right? He asked her, like, he was normally quiet. But that night, he was especially excited and expressive because he was all excited about his niece getting into the school, as if like it was an especially happy night, making it even more tragic type of thing. I mean, I don't, you know. Again, it's just very interesting when you compare it to the cross exam immediately before with Lucky, where it's just like crazy. So anywho, that'll be it for this one, guys. Like I said, tomorrow I think we'll be doing probably Adelsons. I'll just have to sort of see if we get, depending on how many more motions drop, if, you know, if any, for Karen Reed, or that we have access to. I mean, we might do that. And of course, I'll keep an eye out for Idaho and everything. But if nothing else pops off, we'll probably be doing Adelsons because, like I said, there's some very interesting and juicy new things going on there, having to do with Fievel. Where's she at? There she is. Oh, her face. Anyway, but you guys are awesome. Love y'all. Thanks so much for being here, as always, and being amazing squirrels. For anyone who missed it, cough, cough, twizz. By it, I mean Kelly Devers' testimony. Definitely check that out. It's all time-stamped. Can we do what's her face again? I have no idea what that even means. And that's right. Vallow starts tomorrow. Yeah, I'm hesitant. And here's why. Because it will overlap with Karen Reed, right, next week. And I feel like just do like the first day and not the rest of it would be not, I don't know. If you guys want to do Vallow, we can do it, but there's no way to do both at the same time. I mean, now that I'm, going to be at the law firm and all that. So anywho, we'll definitely talk about what goes on. Maybe we'll just sort of hit some high points, but how it is. If I'm going to cover a trial, I'm going to cover the whole trial. And, so anywho, Kelly Dever. Well, yeah, but we just watched it. James wants to do Vallow. Well, okay, we'll see. Maybe we'll do Vallow. Just keeping in mind that probably what we would do then is we would do the rest of the trial after Karen finishes. You know what I mean? It's expected to be over by Wednesday. Really? That's wild. Okay. Well, in that case, that definitely changes things. God, we never have trials that are that short. That's insane. Whoa. What is that? 1 to 5 days? That's insane. That is insane. You're very welcome. You guys rock. Love y'all. And yeah, well then maybe we'll do Vallow. But that'll be it for now, guys. Love y'all, and I'll see you guys next time. But for now, squirrel out.